right here, right now. This is where esports legends are made. Thousands of sign-ups, months and months of qualifiers, and it's all come down to this. 8 teams going head-to-head and battling for gaming glory. This is the BFBS Pro League Grand Final, brought to you live from the University of Staffordshire's state-of-the-art esports campus in Stoke. You do not want to miss a beat of this. We're going to be live with you all day on the BFBS esports and Twitch accounts. Let's get this show on the roads.
What an intro to what an incredible event we have coming up for you guys. And talking of things that are incredible, we are here in the studio and I have an incredible analyst desk lined up for you guys. Now, we're going to be rotating some faces in, some people you might know if you've been watching the qualifiers. But you know what? I'll let them introduce themselves. Should we go down the line here?
Listen, I need to take a second after that intro. The trophy looks amazing. There's already people in the arena. I can imagine that's going to pick up a little bit more during the day. But for those that are already here, it's myself, Sir Pegasus, on the desk alongside you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Absolutely, and I'm Jonah, Community Manager here at BFBS, better known as Ace Anvil throughout my casting career. And what an event. What are we doing? I mean, this is crazy.
What are we doing? Well, Rocket League is the answer to that, but we'll give you a little bit more of a breakdown here. So, of course, this is the inaugural Pro League for BFBS here, the first ever to exist and the first grand finals. Now, you know, tell me a little bit, both of you, about how you got involved with it, what you've been doing throughout the process. You know, do you want to start, Pegasus?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been casting some of the qualifiers. I covered 6 and 7, but I was able to stay in tune with all the going rounds. I've seen some of the British Forces teams play beforehand, but this is the big event. This is the one you want to win. It's got the prize pool, it's got the amazing trophy, and it's been an excellent run throughout.
And what about yourself, Jonah?
Yeah, so obviously sitting in the background, watching these teams participate, you know, and as we said, that leaderboard speaks volumes for, you know, the points that have been on play. You know, it's so tight-knit, right? These teams have been playing from all through, most of these teams win all 8 qualifiers, like fighting for every single point they can gain to sort of gain those positions.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at the leaderboard for a second here. So we have the RAF Shadow Storms dominating at the top there. Resurgent second, Omnia third, but we're going to get to see all of these teams play, yes, of course. Is there a favourite? Looking at the whole lineup there, is there a team that you're repping today?
Oh, I don't know. I think for me, a lot of these guys are first time at LAN, right? So everything can sort of be turned upside down for a lot of these guys. That LAN sort of feeling, meeting their friends for the first time. Some of these guys are flown from all over the world to be here. So yeah, I think that might turn a bit of a mix-up.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the top of the table there, it's by quite some distance for Storm Shadows, but of course, Omnia had that bit of a late run. They were able to win qualifiers 6 and 7, and of course, Storm Shadows have made use of their substitute. The substitute is Cash.
Yes.
The name speaks for itself, so there's a lot of points picked up there for a team that's not going to be playing in Stadium. So I feel like talking around, Omni has definitely been the name that has been mentioned most, but you spoke about experience. I mean, the RAF teams have heaps of it.
Absolutely tons. I mean, they've just come back from Germany, you know, from pracking on cardboard boxes in Airbnbs. Like, these guys are well-versed in the travel space, obviously, but you know, playing abroad in that LAN environment may give them that little advantage.
Indeed, but should we actually take a look at the format of the tournament that we're going to be seeing? Because we talked a little bit about it. The qualifiers, as you said, there were multiple qualifiers leading up to this. Points make prizes, and the prizes, of course, being spots in this Pro League. But the tournament that we're going to see this weekend today, is going to be all best of 7s, single elimination, which means everything's on the line. You can't have an off game. You know, what are your thoughts? You know, single elimination, does this change something for some of the teams where they don't have that lower bracket chance? Are there a lower bracket team in here, or is this sort of everyone business as usual?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, we tried to fit a double elimination in. It just wasn't the time to do it. But at the same time, I think that puts the pressure up a little bit, and maybe some people will crumble under that pressure. But I really hope to see these people sort of come out of their shell a little bit, and we might see some things that we've not seen throughout all the qualifiers. You know, that pressure of a single elimination bracket. You know, some people don't like it, but other people use that to use that to advantage. So we're looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it now. Prizes. We talked about it. Points make prizes. In this tournament, though, series wins make prizes. And this is what our wonderful teams could be looking at walking away with. First place will be £4,000 for the teams to split, but no one goes home empty-handed.
£500. Not a bad entrance fee. And of course, there's the opportunity as well. We talk about the prize pool, we talk about the trophies, but being here in the University of Staffordshire, using their amazing resources, their PCs as well, to run this entire tournament. Of course, for the RAF, lots of experience. They've been in this position before, but for a lot of the other players, this is going to be their first breakaway into a LAN setup as well. It's for such a prestigious event as well. I believe you guys at BFBS confirmed to me that this is the first real Triforces LAN setup, big qualifiers event there has ever been.
Definitely UK-based, 100%. I mean, we're trying to set a standard here for what we can do in the future, right? This is just planting the seed and something can go a lot bigger and a lot greater. And for all of these guys, you know, the pressure of a prize pool, being at LAN, as I've said before, you know, might change what we see happen today. But no, I mean, I'm really excited to see what happens. And a lot of these teams are just super excited just to be here and get the show face the name, right?
Exactly. And it's been really exciting because this is, as we said, it's the first time that we've had it all-encompassing because it's not just people currently serving as well. It services families, it's veterans, everyone has been able to get involved. And I believe, whilst we are out on Twitch, there is a little surprise for people later, isn't there, Jonah, as to where they might be able to watch this stream?
Yes, we're going to be broadcasting all over the Forces world on Forces TV, on our on the BFBS app. We've got it on our radio teams here as well. It's going to be put out on the radio for everyone to listen to. You know, we've got warships in the middle of the ocean that will be able to watch this event, which is really great that we can broadcast it to our wider services, and we're not limiting that.
Now, should we take a look at the bracket? We talked about where people can see it. Let's talk about what they are going to be able to see. Now, the quarterfinals first on up. Omnia versus RAF Tempests, Resurgence versus the Sparrowhawks, RAF Storm Shadows versus the RAF Shadows, and then Boost Overball versus Falcons. Now, all of the games are going to be bangers, but is there one that you're really excited for in these opening matches? You know what, so Pegasus, let's start with you.
I feel like in the build-up heading towards this tournament, there is that one right at the bottom, Boost Overball versus Falcons. These are two teams that have had their moments in glory. Boost Overball rather recently as well. So that was the match most people were looking for, but our first one of the day has kind of stolen everyone's hearts, right?
I know, right? I mean, you've stolen my two favourite picks, I think. I mean, Boost Overball, we got the two guys flying over from the Netherlands. You know, grandfathers served in the Second World War. You know, and to be able to bring that history back in as well and then represent their lost, you know, family members is also really lovely. And the Falcons as well, a well-known team in the British esports space for military anyway. It's really exciting to see that match. But yeah, Omnia versus Tempest is also going to be a good one.
Well, starting off with that match, aren't we? So let's have a little bit of look. Omnia versus RAF Tempests. Now, we sort of came into this talking about the maybe disparity when you look sort of top down at the points here. So Omnia coming in very much the favourites. It's the name I've heard thrown around the most. Pegasus, can you tell me a little bit, why is Omnia to be so feared?
I mean, if we want to keep it really simple here for those at home, Rocket League has got an in-game rating system. They are hundreds ahead of their opponents, which of course is going to be a huge factor here. But Omnia as well, they've won two of the most recent qualifiers we've had. Qualifier 7, Qualifier 8, also won a little bit earlier in Qualifier 5. They've got top 2 placements, they've got top 4. I mean, pedigree throughout the entire roster. So it's really hard to argue against them. But Tempests do have some people's hearts.
They do. Omnia it's the name that I've heard everybody saying, the name that nobody can get off their lips. And actually, I think we might be seeing them walk in here. Omnia, of course, EO4, Hammer Saint, and Minty representing. And look at them walking into the arena. First time, first people up to the chopping block. They're looking pretty happy.
Comfortable. Comfortable. It was a very confident walkout. I mean, for these guys, I think I'm pretty sure all but one, I think EO4 was the only person with LAN experience, so he's been in that environment before, but for the other two, this is their first time, so they're going to be really leaning on their coach there to sort of, well, pull them through this. But no, let's get the practice in.
Exactly. And, you know, Omnia, we've been excited to see them. Favourites for a reason. Playing with a substitute, though, so we're going to see how maybe that interferes with it. But it looks pretty good. But as you said, first time on land, there's people in the audience, and it's looking pretty good, isn't it? I mean, we've got a packed house already.
Oh, it looks amazing. And you saw them a little bit hesitant to clap there. I saw a lot of RAF uniforms heading in there. I feel like there is going to be a few more celebrations for that next team moving forward. And Omnia as well. They do have a little bit of a villain reputation behind them. You wouldn't think that walking around the venue, honestly, face to face. They are lovely people, but it got seen on broadcast. I believe it was qualifier 7. Some words were exchanged.
Ooh, I mean, there's got to be, you know, a team. There's got to be somebody that's a little bit edgier, gives it a bit of character, gives us something to talk about. But on the flip side, of course, what is a competition without the opponents? The RAF Tempests. Now, there is a familiar face playing on that lineup. Somebody that, if you've watched the qualifiers, that you've seen any of the goings on, you might be familiar with a particular Stelios. Now, tell me a little bit about why, you know, man of the hour he is.
Energy. I think there's only word you need to say. That man has more energy than anyone. He doesn't have any caffeine. He says, oh, I don't ever drink any caffeine. I'm like,
just
yeah,
like that.
right. I know. He's just on pure adrenaline all the time. There he is at the back of the walkout. Stelios, our very own caster from the desk. We've got Subi on leading them out in front. And what a fantastic team. Taking their seat, pure confidence from the RAF Tempest.
Oh, look at that. You could say Stella's playing into the crowd a little bit there. And of course, Sam has been that final player of the lineup. Now, we're talking a little bit, maybe sleeper picks as a team here, aren't they, Pegasus?
They always are. There's something about the name RAF Tempest. They've had a few iterations. They've had to use substitutions on quite a lot of occasions, which is going to be useful for likes of Subi, who is going to be stepping in here, because I have seen him before play in these qualifiers. And about every single one, especially during the group stages, they get a win, but nobody predicts. Every single time. They've just got this dog mentality about them. Sure, it's all smiles when they're on the walkout, but it's business time when they're on the pitch.
It is business. As soon as his bums hit those seats, it's the game on. It is game on.
Well, I've got to ask, you know, a little bit of prediction here. We talk how this is very much a head versus heart game, isn't it? You know, head says Omnia looks like, you know, the victors already, but heart says, you know, Tempest, they could have it in them. I'm going to ask you both, you know, John, let's start with you. Head versus heart, who's taking the series?
I think Omnia will take the series, but I think Tempest will put up an epic fight. I think they're not going to go down easy. I reckon they could take one game of the series, but who knows? I think again, as you said, we've seen an underdog story, right?
Could happen. What about you, Sir Pegasus? Head versus heart?
First of all, most dynamic series could be a sweep, or it could be Game 7. This is going to be the biggest toss-up, but I'm going to put my heart in this. Come on. RAF Tempest, give it to me in 6. Best of 7. I want us to use those 6th and 7th games. So go on,
Exactly.
Game 6, let's go.
Exactly. Now, I think it's been, and we talked a bit about Omnia. Is there, for people maybe watching for the first time, a star quality to look out for? Is there a player? Is there something that they do specifically that makes you go, wow?
Well, we're actually going to be really lucky here that we've got the opportunity to have the cameras on these players. So you're going to see them stoic-faced, you're going to see them calm, and that is very much what you see in their gameplay as well. Their rotations are really clean. They like to play that bit of disruption. So as much as they're a team that likes to take control, they will steal it away from the opponents as well. They keep themselves in a really good rhythm, defensively rock solid. As well, if you're playing such a defensive play style at times, you have to be able to keep your head screwed on straight, especially when that crowd's right in front of you, that trophy's in the middle, and you're face-to-face with those opponents.
I mean, Jonah, you've got a history with Rocket League. If you were going up against them, is there a game plan, or is it, you know, we'll just see what happens, play it by ear, or, you know, what would you be doing if you were sat on the side of RF Tempest getting ready for this game?
Look, as I've always sort of done it in, you know, in other game titles as well, feel out the opponent, you know, in those first few minutes of those games, right? You got to feel out, see what their game plan is. You might get a bit of an inkling, and then you can formulate that plan afterwards, right? And I feel like for someone as Omnia, who broadcast a lot of their gameplay, you know, that might have put them at a disadvantage on the back foot today. You know, I hope Tempest have been studying, because, you know, that could pay them the advantage and maybe take them the win.
True. I mean, we've got to see if they have done their homework. But talking of homework, the scrims. Now, we wouldn't usually bring up scrims, but we've had some interesting results, I've heard. You know, do you want to tell me, you know, Vickers, you're already nodding at me. Tell me a little bit about why the scrims have been so interesting.
Oh, my face is beaming. I'm looking at any time Stelios is on screen, he's been locked in during those scrims. They've had a few good performances. I've heard they've even taken a win against Omnia. They've kept it close as well. And in the RAF Storm Shadows, I thought they were the best in the RAF. They've been taken down by the Tempests as well. They are locked in here in Stoke.
They are, and I believe we are locked in and ready for our games. And I can think of nobody better to kick us off. So I'm going to hand you over to our wonderful, wonderful casters.
Thank you so much, Affinity, Monsieur Relic, Monsieur Psycho, and I apologise for stealing the cliche. Can you do it on a cold, wet and windy day, I guess, in Stoke? Well, we're about to find out, Psycho. The journey begins here for Omnia and the RAF Tempests. Yeah, there's a je ne sais quoi about the Tempests, though. I really like this double sub wildcard feeling about them.
Absolutely. The RAF Tempests are coming in as sort of that underdog. They really have that presence about them, which everyone just seems to be absolutely in love with. And I think it is just the storytelling. RAF Tempests have had so many roster switches across time, and due to deployments, Stelios has had to step in for the big day. That is the voice of the BFBS Pro League throughout the qualifiers in the casting booth, and yet he has the talent to make an appearance on the pitch as well.
Who knows? He might make an appearance on the casting desk as well. We'll obviously see later on. But look, I'm going to give this guy his glaze. I know he's going to be super embarrassed, but I love this guy so much. He is so, what's the right word? He is so into everything that he does. I think passion in spades is honestly an understatement. But the great thing about Stelios is that he's got a lot of calm as well. He's a coach, of course, for a top 8 team in the world of Rocket League. And whether it's playing, whether it's coaching, I think that that's the sort of mentality that especially on a LAN setting, just unspeakable value.
Absolutely so, and Sames and Subi rounding out that lineup as well need to have some bit of an introduction as well. Sames absolutely known for his sort of confidence on the field. Very rarely makes any mistakes when it comes to his positioning, his rotations, his fundamentals absolutely locks in. And Subi, he just has that sort of presence about him of calm. And I really believe at a high stakes LAN environment such as this, that can be such a key factor.
Unfortunately, they're facing Omnia, who are absolutely the pundits' favourites. I think across the board, Omnia are the team that we're looking at. And we're straight into game number 1. No holding bar, no holding about. Best of 7 throughout the entirety of the day. That means 4 wins, and you're through to the next round.
Absolutely, and we're going to look for a quick start from the Tempest potentially as they try and mount a bit of early attacking pressure. Now, if we do look on the side of Omnia, you will see sort of that mechanical flair, that little bit of grit and determination early on shown quite quickly.
Yeah, Hammers hits the anvil. A lovely throw, though, over that defender, way up in the air from Minty. That's a really, I mean, it's such a deft skill, but it makes all the difference as off that backboard, it was harder to miss than to score.
Absolutely, and now RAF Tempest are kind of, well, potentially a bit starstruck. Omnia definitely, in many people's hearts, the favourites, even coming in as that 3rd seed. Now, was albeit joint on points, 74 apiece between Omnia and Resurgent, and at the moment they are proving their strengths.
Absolutely, no nerves from either of these teams, that much is for certain. Sames on the attack's going to miss that second touch. Allows the clearance for Omnia, though they don't get far. Really strong presence from Stelios. Was it a fake? Was it a double fake? Who knows anymore? The story's writing itself on our screens. That's going to be loose, and EO4 clears.
It's a banger of a ball downfield, but Stelios with 100 boosts to try and knock that around. Hammer Saints as he looks to loop that ball in field. Sames to give chase now in the corner, but stuffed away by Minty there.
Land buff, he says. Land buff. We will wait and see if that is to be decided, but I tell you what, that was decisive from EO4, immediately in on the challenge, and the Tempests are punished.
Yeah, and there's Subi looking in a little bit of disagreement potentially, and well, Ethan there, EO4 locked in as always. This player has just steely nerves, and throughout the qualifiers, I know Pegasus was mentioning a little bit of the ferocity that can come from this roster. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of that on the field today.
They got ferocity and they got the velocity and momentum behind them as well. 2-0, but still the lion's share of the game left to go. Another shot on target, well saved away. Here's Sam is looking to follow up, but Hammers with a deft touch. Stelios with the follow-up. A bit of a power play here from Samez. Double demo. Hammers on that backboard. Stelios going to navigate their way around him. Bumped out the way. Loose. Here's Samez not able to get over the top of Minty.
And Hammers with 0 boost is just going to have to let EO4 cut in front there. And Subi struggling to get out of defense all by themselves as Samez takes his time on the approach, calculates when it's best to make that dive, but it's looking dangerous here.
That's a nice touch from Samez. Subi off to the side. Is that the safety net? No, it's not, because lurking in the murky waters, it's Omnia Minty Fresh.
Well, I don't think he particularly liked you potentially disagreeing with the land, but there he is out the gates quite early. Top left shelf. Beautiful finish there.
Shut up, Mr. Commentator. 3-0, and we're not even at half-time. Mind you, perspective is everything, folks. It is game 1, potentially of 7, minimum 4. And so as much as this might be rough airs for the Tempests, who concede a 4th, it is very important to remember that there is a long, long way to go in this series.
Absolutely, and these sort of teething issues early on are very much the nature of what you expect at a LAN event. Especially familiarising yourself with a new setup, a new condition, a crowd, spotlights all around you. For the RAF Tempests, I'm sure they're going to grow into it.
Well, they are the wild cards for good reason. Sub-City, I've nicknamed them. 2 out of 3 in your roster. I mean, you are basically a pickup team at that point, even though all 3 of these players do know each other incredibly well by this point. 1 goal, any goal would be good. Stopping the goals also pretty good. And defensively, I don't think that the Tempests have been too bad, Psycho. I just think it's Omnia's oppressive aggression that's really paying off dividends.
Absolutely. I think it's just a little bit of caution in the wind for RAF Tempest at the moment. They're not really willing to pull the trigger on those sort of challenges in defence, and Omnia are just playing it around them.
At this point, is padding the stats. But with 2 minutes to go, Tempests, all they need is 1 goal, and we have seen crazier things happen. It's only the best start for them in the blue. Rocking a brand new logo as well, gotta say, loving the red panda. But the Tempests now looking to whip up a storm, but they keep on getting thrown right back to square one here. Omnia dominating the midfield.
That's a great touch as well off the backboard, and that sustained pressure is what makes Omnia so frightening. But they can also level up their game even more from that. They've got the demos, they've got the disruption. But when you can place a ball that well, it doesn't really matter. And
you know, I mean, seriously, their accuracy, their clinicalness in front of net has been absolutely incredible. For a game 1 at a LAN event, of which none of these players have participated in a LAN event before, that is so genuinely impressive. And it's going to take a lot of thinking back to the, you know, the blueprint sort of vibe for the Tempest. Another amazing pass, and you can hear this team just going at each other. Yes, that's an amazing pass, rightly so.
7-0, and they're still celebrating. That is unheard of in the game of Rocket League. Usually when you get to 4 goals, you think, you know what, I think this one's done and dusted. We can be cheerful, we can be happy, but let's get it over with. These boys, they want to make it 10.
So we made the Stoke reference. I think maybe a trip to South America in the offing, though, with the Brazil on the horizon, a 7-1. For those of you who are uninitiated, it's certainly, honestly, most people would look at Brazil's and say, I think for the Tempest, just the 1 goal, honestly, will at least be something to work with going forward. They've barely spent any time in this opponent D. Oh, and it's a misplay, unbelievable! Tempest on the board.
I'm not sure what to make of that one, but it's sure going to put a smile on the faces of the spectators. Not so much Hammers, Saints and Minty at the back there. I think they're going to have to shrug that one off, and I think forget about that one pretty quickly.
Okay, so you've achieved the Brazil. Now they're going to keep it. Something tells me neither of these teams want this this now, because the Tempest, it's a little bit of momentum, a mistake in the machine perhaps, a little bit of a glitch in the system, although look at this aerial presence, beautiful passing play! Oh, what a banger!
And that is by far the best play we've seen so far from either of these sides. And when you have that confidence in yourself and as his teammates, and you're throwing the ball left, right and centre, you can't really do much.
Psycho, the placement was absolutely unreal though. It was so good. Our good friend Danny Boy, who was also covering the qualifiers, would undoubtedly say, oh, but they hit the bar, they hit the post. No, that just makes it look more dramatic and more cool. And I'm here for the rule of cool. Certainly ice cold though, Omnia. Doesn't matter that they conceded, doesn't matter there was an own goal. They want more. They want a ninth, an amazing save to deny.
And Hammer Saints to filter the ball back in field towards Subi eventually. And as RAF Tempest have sort of discovered these teething issues early on, they're trying to restructure themselves, and they have sort of thwarted the damage in the second half of this game. The first 2 minutes, 30 seconds, give or take, was an absolute bloodbath.
Just seconds to play out then. Omnia looking ominous, looking omniscient. Still a long way to go. We really should re-emphasize that. But how about this for a first chapter in your book at the university at Staffordshire? 8-1, game 1, all Omnia.
Unbelievable performance from Omnia, and you can hear the support from the spectators. Plenty of Omnia's family actually have come to watch this event today, sitting around at the front, all smiles at the moment, and unsurprisingly, given that first performance.
All smiles behind the table. I'm interested to see what's, big discussions going on now in the Tempest. I think Stelios, of course, assuming that leadership position. Quite frankly, with that sort of a blowout in game 1, the objective for game 2 almost writes itself. Don't concede, or at least don't try to concede as much, because by the time that they did get a goal on the boards, they were well out the game.
Absolutely, and we can see a highlight package of that previous game, courtesy of our wonderful replay operators here with the Epic Land team. And it really was just a tale of one side, and that was Omnia. Devastating attack, and they just have that nature about them.
Really impressed, genuinely so impressed. Going from online to offline, it is a big leap to make, but they have the momentum from offline with them. Of course, as Sir Pegasus was talking about, winning Qualifier 7 and Qualifier 8. To be fair, their record before that, not too shabby at all. And so I think really taking advantage of the fact that Tempest, honestly, still learning to play with each other. Psycho, we head to Forbidden Temple for game number 2.
And this might be the most important game in RAF Tempest's series, because of course if they do go on to lose this matchup, well, best of 7s can be a slog from a deficit of 2 games, and honestly they're going to want to sort out those sort of early issues. That's a shot towards the top shelf. Hammer Saints, we've talked all in that first game about that placement, and here it is again.
The Tempest had every shelf covered except the top one. Genuinely, shot placement has been absurdly good. You're almost expecting them to miss now rather than hit the target, because they've been so maniacally strong with their shot placement. EO4 playing with his food in front of net. There we go. There's your miss, but there's the follow-up. The team play is so in sync right now.
Brilliant save though from RAF Tempest, and they're going to have to force a way out of the defence. Subi to give chase, but Samis in the corner with 100 boost to their name. That's something they've rarely had the ability to say so far, and really establishing that control from the back to play forwards is so crucial.
Samas has to play gatekeeper here and does really well, actually. Takes advantage of the miss. But look at EO4 not lacking confidence in himself to go backwards, to play the possession game. Certainly looking a heck of a lot better for the RAF Tempests here, who have not conceded 3 within the first minute, so we're already looking a little bit better, but they're now going to be looking to try and find those offensive transitions, Psycho, to try and manufacture, well, their actual proper very first goal without needing the assistance of the blue team.
Absolutely so, and I think it's just a case of you got to have some sort of numbers downfield to follow up on touches, and at the moment RAF Tempests, in their efforts to solidify that defence, are very much cowering back. You can see that sort of conga line of a rotation at the moment as Subi backwards for the touches. I've done a pretty good job given that circumstance.
Oh, Hammer's going for the nope, not going for the Doomsday. In fact, it was a complete leave off to that player on the ground who had the surefire shot confirmed.
Yeah, the RAF Storm Shadows at the front left of the stage, very much looking on with a smile on their faces, but I think they know RF Tempest have something more to give.
They undoubtedly do. It's whether they can find the keys in time, Psycho. Have a jangle around in the pockets and see what you can find. Maybe a couple more tricks up the sleeve here. Not able to get past the front line of Minty. Onto the backboard, almost on target itself. Hammers was waiting. Here's the second shot. That's off the bar as well. Third time's a charm! Indeed it is. The 0-4, 3-0.
Brilliant finish. Top right again. How often are we going to say that? It is pretty disgusting how often they are able to convert off of these opportunities. If we end up with Omnia as a potential finalist, I'm sure we'll be seeing one of these players as the highest scorer, the highest assister, top goal participation, you name it, all the stats in their favour.
Just keep on hitting C in the 4-answer questionnaire, and you should come out with a decent score. That's what I was always taught. Please don't try that at home, by the way, folks. Omnia, though, it feels like they are at home, to be honest. They're very much at home in this LAN environment, although there have been a couple better looks and I think just overall general play from Tempests. Right now, it feels like Omnia is almost kind of shifted down a gear because they are in so much controlled possession.
Absolutely, and a player such as Stelios on this RAF Tempest side, he knows what it's going to take to make change. Of course, coming in with that extensive coaching background, an RLCS wildcard top 8 finish to his name, and also a sports psychology background too, you couldn't really ask for more in terms of a chance of coming back and being that leadership figure, but at the moment, still a little bit hesitant.
2 minutes left. And the flow has been stemmed. I spoke too soon. As soon as I was saying it, as soon as I was saying it, it was bound to happen.
Yeah, that's a lovely infield pass from EO4.
It's a great pass.
In fact, all of the defenders were just waiting in suspense. They were pretty sure EO4 had absolutely no boost in the tank, and yet that ball still came across.
Oh, RAF Tempests, woe is thee. Looking for another goal, but is it too late already? Poet, and I didn't know it, Psycho.
I would try and add to that, but I'm really bad at poetry. That's a lovely backboard double attempt from Minty. Didn't find it that time around, but honestly, I'm going to have to start thinking of some ways to sing our praise to Omnia, or maybe poetry is the way to go.
Just looking at formation, they're a little bit late to these challenges. They're not finding the clearances as strong as they would like. If they are strong, they tend to go sideways rather than forward. And even when it is forward, Omnia's rotations are really well balanced. There's always an anchor back there ready to head up to the skies. More wonderful passing plays, a deft touch from Minty all the way. Oh!
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Look at all of that space Minty had to play with in the midfield as well. The infield pass struck true, and Minty, he is synonymous with those controlling plays. Loves an air dribble, loves a flip reset, loves all of that close play, and if you give him an inch, he's gonna take a mile.
I'm falling in love with this team, Psycho. Oh my word! I mean, we're just farming for highlights at this point.
Oh my goodness. The flip reset off to the backboard and the follow through true. I mean, it's just disgusting how frequently they can pull this sort of stuff off. I'm jealous.
Minty is locked in. And the Tempests, well, they're locked out. They're now looking underneath the couch cushion. Where are the keys to this goal? Because we're really struggling right now. And Omnia, anything but. Here comes Hammer again. Another drop down, this time goes wide.
Minty to the backboard, he's going to try and, well, sort of do a reverse little flick to the midfield. Doesn't connect that time around, and Stelios is going to give chase. I want to see a bit more optimism in the play and a bit of disruption. That's a demo from Stelios, but Minty with another controlling play and a flip reset solo play from a mile away.
Just waiting for that moment to activate the jump. You can see them grabbing it there, the reset, and into the shot that finds its mark. We are starting to run out of superlatives for this team, Psycho. It's not that the Tempests are that bad. Omnia are genuinely just that good.
I'm slightly terrified.
Me too.
I'll be honest, if they do make their way through to a semi-finals, I wouldn't be surprised if that was as much of a bloodbath as well. They might be looking towards Resurgence to come in a semi-final matchup, or a Sparrowhawks potentially so as well. It's going to be difficult for them, but they're making every chance looking...
Well, we were talking about stemming the flow, we were talking about not conceding more goals. Well, guess what, Psycho? Omnia have just bettered their Game 1 scoreline from an 8-1 to an 8-0, 2-0 in the series. This is one-way traffic. Tempests have to find something, as we understand that there is a timeout call for the Tempests. I think they had to.
Yeah, I think if there's a time to do it, it is now. And you see that sort of leadership figure in Stelios, who's actually coming in as the substitute to this roster, giving his words of wisdom, and of course he's experienced play at the absolute highest level. We look towards players he's coached in the past, Cash, Pluvo, Grammar, the likes of which absolutely at the top level. And at the moment, they're trying to shake themselves back up.
Historically speaking, in terms of this season, when you just look at the names, Omnia, Tempests, the record's actually been pretty close. 2-1 in favor of Omnia. The first series, the first encounter between these two sides, the original version of the Tempests, that was in Qualifier 2, where they actually walked out 3-1 winners. But then Omnia with a 3-0 response in Q4, a 3-2 in Q7. It feels like sweep territory for the moment, but where should the Tempests look first? Because I think it was so overwhelmingly dominant for Omnia, Psycho, that that's honestly the hardest step, is finding which piece of the puzzle to find first.
Yeah, and I think it all stems from just having that self-belief and that confidence. And at the moment, as much as it pains me to say it, the RAF Tempests don't have a reason yet to really believe. Those are two massive scorelines we've just seen.
Yeah.
And honestly, they need to start playing with positivity. I want to see numbers downfield. I want to see demos. I want to see disruption. And I want that to be leading the charge for them.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I would not want to be in Stelios' shoes. I'll say that much. It is a really tough look. I mean, when we consider both games now back-to-back, 16-1 total. And whether it's, I mean, honestly, there's a part of me, Psycho, and maybe it's a naive diamond level player side of me, but it's a side that I want to share nonetheless. Maybe just throw the kitchen sink at it. Doesn't matter. I mean, if you're already conceding 8 goals per game, you might as well try and do anything offensively speaking, whether it's those disruptions, those demos, those bumps, whether it's having someone flying upfield as a passing option even, to maybe just try and manufacture a goal to offset, or to not offset them, but to unsettle Omnia in some way.
And we're going to see whether or not that team talk has made the difference. It's an early kickoff in favour of Stelios to that back right. He's going to fling himself forward, and you reference how important it might be to throw in that kitchen sink. And honestly, I couldn't agree more with you. They have to get creative with the play. That might be the way to start something new.
It's what Omnia are doing. Every time the Tempest try to clear, there's one Omnia player looking to disrupt. Oh, that is a missed pass though. Oh, hello!
Hello, Subi. Good morning. I'm not sure we were expecting that to be the way you converted, as that was nicely teed up, put on a golf tee, and drove home for the Tempests.
8-1, 8-0. The first lead of the series for the Tempests. Unfortunately, Psycho, it came in the first 30 seconds of the game, so there is plenty more to do. And if the Hornet's nest wasn't rattled, then it most certainly has now. Omnia swarming around this orange goal, but that shot on target will be denied, kept up high. Stelios is going to go onto that backboard. What can Minty do? No flip reset. There's EO4. No bicycle kick. Goes straight up rather than forward, and that was a misplay from Hammers too. Here's Minty on the return. That's going to hit the backboard again. Omnia run out of boost. They've got to go back for more.
Bizarre play from Omnia there, and the first sort of real signs of big mistakes we've seen. But as you said, that early goal might have just been a thorn in their side, and they can easily pluck that away and move on.
And this is what I mean by difficulty of clearance. Subi in a really unenviable position. Both of his teammates have gone up to the midfield line to find boosts for themselves because they've extracted so much on that defensive push. And because the clearance isn't strong enough to the side, it means it just needs one follow-up to find the back of the net. And much like London buses Psycho, when one comes along, often a second isn't too far behind.
And I love how Hammer Saints is given a little bit of a nod to a certain team who you might remember from the Leon Major. Wildcard was the team coming from Oceania, and they decorated their cars as bizarrely as humanly possible to off-put the opposition. And, you know, I love to see a little bit of a change-up here and there.
It's... There's a stench of complacency about it, though. The wildcard position, I totally understand, because that was well, we're probably going to lose anyway. Omnia are firmly establishing themselves now as the team, and so I just want to make sure that they keep themselves humble. I mean, certainly they've done a great job on paper and in practice in overturning this 1-0 lead for the Tempests, converting it into a 3-1 lead for themselves, back to back off kickoffs. Still more to do, though. Still more goals to find.
Sames off to that right-hand side. Going to follow up central. Minty's going to try and dash that one off to the backboard, and Subi can't disrupt it in time. It's off just near that right side post. There's surely another shot to come swimming here. It's a fake on that defence, but can get it through.
Oh, lovely footwork, wheel work. We'll go with wheel work from Stelios. With no boost, being able to go into the opposition half, but there's no follow-up challenge, so EO4 not able to get away scot-free. Actually, there is Subi to move in, the third man, at least piling on the pressure momentarily from a Tempest perspective. Decent clearance here from Subi as they head to the halfway line, but Minty with full boost actually misses his touch, but steals the 100 in his own corner just in the nick of time. Sames on target, big save from Hammers.
Excellent shot and great placement it was from Sames. But the defence from Omnia is definitely there. I believe when we were speaking to the players briefly about some history, Hammer Saints referenced himself as a goalkeeper back in history, and honestly that really does sort of spring true in terms of his presence on the pitch too.
There's not been much goaltending to be done, though, is there? And that was actually a very nice go-ahead bump play that the Tempests were able to navigate their way through. Performance-wise, game upon game, I know that obviously it was a worse scoreline for game number 2 for the Tempest, but I think all around it was a better look, Psycho. And again, they're taking that step up. I mean, goodness, they've scored their actual first bona fide goal of their own volition. 2 minutes left. This one ain't over.
Yeah, it's absolutely not. There's plenty of time left. Just try and get yourself flying on downfield. Stelios doesn't make any contact there, but Subi is there to provide pressure. Forces the touch from EO4, but Minty swarming the back lines with that bump opportunity, and it opened up a world of space for Hammers.
And it's a good thing that we can see boosts nowadays, because you can see Sames wasn't only just hindered by Minty, but they'd run out of a lot of their boost as well, and so figuring out when to utilize it to close the gap as optimally as possible, that's far too many calculations that you're having to make in a split second.
Absolutely so, and it's such a complex game, this, and it's so difficult to recognise those sort of imperfections in play and the things you might need to add and adapt to, but that is what makes these teams, you know, part of this Pro League finals. It's been stiff competition throughout, and at the moment, Omnia are just trying to solidify themselves as those favourites.
Do I hear a choo-choo? Because they are well and truly back on track. Again, Stelios lacking the boost to confidently make readjustments once they were up in the air. 5-1, less than 90 seconds left on the clock. If Tempests are to make something of this game, nay, this series, it really does feel like they need a goal very imminently.
Minty on that right-hand side, I think you're absolutely right. They need something now, because as much as on the desk we were talking about how the RAF Tempests, they have our hearts. They're going to need more than that. They need the mental game too. And in the hearts and minds of RAF Tempests, it's going to feel deflated. It's going to feel as if they've been punished for this last 15 minutes.
They're baiting them out here, Omnia. The RAF Tempests suckered into challenges Omnia so well set up on this midfield line, and literally like casting a net, waiting to catch that proverbial fish. And they eat the goals for supper, although Tempests, defensively speaking, they have been a little bit more on it. They've been meeting a lot more of the shots, honestly. But the manpower is just irresistible. Minty with number 6.
And just look at the numbers advantage the way of Omnia as well. They had 3 players in a relatively good position to keep that attack going, and that was after commit after commit after commit, and it's all stemming from that sort of boost advantage and those quick, snappy rotations, just so hard to best.
Well, it's a big old aerial fight there. Samez walking away with a demo, but Tempest's not walking away with the ball. Every challenge seems to go against them. It's a huge credit to Omnia. Their 1v1s have been immaculate for the most part. Tempests do close the scoreline then this time around, 6-1. But 5 goals is still a mighty gap, Psycho. The 4th win seems inevitable.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to do my best to get the maths right. I think that's 21-2 in terms of goals either direction. That is a monumental difference established now from Omnia, the likes of which I don't think we've seen from them in recent history. We look towards qualifier 7 and 8 where they did outright win. I believe it was qualifier 8. They did manage a sweep in the finals, so we know they're capable of just leaning into that momentum and running with it. But this, it's just the start for them.
It's the start of the day. But unfortunately, the Tempests are their breakfast, it seems like. And boy, is it a hearty breakfast indeed, because especially when you're starting off these days where there are a lot of ifs and buts, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. There's sometimes, obviously, you've got like the various pauses that teams can call. Sometimes you get tech pauses as well. There are things that are out of your hand. And so to have such a confident start, to be putting, again, 22 goals in 3 games, over 7 per game, that is outrageous. And it means that as long as they keep their heads, as long as they don't get ahead of themselves, Psycho, it bodes incredibly well later on down the bracket.
Absolutely, and I think you referenced earlier how important it is to remain humble.
Yes.
Grounded in these sorts of situations. Now, just for a bit of fun, I'm going to reference a little prediction bracket we gave to the players themselves.
Oh, yeah?
I believe all of the Omnia players reference themselves as being the winners and themselves as the potential MVPs for top scorer, for top goal participation, and everything else under the sun. I think they believe and have reason to.
It's a champion's mentality, Psycho. But obviously there's still a lot of this day still to play out. The Tempests, they all, we talk about the wild card. I think often, especially as commentators, we talk about our heart. We hope that something magical happens. But sometimes the magic just doesn't get going. Another early goal here for Omnia, and the Tempests have it all to do.
It's going to be tough, but there is still time. 4 minutes of play, and Pegasus was mentioning on the desk, every single time the RAF Tempest step into a qualifier, they have some sort of a result or a comeback that shocks everyone. And at the moment, Subi darting into that offensive territory. Samez is going to be up next to try and lob that ball downfield.
Oh, I like the idea. Subi picking up the ball, but can't quite corral it underneath their control. That's a shot on target. We have a tie game.
Samez is here to pack a punch. The man in your centre of your screens looking on as if he doesn't actually know what just happened. I think that was one of the best shots he could have possibly put towards that net.
2 games in a row and 2 actual genuine goals from the RAF Tempests. Next one on the quest board. Can you find a second? Still 4 minutes to go. That's a great challenge. And Stelios, it couldn't quite fall on it either. Both players missing their opportunities, and Omnia won't allow them to have many more of those.
But that is the optimism I've been looking for, Relic. I want to see more of it. There's the double commit forwards. Usually I'd look at that and I would wince, but right now I'm all smiles for it. They need to have that grit, and here comes Stelios in field. Samez to chauffeur that ball across to the left-hand side, and Hammers Saints beaten out by Samez.
Very proactive. Buys themselves a lot of space as they head downfield. More from Subi, handled by EO4. Samez with the lift forces Hammers up high. That's a big clearance. Stelios looking to recycle, but Subi decided to rotate back. Minty's not able to quite get it himself, but has so much time to turn around and fire off the shot. That's going to be escorted wide. On target, surely from EO4. No! Hits the post!
That's the first time we've seen EO4 not connect with the very roof of the net. And here comes Minty, though, with that flip reset in the hands. Samez firmly poised at the back.
This should be Stelios' to clear. Double commit. It's a loose ball. There's Hammers chooses safety rather than Valor. EO4 now. That's heading again towards the D, but Minty not willing to commit. Look, low boost. Steals away the 100. Here's EO4 now. Lurking the Tempest. Dispossess. Hammers with a simple shot. Oh no, that's a miss from defense. Open net. Oh, it's tragedy.
It is absolute heartbreak. And that one commit has just broken down 2 minutes and 30 seconds worth, give or take, of pure momentum for the Tempests. They have so much to build back.
Still a one-goal game, though. We couldn't say that at this time in any other game during this series. Big demo! Not able to bump that final defender out the way. A really strong individual play from Hammers. Stelios runs out of boost. There's Hammers again. That front line threat for Omnia, starting every counter-attack with aplomb. Here he is again. Man of the moment right now, the lift towards net. Wins that challenge on target and thrown wide by Stelios.
Claps in the crowd for that one. It was necessary. And Samez to push forward. Stelios on that right-hand flank. Perhaps the defence a little bit more to question about. But EO4 certainly does have a lot of space here to dart downfield. Hammers Saints up to the ceiling now, but no boost to do anything with it. And at the moment, RAF Tempest have the boost. A little bit structured for that counter-attack.
It's a bit of tied shoelaces right now. The Tempests struggling to find where their best rotations lie. Hammers. It's a nice challenge from Stelios. Subi first on the scene, but gives it away to EO4. Full boost tank. Bumped out the way. Stelios wasn't able to quite generate enough power to really threaten with the infield pass. Minty over him. Samez with the second challenge. Oh my word! Tactical play!
This is genius! You asked for the kitchen sink. Samez is here to deliver. He's turned the taps on full blast, and well, Omnia have dealt with a splashback.
Slowly. Oh, so ever slowly, but surely the RAF Tempest getting better and better with every game. They have to make this save. That's directly up 90 degrees. Stelios, though, wonderful air carry. This on target off the pot. Oh my word, what a save! Samez heroics.
And it's just moments like these that give you hope. RAF Tempest, we dearly want you to deliver. It's yet another big press into the corner. That ball looping dangerously across the goal mouth, and very limited boost, dare I say, to Omnia right now.
The first real question marks over this Omnia roster that we've seen all day, put to bed by Minty.
Shut down, dead as a doornail. RAF Tempests. 44 seconds, give or take, I think, Relic. Do you think they've got something left?
They better do. Well, they're heading out this competition on the back of a 4-0 sweep. I really don't think there's any dishonour in that, though. This Omnia roster really is something different. Minty trying the impossible angle. That's past Hammers, though. Oh, Samez misses a crucial touch. The demo onto EO4 is going to stop the counter, however. Stelios looking for another demo. They got the bump infield, but not able to find that final man. Samez sent back to square one.
And you almost wish as if RAF Tempest just had a couple of extra games, but it's a best of 7. They've had long enough already, and unfortunately it's a little too late. Unless this can be a chance for Subi. Infield towards Stelios. He's poked at it towards the left-hand post. Hammers Saints there to deliver that save as Minty now with one final hurrah. Surely it's done and dusted.
It doesn't end until it hits the ground. It does now. 4-0 sweep. omnipresent Omnia. For the Tempests, well, the storm has subsided, but I have to say, that final game was their best look by far. Yes, okay, you're out the competition on a 4-0 sweep, but at least that final game, you were able to show, in difficult circumstances, Psycho, exactly who you are in this Rocket League field.
Absolutely, and we saw the adaptations that they crucially made in that final game, which gave them that glimpse of hope. It was that sort of spirited nature of just, let's go for it, throw everything into the play and see what happens. And honestly, Sammez, I thought, made such a difference in those final 2 games.
Yeah.
Brilliant saves on his own goal line, great discipline, but at the same time had the grit. But Omnia, I mean, we've sang their praise all series, really. We're laughing, that's how good they are.
They are extraordinarily good, and I would have said, usually in any other circumstances, easily with the goal of the game. Wonderful infield passes, lovely shots on target. I'm sorry, pinch play passes or pinch play goals, they are mine. I love them dearly, and so on that occasion, the Tempests do walk out with the goal of the series, potentially the goal of the tournament. But I wonder whether the desk agrees or disagrees. He's been Psycho, I've been Radic. We'll see you a little bit later. Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much, and what a game to kick us off there. Not quite what we were expecting, I think, but, you know, opening thoughts. The confidence from Omnia through the roof. We doubted them a little bit. We had some questions, but they put that to rest. So, Pegasus, tell me, the confidence was brimming. How was that manifesting?
Sorry, whose first LAN series was that out of the 2 teams? I mean, I don't think I could tell. By the end of it, Omnia looked so calm, and I'm seeing the car changes as well coming out a little bit later in the game there from Hammershades. That exuberates confidence. It was only 2-0. They didn't even have match point available. It's a best of 7, not a best of 5, guys. We see him using those weird toothy wheels, a little bit of a topper, which did end up becoming a recurring character for the rest of the series. And then game 4, you've had such a good time with the Octane hitbox. Why not do the same with a Dominus? I mean, why not? Why not?
Although clearly 1 goal conceded and it's time to change things up for Omnia. So I don't know. I mean, they put up a good fight though, Tempests. I mean, especially in that last game, you know, we were looking, we were sat on the edge of our seats and we were like, oh, we might get another game in there. But no, even if you just look here, the play from Minty as well. I mean, incredible throughout the series. You know, completely domination performance from Minty and both Hammershades. EO4 perhaps sitting back, watching his teammates, giving that little bit of advice where needed. You know, most experienced person on that team, but as you see there, he does put his fair share in.
Yeah, and now I did want to ask about that. You said a couple of goals conceded. That last game, we had questions about, you know, is there going to be a 5th? But were there any silver linings that you can highlight? Regardless of how thin those silver linings are, were there some moments you're like, actually, you know what? Got to give credit where it's due.
Well, we're going to look at that final team pinch, of course. It's kind of stolen all of our hearts here. So many fantastic goals scored from Omnia. You've got a whole batch to pick from. I feel like that one's definitely going to steal the highlights here. But if you're looking for silver linings, I mean, it's that final result overall. It's the fact that things were improving if time went on. It did feel like in those early games, they weren't fearing the free players on the other side of the pitch. They were fearing some kind of higher power. They were playing in a way that you would never do. You see a player there run out of boost, still looking to chase that ball, and Tempest still think they're beaten. It doesn't matter who's behind that goal. It doesn't matter if it's, you know, Cash of Storm Shadows in that position. He's not reaching that ball, guys. You've just got to go. But when it was time to go, where was that control we were looking for? That's what the characteristics of that team were. They're controlled, they communicate, they rotate well, they pass beautifully. Wasn't there in the early stages, and those signs were just a bit too late. It's always that conversation of, well, if you started game 1 like you did in game 4, this could have been a different story. This is single elimination. You don't get that luxury.
And look, we saw Stelios, you know, having a bit of a team talk during that tactical pause, right? I wonder what he was saying. I mean, I'm sure he'll tell us after. You know, maybe he was reassuring his team. You know, bring that mental coach aspect in. You know, trying to reassure them that, you know, it's not all down the dumps, and that they can bring it back. And we saw towards the end that there was that tempo slowly building up, but maybe they just weren't warmed up enough. and sort of needs to settle into this competition.
Exactly. I will be curious to see if, an opening match that's such a sweep, if that's, the setup that you're wanting for Omnia, if they were wanting a little bit more of a challenge to get the friction going, get everything rolling. But if I was to ask you guys, I'll start with you, Jonah. MVP of the match. Was there a player that really stood out that you were just like, you know what? If I had to give one person the crown, that's who stole the series?
It's got to be Minty, I think. I mean, Minty put on an excellent performance. His control in the air, and even his playing off his teammates, you can't compare it, really. Excellent performance from Minty.
Now, we have an interview ready for you guys, so we're going to pass you back over to the arena to get all of the inside scoop.
Thanks, Lena. Yeah, incredible way to kick off today's proceedings. A clean sweep for Omnia, an amazing performance. And alongside me, I'm delighted to say I have EO4 team captain. That was absolutely brilliant. How do you put that into words?
I don't know, to be honest. I think we just went into that with a positive mindset from the get-go. I wouldn't say we're assuming a win, but we're definitely thinking it was going to be a bit more of a challenge. But it was good to play, and I feel like we're definitely dominated, and we've definitely showed that we've got the will to win this, 100%.
Well, certainly in the last game, things weren't quite as easy for you as they were in the previous 3. But maybe that's, of course, what you want at this stage, just a bit more resistance and looking ahead to what might come up against next.
Yeah, I think in the last game, we started to be a bit less aggressive, and I think that's why we conceded a lot more goals. And I think Hammer decided to choose the Dominus of the last car, so he decided to change his car last minute. But apart from that, we still got the win, so it's all positive. But we shouldn't have conceded as many goals as we did. But,
well, I know you've been building ahead to this for quite a long time. And what's it like to be here now on LAN? Not quite your own setups here, but with the crowd and that atmosphere building, especially as we heard towards the end when Tempest were beginning to get some goals?
I think it's definitely a completely different aspect to what everybody else says. LAN's a completely different ball game to playing at home or playing tournaments just from your home setup. It's definitely much different, but in terms of setups, it's much better and it feels much smoother. And I feel when we've been on these PCs, we've played amazing. We've played on other PCs in the college and we've felt really smooth, and as a team we've felt connected a lot. So we're just going to practice more and keep going into the next game with a positive mindset and hopefully win that one as well.
We mentioned your team. We heard MVP Minty and his performance that we saw just now. Just a word on him?
Yeah, Minty's definitely the best in our team. We've both said that, me and Hammer, multiple times, but he's got the mechanics and he's just got a very smart mind into the game, and his touches and his fakes. He's just very good at everything, and his communication as well, especially. He calls everything, so it's very useful to have a player like that.
And nice to kick things off straight away. You've got a bit of a break now before you play next. That's maybe the way you wanted it, I suppose?
Yeah, I feel we definitely wanted to win this, and then we've got a long break after this, which we can build up to that and get in the mindset, because the semi-finals we're definitely expecting a bit more of a harder game and a lot more of a challenge. So I think the plan's now just to go and practice as much as we can, chillax a bit maybe, stay hydrated, and move on to the next game.
And a word on the quality of this tournament. We see all the other teams there. It's whoever's going to win it, going to have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of good teams and a lot of good opponents in this. So we're definitely not scared, but there's obviously some opponents that we are wary of. But we know that we've got the confidence, and we know we're going to win grand finals. So we've got the confidence.
Brilliant to hear about the confidence, and all the very best in the next round. Fantastic to have you with me as well. Thank you very much, EO4. Good luck. We just about caught our breath ahead of the next quarter-final. We're going to take a very, very quick break, but don't go anywhere because the action will be straight up in just a moment.
I'm Dan Penter.
My name is Mark Langton.
I'm Peter.
My name is Staff Sergeant Richie Rees. My gamer tag is Chief Lid.
Gamer tag is Pete P Gaming.
My gamer tag I play under is SG_Reaper.
My gamer tag is Max Chat. I think the thing I'm looking forward to most as part of the UVG is actually meeting new people. There's a lot of veterans out there who haven't been connected to gaming.
Meeting fellow veterans and playing with fellow veterans, that's what I'm looking forward to do.
So just staying part of a community. So when I was in the RAF, I was part of the RAF esports, so we did a few meetups during that. I'm looking forward to keeping that going with the veterans and expanding it, talking to the other services, which I didn't really do too much of.
We've started with a core of about 60 people that some of us knew, and as it grows, every week new people turn up, and I love meeting new people and getting to know them and gaming with them.
The thing with veterans is we understand each other.
I'm looking forward to being part of UVG because for me, as still serving in the British Army at the moment, is setting that stepping stone for individuals who do eventually leave the services, and looking forward to what UVG can offer them as a gamer, if they are a gamer, or even if they're not a gamer. It's just the community that is offered to them from UVG, where, you know, as a serving soldier, you know, taking that transition into civilian industry is quite hard. So for them, having that community where you got ex-servicemen, ex-service women, for them, they can then look at those communities, and it'll be hopefully make that transition easier for them.
I think the biggest thing that UVG will do for the veterans gaming community is to connect veterans through gaming.
Speaking with other veterans, that's the main thing veterans need to speak. We have a very thing that I am the big man and I can handle it, but we speak to each other. That's going to help our mental health.
See, I think UVG can offer a lot for veteran gamers.
But it's going to bring a lot of people who haven't really got that online social aspect. Through a lot of mental health stuff I've been through and done, and I think that's going to be a massive thing for a lot of people who don't have no one to talk to.
It's not just all about bringing gamers together. It's the events that can go on. They can bring a lot of the veteran community together, which gives them opportunity not just to sit in their homes. They can come out, meet each other, you know, put a face to a name.
Finding this group of people who can understand what they've gone through, understand how they talk, is going to be a massive thing.
For anyone wanting to get involved in UVG, you can find us on Discord, UK Veterans GG, and if you look on any other social media, we're there on UK Veterans GG, be that TikTok or Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, we're there, and our links to Discord are in all those channels as well.
One thing I'll always remember about BFBS is...
Welcome back, everybody. We've had a little bit of a break, but we are ready and raring to go with our next series. Now, first one, little bit of a wipeout, but I think this one we've got a little bit more to talk about and to dig our teeth into. But we've had a little bit of a roster shuffle of our own on the analyst desk. So you know what? I'll let you introduce yourself. People may have been familiar if they were watching the first game. Now, the one and only, go on, give us words.
Hello, I'm Stelios, played for the RAF Tempest today, and heading up alongside Cedric from Storm Shadows, the RAF Rocket League community.
Now, first of all, quick one, condolences, of course.
Thank
you feeling okay? Everything going good? Ready for casting?
Yeah, good. I mean, it's something that you just got to shrug off the shoulder. We had a great time on stage. It's a really good atmosphere out there. The energy from the crowd is really, really cool. So it's one of those things where we planned to do our best, which we did. We made a fight of it in Game 4, at least. The first few games were a bit of a hit and miss for us. But we had a good time. And again, congratulations to Omnia. They're a great team, and in my opinion, one of the favourites to win.
Yeah, and you warmed up, got your brain in the Rocket League mood as well. But let's talk a little bit about this coming matchup, Resurgent versus the Sparrowhawks. Now, both of these teams, we've had some interesting conversations in the green room talking before this. So let's have a little bit of a look at the schedule so far, Omnia versus RF Tempest. Now, second qualification, going into this, just general predictions. Resurgent Sparrowhawks, where do the thoughts lie? What do the people think? What do the pundits think? Big, do you want to start us off? You know, where would you as an analyst say this is going? And where would you as a fanatic say this is going?
Resurgence are definitely going to be the favourite team in this matchup. They've got that bit of history. Of course, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy ride, which is why I think for many people, even still analysing this team, they're going to have their difficulties. They were able to win Qualifier 2, came second in Qualifier 1, came second in the most recent one to Omnia. But there was a roster change in there as well. Crim Killer leaving to join this roster, actually leaving Omnia to do so. An org which, by the way, he owns. But there is a rivalry there still when they play, and that is potentially the next matchup if they go on and win this. For me, they're the clear favourites.
So you seem like you want to say something about that.
Well, it's just I just found the whole the roster switch is funny. It worked out well, and there was a lot of rivalry, shall we say, in the chats and the qualifiers. But it all makes an adds to the environment, the competition level that's been created here. It's brilliant, and it's all part of the fun. But in terms of the fixture, of course, Sparrowhawks, wow, they're a great side, and they are our our sister service, the Army, and I know them well. I know Fezzi well. Staff Sergeant Matthew Fender, very, very good player, lovely guy as well. He's worked very hard actually to build Army Rocket League this year. They've had a massive improvement, and to bring a side like the Sparrowhawks, who on paper, they're not the highest of MMR, but really they've done so well to get here, and they've been consistent with their results. So I think today in this next series, I reckon they might spring a surprise.
We actually mentioned a little bit about a potential scrim yesterday that went their way, and that they feel a little bit confident coming into this, perhaps, which is really exciting to see. But, Resurgence, they had an incredible show in the qualifiers. We said maybe, big start, big finish, dipped a little bit in the middle, which when we're in a single elimination could raise some questions. But was there anything you noticed in the qualifiers, or was it just they stormed, they dominated?
They definitely had those moments where they did dominate. So you have those times where they play against those top teams and they do truly feel like they can match up to them. But it's about going all the way. And when you're in a best of 7, especially, that's when it's required at its maximum value. When those lights are on your face, your opponents are right there alongside you. I mean, you can actually give us an insight. How does that feel, having your opponents right next to you?
It's an odd sensation. You play online qualifiers, and as you'll know yourself, it's an entirely different ballgame. You're in the comfort of your own home. You have your own setup. So you're very familiar with everything that's going on, and you control a lot of the variables. Whereas here, like you said, you have the lights, you have sound crews and a crowd, and you have all sorts to worry about, even down to echo going into your ears on stage when from the crowd, and it can at times be quite distracting. So you need to be very mentally able and strong to bypass those variables, remain in control. So yeah, it's very difficult. But for your opponents being next to you as well, depends how they are, right? I mean, I can tell you in the practice rooms over the last day or so, a certain BOB have been very, very loud in their preparation and their scrims because they are simply passionate. It can impact the team on the other side of the stage if you are loud and celebrating every goal. It can really get to the other team.
That's always exciting to see. But if we look at these two teams, mental fortitude, we were talking a little bit. One of these teams seems very cool, calm, and collected. Can you give us a little bit of an insight as to, potentially thoughts on the attitude of these two teams? Because we talked about how there can be that real hype. We've also talked about a lot of level-headedness. Now, where are these teams sitting on that scale?
Well, I can answer that one for you because I know them both very well. I'll go with the Sparrowhawks first. They are a team that they love it. They're happy to be here. They worked hard to get here through very consistent showings, and their attitude towards this event has always been, we're going to go out and have a great time, give it our best, similar to the RAF Tempest, I can tell you, because that was also a similar attitude that we had. So they're gonna play with full, they don't care. They're going to play their best and enjoy the moment. Whereas from what I've seen, Pig, and maybe you'll agree or disagree with this, what I've seen around the practice rooms from Resurgence has been almost the opposite. A picture of coldness and relaxation, and maybe that's their game. Maybe they are just that undisturbed by the variables that we spoke about before.
I mean, when we were looking in the cameras, actually, of that last series, I don't know if you ever got the opportunity to rewind the stream a little bit. I'm not sure you'd want to.
Yeah.
Of course, it's a little bit recent. It's a little bit recent. But the likes of Mincy especially was stone cold the entire time. Even when he was scoring fantastic goals. We spoke a little bit about it, didn't we, here in the studio? Completely flat-faced, locked in, ready to just play that next kickoff. And that's the kind of attitude that all three of those Resurgence players are going to be able to lock down here on LAN. And that seems to be the winning formula, apparently. And we can see if that can happen yet again for the second series in a row. Not sure if this one's going to be a sweep, though, but that is a lot of pressure there on Sparrowhawks to make sure that doesn't happen.
We talked a little bit about the Sparrowhawks as well, is looking towards the future was something that you specifically wanted to talk about. What is it that they're building? What is it that they've got cooking there that you can tell us a little bit about?
Well, so if we delve a little bit into the inter-service rivalry between the RAF, the Royal Navy and the British Army, typically it has been no bias, the RAF that have had the better of the the inter-service championships over the last couple of years or so. But this last year gone by, since December 2024, Matthew Fender from the Sparrowhawks has led the Army Rocket League scene and developed it really, really well. And suddenly this last year, they're really, really strong. And the Falcons, as you saw, who won and have had some really strong showings in the qualifiers, they're here as well, alongside the Sparrowhawks, to cause some real damage. And this, for them, is just the start. There's a whole year, who knows, maybe even a Pro League Season 2, who knows. There's inter-service stuff for them, and they're just getting started. So for them, this is almost a preview, this tournament, for the start of their journey to improve.
Yeah, a bit of a snowball effect potentially going on there, which will be quite interesting to see as well. Now, rosters. We said there's been a little bit of roster shuffling. Can you tell us maybe a little bit about who's been moved and what the potential implications could be of this movement?
I must say, I was surprised to see Krim leave his roster to join this team here. He's actually a player that I have my experiences with as a teammate. So I've teamed with him for a full
What's he like as a teammate?
in the grassroots. He is, honestly, his style on the pitch, he's very aggressive, wants to show off his mechanics, knows he has mechanics, and he loves that final third. The problem is that can be his issue at times, but that has fixed up so much better once joining this roster. They have locked him in, I think partly because as well, his teammates are so strong individually that actually, like, he wants to play around them a little bit more. It's changed his style. It's made him so much of a better player. But also, he's a player that knows how to take accountability. If anything goes wrong, he'll be the first one to admit, that was my bad. Let's move on. Let's get into that next play. And things can go wrong. Things will go wrong, especially if they do advance. It's just more game time for that to happen. And Krim has become a lot more of a reserved player that is able to get himself back into the action. His mental has improved quite a lot as well throughout the last few seasons of play for him. And I'm very excited to see if he's going to be able to put that all together when the pressure is at its absolute highest. Because you can make these improvements, but it takes time for it to solidify. And this is going to be a real stress test.
And here we see the Resurgence players walking on out. We've got mascots coming with the team as well. I'm loving this. Like I said, cool, calm, collected, taking their place behind the seats, and they are looking so ready to go. I'm gonna look at, is that Pennywise?
I think it is.
Here to scare the opponents potentially. I mean, we've talked a big game about them, so I wouldn't be surprised at all. But they are indeed looking locked in, and we've talked a little bit about mental and mental coaching and stuff, especially in regards to your series earlier, potentially, Stelios. So the mental, how impactful is that?
Oh, massive, massive. I mean, I can tell you, I just experienced it now. It's one thing being a professional Rocket League coach, mental-wise, and executing it with professional players, but it's another thing actually doing it myself as a player that does not have that level of experience. It's all about how you control your emotions, all about how you manage going down a couple of goals. If you can remain composed, calm, and execute whatever mental reset you have learned over your time in Rocket League, which every player has their own, you'll be in very, very good shape.
Now the Sparrowhawks, they're going to have to control their mental. They know they've got a tough game ahead of them. But here they are into the arena, a little bit of crowd cheering them on, getting ready for the match. And we said mental fortitude is going to be key. But if anybody could do it, I think it might be them.
Yeah, I really think it's possible here. And Fezzi, that's going to be the player I'm looking for, isn't it? He's the leader on that team, and it does spill into the game as well. I like to call him a kind of anchor play. It's not that he just sits back and defends. It's that everything has to go through him. He is the capstone of this roster. If he is playing well, so will his teammates, although it does have those side effects that if he is having a rough day, the rest of the team will fall apart. He is the structure. He is the base of their gameplay. So it's going to be all eyes on him, and there are plenty of eyes there in the crowd that were cheering him on.
You got anything to add on that one? You were not along a little bit there, Stelios?
Yeah, I mean, especially now that the RF Tempest are eliminated, obviously. The RF Shadows and Stormtroopers are my priority, but, if they get knocked out too, I really want the Armour teams to do well. Yes, we're rivals, but I love seeing them improve, and they've been excellent sports as well, knowing them for a couple of years now. And, yeah, so for this series in particular, I want them to win, but I don't know. It's going to be tough. Resurgence are a brilliant, individually skilled side, but as you said, Pig, can they translate that into a team environment? That's going to be the question they need to answer.
But that is enough of the speculation from us. The game is ready, the stage is set, and we're going to let our casters take all of the action away.
Resurgence against the mighty little Sparrow Hawks. Relic joined by Psycho once again. And I gotta say, there's only been a couple of matchups between these two teams previously. Not looking too good for the Sparrow Hawks. A 3-1 in Qualifier 2, a 3-0 in Qualifier 8, both in favor of Resurgence. There are some pessimists out there, Psycho, who would say, oh, look at Sparrow Hawks, their consistency has just been in turning up. But you don't just have to turn up to all of these qualifiers. You do have to score good points to still make it into this stage of the competition. That they have done. They've earned their right here. Now it's time to upset the form book.
Absolutely, and of course this roster of the Sparrowhawks coming in as the 7th seed into this competition, and their, well, counterparts in Resurgence really need no introduction if you have caught some of those online qualifiers. They are sitting in the 2nd spot in terms of the seeding. They were actually equal with Omnia, 74 points apiece. They just managed to eke it out through a tiebreaker, but this is the 2nd seed really of sort of British Army players, and of course we have to look at Fezzy to be that player to lead the charge for them.
Yeah, Stelio's giving Fezzy the flowers, and rightly so. The British Army has really stepped up in terms of competitiveness within the United Kingdom and its armed forces. It's all been RAF so far, but now's the chance for the Army to head on the march and maybe upset the proverbial apple cart. Certainly some defending to do early doors, but early doors they have defended.
Absolutely, and I think one thing that is almost an unlikely suspect in terms of the quality of the Sparrowhawks is just their mechanical nature. I think they do actually have a bit of flashiness about their play, a little bit of flair to them, and Resurgence very much the same in that ballpark.
Loose ball for Lion. That's a loose ball again, and this time again it's the Sparrowhawks who are forced into the defensive. Strong from Resurgence. Lion underneath the crossbar. It's just as easy as that, Psycho.
It's a brilliant shot, I'll tell you that, and it's just a shrug of the shoulder. Lion right there is just like, yep, that's in the bottom corner, and it's a wicked way to get things underway. Of course, we have the fans cheering at the back from the Boost Over Ball team at the front. I think we just saw on the cameras there. Good way to kick things off for Resurgence.
They're loud, they're proud, they're very excited to see this Resurgence team doing well. Up goes Ritzy, but honestly, wasn't expecting everybody and their mothers to miss that ball. It's out into the middle from Padster, but there's Ritzy again. Lion, constant pressure. But to be fair, again, the Sparrowhawks defending decently enough, Psycho. Just looking for that breakaway opportunity. Is this it?
And I really don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but RAF Tempest at this point in time in the first series might have been down about 4 goals. Sparrowhawks are really
like that?
I'm so sorry, I really had no reason to. But Sparrowhawks are the number 2 seed coming out from the British Army players, akin to their counterparts in the RAF, but that is a little bit of a loose goal. Padster with so much pace into the play has ricocheted off Krim's bumper.
Yeah, and Ritzy's in a really awkward position there because he's coming from that far corner where he's picking up that 100 boost. Correct decision, by the way. He's expecting Krim to at least get something on it, and that's great credit to Padster. Wins the race, the little lift enough, tie game.
Tie game in game number 1. The Sparrowhawks are actually on the attack here, and if they can keep this funneled pressure, they might be in with a chance of a shot towards net, but that's blocked away by Lion, and Fezzy at the back has scarpered back for that 100. Padster up to the side.
Form over the season really could not be more different. Resurgence with a single qualifier win, the highest that the Sparrowhawks were in any of the qualifiers, was 4th in qualifier 7 for those of you who are keeping track. This already, I think, outdoing expectations, though, really going toe-to-toe with Resurgence. Another shot on target. Ritzy's going to be dispossessed. There's that 3rd man in, but Sparrowhawks going for the rotate back.
And I've got to tell you, Relic, it's timid at the moment from Resurgence. They're not quite sure when to throw everything into the play. They're sat back with a bit of a reserve nature, maybe akin to the Tempest in that previous matchup, but that's a good infield ball from Lion, but just nobody there to pick up the missing pieces.
They're all the confidence of me in front of a Sainsbury's bakery right now. What do you pick? Well, the answer is 1 from downtown. Lion with his 2nd.
That'll do. And yet again, the lead established for Resurgence, 2:22 on the clock. And you can see the players just stone cold. As mentioned on the desk, there isn't too much attitude shown from these players. They like to keep it all on the pitch.
I gotta say, Boost Over Ball right now delivering the best fan atmosphere possible. Big shout out. We love that footy feeling here, that's for certain. But Resurgence are loving the winning feeling. That 1 goal advantage, though, as far as the game's going, Psycho, it doesn't feel like anywhere near enough. Sparrowhawks meeting them at the midfield line here. Awkward for Fezzi, but still managed to get a decent touch away from the backboard.
Now the captain of this roster, Staff Sergeant Fezzi. You always got to watch out for him. He's got the mechanics in the locker and he's got that solidity at the back too. But Padster's here for the press. Downfield, but Lion in a great position to deal with it. Off for the reset, off for the layoff. And Ritzy to make it 3.
Just great comms from both of these two players. Ritzy already asking for the tee up. Don't go yourself, Lion. Let me handle the pressure. Let me hit this shot. Hit it, they do. Yes, there's an opportunity for Sparrowhawks to save it. It's a little bit too central for my liking, but it's over the line. That's the most important thing.
They really can't complain, and this might be another opportunity. Fezzi's got a tough read, and Krim's just teasing that right-hand side post. A double tuck down from Ritzy, the opposite end. Now they just need to go down the middle.
They need to go down the middle. Sparrowhawks need to score. Over the last 30 seconds, 60 seconds or so, Resurgence looking better and better. That's a demo in net, and they were trying to be very saucy with it. Padster not going to be weighted out. This is going to hit the backboard. That's a lovely bump. Fezzi there, no second touch, however. Aston going to try and snuff Ritzy, but the counter-attack is still there. They're going to move out. They're going to look for the rotate back into Lion, off the wall, looking for this second touch. Oh, with a roar! It's Lion's hat-trick!
Beautiful first touch. And it's a devastating blow to the backboard of the Sparrowhawks, who have done so well to keep their defense so protected so far, but it's these minute gaps that are being exploited by Resurgence.
Moment by moment, the Sparrowhawks' wings are being clipped. They have to find some sort of purchase in this game once again. That's lovely from Aston. It's 2v1! You can't be missing that opportunity. Padster unfortunate.
Nice little gentle touch from Fezzi, but Lion's got all the time in the world to try and play that pass one. Padster immediately into the play. No hesitation on the commit, neither from Aston, as they loop back around to try and keep that presence in the corner.
Backboard for Fezzi, denied by Lion. And out by Ritzy into no man's land. That's going to be up and down and up again. Anybody's to claim. Padster's not going to win that race. Fezzi going up off the backboard, finds the necessary touch right down the other side. Crim Killer's going to get a piece of this. That's straight into the hands of Padster, though. Lovely infield pass, but there's Lion once again. A real leader on the field. Everything good has come through him, and time is a cruel mistress on this occasion for the Sparrowhawks. A second will not be converted. 4-1 Resurgence, 1-0 in the series.
And it's a statement. The way that Resurgence were able to take that first game was nothing short of flashy. They had the punch. Backboard double touches, the resets, the looping controlled solo plays. It was looking more confident as the game went on from them. Warning signs early on for Sparrowhawks.
It was the definition of land nerves. When I see a team that's not got settled on the day, that's what I expect, especially a good team, because although, yeah, it's kind of, they scored the first goal, then they concede. Sparrowhawks honestly looking the better team for a solid minute or so early on, but then once that second goal, that second bite of the lead comes around, Resurgence didn't look back.
Absolutely, and Lion definitely the MVP performer of that game,
yeah.
It has to be said. This player is by far one of the most individually talented within this competition. 2.1k MMR peak, and for those who are aware, that is enormous. That's really pushing towards the top 100 of play, and honestly, it shines through the way he approaches the game. All of those little decisions, perfect.
But can they do it perfect again? Of course, a reminder, if you're just joining us, it is a best of 7 for every single one of these series. And so, yes, it's 1 game to the good for Resurgence. They got to find 3 more Ws. And if the Sparrowhawks show anything resembling the character and the enigmaticness that we saw from that early game 1, then I think Pegasus is spot on the money. There is a real upset in the making.
And at the moment, Sparrowhawks are just trying to find that cherry on top of what was a pretty strong Game 1 performance. I think the scoreline didn't do it justice for them. And they want to pack that early sort of goal on the boards, really, to settle those nerves. It's a great save at the back to keep it all level.
Hopefully we'll be able to find out sooner rather than later who we're actually looking at. I don't know about you, I don't keep track of the cars because these players continue to switch every single... Hey, there we go. Padster then is going to be who we go on board with. And honestly, early doors, Sparrowhawks once again looking to try and get in the faces of Resurgence, try and unsettle them that way. Resurgence, of course, playing between themselves, happy, but that is an opening in the line. Ritzy on cleanup duty.
And plenty of boost to solo play out of his own corner. He's beaten 2, and he's got plenty of boost to shuffle it infield. It's a great loop over to the backboard, but Padster is there to save the day.
The sole goal scorer for the Sparrowhawks so far strides forward. That's a miss, but there's some shenanigans afoot. That's a loose ball. Where was Fezzy? Playing it safe potentially, going back for boost possibly. But Resurgence have made their way down the opposite side. Lickety split, found a goal. Lion with his 4th in the series.
Unbelievable as we see the camera of the Watchman dog. There he is in the arena. A lovely guest, a special guest, that's for sure, Relic, as he's looking on in admiration of the Resurgence performance.
The Watchman dog has no right being that cute, by the way. We're delighted to be joined by such esteemed pedigree in the building. But there's a lot of pedigree on the field right now from Resurgence. Had to be patient during that first minute. They've claimed their rewards, albeit just a slender one.
Ritzy to take control of this particular ball. Tries to find it past those 2 defenders, but you can see Sparrowhawks very, very organised at the back. They like to make sure that that positioning is the absolute priority. But forget the defence. Why not do it the other end?
Heat-seeking missile, my goodness. Padster was locked in on that ball, generating almost 120 kph. No chance that was going to be saved. And for the 2nd game in a row, Sparrowhawks tie things up. Another quick-fire shot off the rip. Resurgence throw it away.
It's going to be a difficult touch, but Fezzy's just about got his slippy fingertips on that one to the corner. I was pretty sure that could have easily flown in for a second, but nonetheless, Krim to keep the attack going, and Ritzy with a miss. It's going to leave open space for Aston, and a hoof is all he needed.
Lion watches brief and decides to go over the other side of the field. There was a demo on one of the Sparrowhawks. They managed to rescue that situation very well indeed. A return demo this time gives them a little bit more leeway in defense. Miss on the wall, another miss. Oh my goodness, there's a miss of the net. Ritzy's gone up. It's absolute carnage out there. How is no one scoring? Big save from Fezzy there where he needed him most. Crim Killer waiting, watching. You're not in line, sir.
So we've just gone from the most disciplined 3 minutes of play to what on earth is going on? Sparrowhawks are in absolute, just what calamity. Nobody knows what's going on. It's an open line. Missed touch in front of the goal mouth. Does this get any crazier? Ritzy finally settles it down.
These sorts of moments only benefit the team who's not in their own 3rd psycho. That's really unfortunate. All Sparrowhawks needed was one good clearance to just have a breather to try and collect like what just happened there. Well, unfortunately, because they weren't able to deal with the trouble, Resurgence eventually get that one moment where someone can put it across the line. 2-1 Resurgence lead again.
It's optimistic still for the Sparrowhawks. They've shown time and time again in the last 2 games that they're certainly capable of pushing that attacking nature. Getting those shots towards target, making the defense really stretch apart in terms of their numbers. And Padster, I think, has been absolutely key in developing that sort of play. I just want to see a bit more of it.
Aston trying to bait out Ritzy, but here's Lion. Round the back. Into Crim Killer. Oh, big save for Fezzy right into his front fender. Demo on the far side, they're one light Sparrowhawks, but they do have the opportunity to escape. Aston able to do as much as they could with 0 boost. Now it's 2v2, wonderful interplay. Ritzy's going to be dispossessed. Lion does really well to backtrack and throw that into the corner. Aston trying to smush this one through, help from Crimkiller. 3 of them lining up, it goes high. There's no third though. Fezzy on the way back.
Big boom from Crim, that looks dangerous, and Fezzy's going to have to really stretch, but no shot towards goal. Resurgence just didn't quite shape themselves up for that opportunity. An infield ball in from Padster. Here comes Aston. Great little play there from Sparrowhawks.
Lovely readjustment from Padster, but unfortunately didn't quite find the finish there at the end with a really decent Resurgence defensive effort. Trying to be cute there, trying to be cheeky. Here's Aston. That's going to be through the corner, not quite convincingly. Fezzy's going to miss out on this. Lion over to Ritzy through the corner. All they've got to do is play for time. Round the world it goes. Back into Sparrowhawks' possession, and that's a massive miss from Crimkiller. It's a demo, it's 1v1. Fezzy goes wide. It's Captain Lion once again to the rescue. Infield is Lion again. The goal scorer, the goal saver. Crimkiller spikes it. 2-0 in the series Resurgence, but my goodness, that was harder than it needed to be.
They had to work for it. That is for sure, and that is a performance I'm not expecting from the Sparrowhawks. The 7th seed in this competition. If you look at the ranks, if you look at the MMR disparities between the two teams, you might look at Resurgence and say, this one's a given. But the nature of these LAN environments is the teams with that grit and determination, they pull through. Sparrowhawks, brilliant performance from them.
And you know what? The Sparrowhawks are going to be looking back on that minute of madness in front of their own net, and they're going to be kicking themselves because, again, we talk about in that moment, one big clearance clears the danger. We're potentially heading to OT, if not a counterattack in that moment that serves the Sparrowhawks well. Instead, because they're not able to clear the danger, because Resurgence eventually get their act together and score, thanks to Ritzy, that ended up being enough, Psycho. Fine margins that we would not expect. You're absolutely spot on between the 2nd and 7th place seeds, but this is LAN, baby. All cards are off the table.
Absolutely, and moving forward to game 3, there might be more of that calamity. Just that 1 minute of absolute craziness has instilled that uncertainty in me, because it was both sides. It wasn't just the end of the Sparrowhawks were like, what's going on here? It really was a joint effort, but of course the crowd definitely pleased by what's being seen, and an early kickoff strat coming out from Sparrowhawks. Infield towards Aston, it's top shell! Top right corner for Sparrowhawks.
Oh, yes. Call him Martin, because he's a fast Aston. Straight off the rip, wonderful passing play. Gorgeous way to open your account in the series. Gorgeous way for Sparrowhawks to earn their first lead.
And I'm so proud of them, because the Sparrowhawks all weekend long, I've heard them discussing the kickoff strategies, the mind games that really can turn the tides in games like this. And to pull it out the bag when you're really going against it, what a beautiful sign.
Resurgence not going to take this one lying down, though. Perhaps a little too antsy. Crimkiller in front of net. Lion with the dispossess. Here's Ritzy. Double tap. Oh, yes!
Whatever you can do, I can do better. Ritzy, massive smile on his face. He's happy with himself, and he can hear the crowd, especially the Boost Over Ball team, loving the support that they're bringing to the table.
Don't give these players time on the ball, otherwise you will be punished most times. Lion wins the challenge. Crimkiller, another great challenge in front of net. Aston collects. That's going to pinch downfield. Aston on the chase now. Gets a demo. Aston off the backboard. Is there an angle here? The answer is no, but Fezzy will close down Ritzy. Off the sidewall. Padster over to the backboard. No, Crimkiller gets there first. Aston, you can tell the velocity of this game has really ramped up. Onto the backboard again. Crucial touch from Lion.
Padster all alone, submerged at the back for a massive pinch in field, and it's worked off. Aston's there to deliver that ball over to the backboard, but Lion, even with low boost, has kept that close.
Lion loses out to Aston, who's been, he's been feeling it this game right from the rip. A goal does your confidence a world of good, but here comes Lion now, looking for a drop down himself! Same tactic, same result.
And it's always that backboard that Resurgence seem to exploit. They've put all of their chips down on the table, and they know that's the best strategy forward. Sparrowhawks need some sort of an answer.
2-0 in the series, 3 minutes 30 left in the game. You really do feel like if the Sparrowhawks are going to win one, now would be the perfect time to do it. But now they've got to come from behind after that early lead. Got to be frustrating, but Resurgence really starting to demonstrate why they are seeded so highly, why many are thinking grand final appearance, very maybe.
Krim on the ball, needs to try and force a 50 here. It might actually be quite open for them. So we saw that open lane infield. Ritzy actually taken away from that ball by Lion. Bit of a misplay from Sparrowhawks, and this play is really opening up.
Padster watching brief. Fezzi at the midfield line. Double commit from Resurgence. Oh, no! Padster wrong net.
Oh, that is gutting. Sometimes it just all goes wrong for you, and unfortunately we've got cinematic coverage of an unlikely fate for them.
I'm not noting that down as a Ritzy goal if you don't, Psycho. Very, very unfortunate. But that 2-goal advantage, I like to call it daylight. You can't necessarily close the curtains on it just yet, though! Oh, Krim Killer! It's there to be put in, and it's not!
And Fezzi with no boost, bless his heart, he couldn't get back into the play. Forced back to the defence, and Sparrowhawks leading the charge all the way from the back. Here comes an attempt from Krim, blocked away by Fezzi, and Lion with plenty of space to work with.
It's an open motorway. Whoa. What was that attempt? I mean, in a good way, not a bad way. The ingenuity is really genuinely impressing me from this Resurgence roster and from Lion in particular. Fezzi making his way to the halfway line, prioritizes the boost over ball. I know there's some Dutch lads in the audience who will very much appreciate that, but this is a good win in the midfield. Gives them a little bit more space here, the Sparrowhawks. Round the corner, didn't quite generate the power behind it though, but that's a big miss! Padster redemption arc!
Padster strong at both ends, it seems. It's not for the first time, I must admit. Padster has been all over the defensive end of Resurgence. He's been that player, he's been that catalyst to disrupt, to throw in those early challenges and really make it difficult.
1-goal game, yet again. It's exactly why I said you can't quite close the curtains on a game with a 2-goal advantage. It's a very dangerous lead to have, because entering the final 2 minutes, well, I was going to say all the momentum was with the Sparrowhawks, but that is a huge pick. Krim on the goal line scores it.
And a difficult read as well, dropped out from the crossbar. It wasn't easy to predict where that one was going. I wasn't sure if it was over, under, or just about on target. But Resurgence knew what they were doing.
First goal of the series for Krim Killer, by the way. I mean, you could definitely tell he's been forming more of the anchor role in this pivot. He's been a little less sure about moving forward, leaving just Fezzi, the only player on the pitch, not to score. Here's Lion looking for a 6th, though!
I don't believe it at this point. This player is absurd when it comes to that backboard. And actually, Lion had a free look at net. He could have just pile drove it straight down the centre.
Double the amount of goals of anybody else on the field, Lion. Truly king of this jungle. But there's still time left on the clock. 3 goals, 1 per 30 seconds. It starts now. Psycho Padster with his 4th of the series.
It's a great pass as well from Fezzi. It caught Lion completely off guard, and Krim was left with a difficult decision. Do I cut in front? Do I make that leap? And unfortunately, a little timid on the end of Resurgence, but they do have that cushion.
2nd of the game for Padster, and now slightly choppy waters for Resurgence. A very difficult paradox of a position to be in. Do you keep on going as you were and try to score more? Do you potentially open up the way for you to be scored more against? Aston with his 2nd now, 1-goal game, 70 seconds left on the clock.
And it's a strike down the heart of that open bowling alley. It's gone about half the distance of the field there. Aston's going to be all smiles for that, but Resurgence are leaving these gaps, and Sparrowhawks happy to take it.
9-goal game. Oh no! 10-goal game. Not the way the Hawks wanted.
Oh, every time we inch closer to a level game,
I know.
There's another one, and Resurgence will open it up by 2. They just have that about them.
There's another one to Lion's tally, by the way. as innocuous as it seemed. 6-4. Oh, and a big demo. That's really well handled by Padster. And straight to Fezzi, who was alert but loses possession. Look at the boost amounts. Look at that loose ball. Lion, great touch, great follow-up all the way down the field, intercepted by Fezzi at last. Every second wasted for Resurgence now critical.
Absolutely so, and I hate to say it, but Resurgence at the moment, it's these little pocket of spaces that they're giving away that is leaving me worried. They're going to be looking ahead of this game for what's to come after. Ritzy isn't done here, though. That is a gorgeous finish. I believe a triple touch, bonked it off the ceiling, over to the backboard. Job done.
Really lovely work. Simply lovely for Resurgence. 7-4, 30 seconds left. When it was 3 goals per 30, you're thinking, maybe there's a chance. 1 goal per 10. Well, a little bit more luck, and who knows. But the Sparrowhawks, they've tried to make their own luck, and Resurgence have simply looked them dead in the eyes and said, we're the masters of this table, thank you very much. We set the rules, we set the pace, and the pace is thus, Psycho, 3-0 in the series. It's going to require a reverse sweep to see Resurgence out of the competition now.
A remarkably difficult situation to find yourself in if you're Sparrowhawks, because by all means, I think they're approaching the game in the right light.
Agreed.
I really believe that their strategy in terms of their positioning, rotations, and when they choose to make the press, everything seems to be working for them. There is one big gap, the backboard. Resurgence really like it.
Yeah, I really wish that they could find a way to try and unlock Fezzi's potential as well, because I think certainly this game as a microcosm, we saw Fezzi covering off a lot of potential angles. There was, I mean, ironically enough, it was those same angles which Sparrowhawks and Aston in particular was really exploiting to find their goals, their first goals of the series, remember? But I think by playing it slightly safe, although it means that Sparrowhawks are competitive, it doesn't mean that they have quite enough to actually take more goals across the line. I know that we can talk about, well, you're sort of opening up to more goals and such, but Resurgence are going to score anyway. I think they've got it within each of those individuals to pop off and do something amazing, so very much in the same light as what we saw from the Tempests, of which, by the way, there's been no timeout called from either team, so they're happy to keep on playing. I think right now it's a kitchen sink and whatever else you can find in the cabinet time.
Absolutely, and well, for this Sparrowhawks side, they've got to keep that sort of positive attitude, because it's shaping up to be a really close affair, just in terms of the gameplay alone. They're making those incremental steps, that progress to becoming something different.
Utopia Coliseum will be our battlefield for game number 4. And we've seen both scenarios. Sparrowhawks lead, Resurgence lead. It's all ended up the same way. Big save, though, for the Sparrowhawks to deny that early chance.
Nice little musty there, over to Fezzi.
What a way to score your first goal.
It? What on earth is that, Padster? I had no idea that's in your locker.
I think Lion didn't even leave the ground. Like, they could see the moment that flick was initiated. Oh no. I'm not getting to this one, am I, Chief? 1-0 Sparrowhawks. Maybe they can hold the lead this time.
That looks like a chance! Aston and Padster, why have one when you can have two? Twice the chances to convert. They both went up for that read. Slammed it to make it 2.
Doesn't matter how dominant a series has been, Psycho. There is a reason why, when we are on the precipice, when we are on a match point scenario, why I always like to say a reverse sweep is the only possibility. Only possibility, yes, it is a possibility, but Lion there with the first for Resurgence, given away by Fezzi, stranded upfield Aston. Lion reads this so well to hit it on target too. Sparrowhawks not out of the nest just yet.
An unfortunate slip up there for Sparrowhawks. They went for the aggressive play, the kickoff strategy. The back left did not pay off for them, or the fake kickoff rather. And honestly, it's nice to see they've still got that positivity, that creativity in play. And they really don't care about patching the holes, it's make them yourselves.
I was going to say, there's no need to be negative. You're 3 games to the to the good right now. I think you've got to be worried if you do lose that one game, because that could potentially spark revolution in the ranks for the Sparrowhawks team, who have been so plucky.
Look at them all, 3 at the back, all just cowering, waiting for that shot to come forwards. And the first was good, but the second was better. Krim on target, and we're all square.
I almost think it was actually more of a chance to secure that goal by it going off the post than had it. I mean, listen, if it goes in, it goes in. That's kind of a silly thing for Mr. Commentator to say, but at the very least, you've committed 2 players rather than the one, because the shot quality was just that good.
Ritzy for a flip reset, double flip resets. Fezzy with an important block. And Lion to shuffle it into the corner. There's Krim. Ritzy with 100 boost. It's a soft touchdown to keep possession, but dissuaded again by Padster.
Lion plays it in between the lines. Means that Fezzy's onto it. That's central, but Aston not on the same wavelength, not able to read the game as successfully in field. And that's an overcommit potentially. Fezzy deals with it so well at the cost of their existence.
Ritzy with no boost here in the corner, needs support, and Lion's there to back him up, but Padster's early into the aggression again. Here comes a big gap potentially if Aston's not there. It's forward once, Padster for the redirect, and too quick there.
Resurgence have really changed up the game plan. Looking for demos at every opportunity now just to try and disrupt the Sparrowhawks. It's a good plan. It means that they don't have to worry about those loose corridors where they can dribble through or maybe shoot through, because if there's nobody to shoot, you're not really having to worry about it. The drop down was available. The call off to Lion was available. That's number 9 for the series.
Now look, if I'm in a single elimination playoff and I score 9, I'm pretty happy.
Oh yeah.
If I do that in a series, well, I'm not me.
Crucially, it's a lead for Resurgence again. 3-2 with half the game left to run. You can see it on your screens, folks. 2.5 minutes. What more is there in the tank for the Sparrowhawks, who are forced back to their own backboard yet again? Lion, bit of a mistouch, given up. Aston on the chase with 0 boost. Fezzy's got the better opportunity, but ends up kind of spiking it against himself, and then the wall also. Krem Killer now looking for the escape plan. Aston intercepts. Ritzy changing the pace to the far side of the field. Someone out-races him. Fezzy falls on it, but it's kind of a loosey-goosey sort of moment now for both sides, and that's not good for the Sparrowhawks.
Fundamentally, Sparrowhawks have kept that last man quite true. That one's false. Nobody there to make that crucial touch. And Krim happy to angle that one in the bottom left.
Lights were on. Nobody was home. 2-goal lead for Resurgence. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Sparrowhawks, there simply can't be any mistakes from here.
Fezzy on the ball, just above the crossbar, teasing the defence, and a great demo from Fezzy once again, rotating in towards Lion, and a nice little bump. They're opening up the play, Relic, but they're just so close yet so far.
It's just a little bit of delay on that third man, isn't there? You can understand why they're lacking a bit of confidence, because they know that if it doesn't work out, Resurgence are almost guaranteed to score. Near post here for Aston, but the Sparrowhawks surround their comrade to help him out.
Krim with a nice bit of flair. 50 stat infield to Ritzy. Off to the backboard. Can he strike it? That's a dagger in the heart. Lion. How many is that now?
A tremendous 10, Psycho, in 4 games, yes.
I can't believe it.
I can. He's been that good all series long. He's been one of the standout stars. 3 goals to the good. Sparrowhawks, we ask for no mistakes. To be fair, Resurgence are starting to find that flow once again. Nips in, what a double save. Ritzy tries to get it out of the hands of anybody. Oh, Aston, it's off the beans on toast.
Oh, he's really going to wish he had that one back. But he can't. He's only got 50 seconds left to make another one of those opportunities come to life, and Ritzy's there to steal the cookie from the cookie jar. 6-2.
That is so unfortunate, but Ritzy makes his own joy there. Yes, there's a team bump, but it's the power generated on that pass into the ground, ultimately to himself, that opens up the way for potentially the final dagger into the Sparrowhawks' heart to be found.
Right to clear. And Resurgence are going to be willfully looking forwards to that next matchup. That semi-final appearance, sure to be the case at this point in time. Just 30 seconds left. It's unheard of mounting a comeback from here, but nonetheless, Sparrowhawks, I think, really do have a reason to smile based off of this performance, Relic.
I think the fact that the Sparrowhawks don't walk away from this series with a game win is honestly criminal activity. I think that they have done so incredibly well. By far the best look that they have had all season long. They saved their best till last. It wasn't enough. Resurgence with a 4-0 sweep, 6-2 in game. Lion with an incredible performance all around. Eventually this ball will be spiked. Fezzi brings a conclusion to what was a thrilling series.
And you love to see a bit of sportsmanship. The rule 0, the rule 1, no matter what you want to call it, they get the ball up. Oh, sorry, buddy, I know you're watching probably. I'm going to go with rule 0. I'll appease the old gods.
Please do, because I am also one of said old gods, and I approve of your decision. I approve of Resurgence, because actually I think there are teams who, if faced with this scenario, kind of crumble under the pressure because they kind of forget to do the basics right. And when it didn't go well for Resurgence, they very much went back to what they did well. Simple passes, keeping it tight, close together, trying to exploit the aerial routes as well. And whatever Sparrowhawks did badly, they were there to capitalize. I know it sounds simple when I'm speaking it out like this, but when you're actually in such a high pressure environment, it's more difficult or it's more easy said than done.
Absolutely, and just the nature by which Resurgence got across the finish line, it was those solo plays which really drove it home for them. That's not something I was particularly expecting.
Yeah.
I thought there was going to be that sort of passing nature, the tiki-taka back and forth. It really was just slam it to the backboard and see what happens.
I want to see what happens in this desk analysis coming up. Over to you, folks.
Thank you so much. Another sweep, but that one, it felt a little bit different, didn't it?
It really did. It was a series for one. I mean, it might have been a sweep by the end of it, but the games were close. It was high scoring. It was ecstatic all the way through, and you truly did feel like that the Sparrowhawks deserved something out of it. But that's their one life gone. It's a little bit of a heartbreaker, but my goodness, what a performance that was, offensively, especially from Resurgence.
Yeah, and I mean, Sparrowhawks, what a defense as well. Especially in that last game. I mean, it was going so well in the first half of that round. And, you know, I was thinking, oh, they might actually pull this back. We might see another round. But yeah, again, the top-end tiers teams prevailed, didn't they, really? Yeah. And they really did pull it back in style. So
that game felt, we got a little bit of whiplash, don't we, between the structure and the chaos a bit. We were talking about it as everything looked really set up, then kind of went a bit messy. Now, do you think that had too much impact? Were you feeling, you know, a little bit disappointed, or did it kind of work out for you in the end? And would you be wanting to tighten that up a little bit, maybe?
Look, it's the first series of the day. It's the quarterfinal. This is your opportunity to try and get yourself warmed up. You want a tough opponent like that that forces you to have to make some of these mistakes and build yourself off the back of it. But a lot of this game was just completely played off that backboard. Whether it was intentional or not, most times it was. Lion was so consistent. Over 10 goals in that series overall. For the shortest possible series it ever could be. That's a player who, if he was alone on the pitch with that stats, that would be enough to course your way through a series. But of course, there are plenty of goals as well from the likes of Krim and Ritzy as well. I loved this play, coming out with that demo out wide to get that play in the first place. And Krim's 50s, I think, are going to go a little bit under the radar. Sure, there's all the goals there from Line, stealing the show, double tap from Ritzy. Krim didn't have that in his game. He got a few nice backboard reads, nothing to quite that mechanical caliber that we're seeing there from Lion. But when you needed solidity, save there from Krim in defense, bump off by Ritzy, and then clearing that one out. And every single goal truly counted. So lots of control from Krim. I said that typically he's that mechanical player. This time it wasn't in a flashy sense. It was to just make sure he was 100% efficient once that ball was on his car.
Now, Krim, a player that we've talked a lot about, what was so impressive? Because we couldn't keep his name out of our mouths while we were chatting here. Tell me a little bit about what really was so special about this.
That's what you did there, wheelie. Well, wheelie was special about that.
Really was special.
So many wheels on the ground. And definitely Krim using his wheels to his advantage there. And, you know, the 50-50s bouncing off the back end. And yeah, I just seen it every time. Although he's not there predominantly putting the ball into the net, he's making the impacts for his team.
Now, I've got one final question there, is what made it so close? There was that third match really went the distance. The fourth started really well. What was it that brought it so close quickly?
It's Resurgence Ball, ladies and gentlemen. They are one of the most offensive teams on paper. I would go out and argue they probably are the most offensive face team. Maybe Boost Over Ball could steal that argument from them. But it's all or nothing. It's a simple game plan. We're going to score more goals than you. I'm not sure how that's going to work for the rest of the tournament. I still would like them to be a little bit more complacent in that sense, but very impressive regardless.
Now, that's about all from us. We've got an interview lined up just for you guys with the one and only Krim.
Thanks, Lena. Yes, here with Krim, fantastic performance for Resurgence. Another semi-final place secured. Put that into words. How was that?
Exhilarating. I mean, it's my first LAN experience, so very nervous game. Towards the end, we got more confident, but I mean, it was just really nervy, that game, to be honest. Should have been a lot more, you know, it shouldn't have been as close as it was. I mean, obviously respect to Sparrowhawks, but they seem nervous as well. But it was an interesting game, nevertheless.
You put the pressure on fairly early with those resounding wins in the first couple of games. Pulling away, obviously, I'm sure took a bit of the pressure off, as you mentioned, with Sparrowhawks, especially in that third game, coming back a bit.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like, it was just full on nerves. I don't know, it was just a battle of nerves. The plays they had in I think it was the last game, game 4, and even in game 3, they had these kickoff plays. They did it twice, and they were really good. I thought that would have affected us mentally, but we just carried on and powered through and kept our offense up.
Well, you mentioned to me earlier your normal setup at home, getting candles, getting the mood right, I guess, as well. What's it like? You touched on it a little bit, having this being your first LAN, you know, having a bit of a crowd here as well. How do you prepare for those nerves? And what did you guys talk about before the game?
Well, in LAN setting, well, we had a scrim. The scrim didn't really go. It wasn't a great scrim, but we just always want to keep warm and not think too hard on the mistakes we've made in such as scrims. I think it was good that we had that bad scrim before the game, because it kind of like helped us understand what we need to improve on, and also the mentality we had during the actual game we had with Sparrowhawks. I'm generally proud of us because our mental was amazing during that whole series. But now I've got to see how it is in the next series.
Yeah, looking ahead to that last 4, of course. A bit of a break now. What's the preparation going to be for you guys? You're going to get a chance, of course, to see some of the other teams, or get a bit of a chill time as well.
I believe I'm friends with most people on Omnia, and I did move from Omnia, so it is a very like kind of a grudge match, I'd say. Personally, I don't see it like that, because I think seeing it as a grudge match puts more strain on. I think it'll be a really good match, especially against Omnia. I didn't expect to be playing Omnia. I expected to be playing for Omnia during this LAN, so it'll be very interesting.
Well, you're paying respects to Sparrowhawks and the quality of this tournament as a whole. How do you sum that up? I mean, we've got the best of the best in the military here.
Oh, no, 100%. It's crazy to me that there's so much talent in the top 8. Sparrowhawks, again, I wish the bracket was more fair to people that were like 5th to 8th, because, again, they're all really good. Falcons, for example, I mean, they won qualifier 1, I think, and they're 5th. So it's kind of like the level of play that is at this LAN event is crazy, and I'm glad to have. I mean, I'm personally glad to play against a lower seeded team because it helps you get the LAN experience. But I kind of feel for Sparrowhawks because they are a really good team, but they unfortunately had to play us.
Well, we're standing in front of a very nice-looking trophy as well. I know you're probably going to say you don't want to look too far ahead today, but what would it mean to you to be lifting that at the end of today?
I mean, I've been telling my team not to touch it, not to look at it, not to stand around it for too long, because it'll be even more better when we've actually won the event and we get to lift it without having our grubby fingers and everyone else is already on it. So no one touch my trophy.
We heard that here first. Good luck for the next round. Congratulations once again. We've known about the work that's gone into this tournament, behind the scenes, all the different people involved, and we're now going to hear from a man at the centre of those preparations on the BFBS side of things, Adam Waters.
First time at the venue, you've arrived, you had a look around. What are your first thoughts and feelings?
It's just really exciting. Normally I'm aware I can look like I've got quite a grumpy face, but I am actually really excited. Coming in, seeing all the branding, seeing people from different parts of the military community coming together to compete, seeing the buzz around the space, it's just brilliant. It's just really exciting to see.
And you've been involved since the inception of this project. How did that come about and where did that start?
Well, for people who don't know, BFBS is a pretty old organisation. We started 83 years ago as a radio station during the Second World War. 50 years ago, TV came along, an exciting new technology at the time. Cinemas happened, we moved into cinemas, and then the internet, social media became hugely popular, and we launched onto social media. Now, gaming's been around for a really long time, and esports, I don't know, maybe 10 years properly, but we just saw this is so important, this is so relevant to the military community as well as the rest of the world. We need to be on this space as well. So I thought, let's try and launch a pro league for the whole military community and move into gaming, just like we have in the past with radio, with TV, with cinema, or with social media.
With sign-ups, it went a bit mental at the start, and we were better than we could imagine. And even after we filtered through all the genuine ones, we still had a really good haul of applications. Were you expecting it to go so mad?
It's a good problem to have, right? But I've got a confession that actually we're not where we want to be. So we want to get to 1,000 people signed up to our Discord server. We're just under 600 at the moment, and people who join are in for the chance to win about 500 quid's worth of vouchers. So I'd really recommend people sign up. It's a really positive community, so we've still got plenty of space to grow, but it's been fantastic seeing how many people have joined up with what we're doing.
How did you land on Rocket League as the game of choice for this?
It was pretty tricky to decide which game to go with first, but we knew we wanted a game that was easy to understand if you're not a gamer. And obviously with Rocket League, it's football, but you're a car. So you can just watch it and get it, even if you're not a gamer. And the other big advantage is that it's suitable for people aged 13 years or older. We wanted to make sure we involved Forces kids. We did think about games like Call of Duty, but you have to be over 18. And we certainly didn't want any games where you had an advantage by paying for extras or boosts. So Rocket League just ticked all those boxes. It's obviously hard to play at an expert level, but it's easy to watch, it's exciting, it's easy to understand, and it's suitable for Forces kids as well as adults.
What are you looking forward to most about the esports final?
So there's two things I'm mainly looking forward to. One is seeing who wins the trophy. It's going to be so exciting, that final round. The second thing is I'm the owner of a Staffy dog, and the fact that we've got Watchman, the Staffordshire Regiment's mascot, coming is very exciting.
Can you allude to any plans for the future?
Bigger and broader. We really want to hear, though, from people who are keen gamers in the military community. Help us build this. We could not have built this without the help of those who are already so involved in esports in this community, and we're going to need more help. So we really want to hear people's opinions, how they can get involved, how we can support them. And you know what? It's another really great reason to join our Discord.
Perfect. Thank you.
No worries.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. I hope you have been enjoying the show. Now, we've had two pretty quick series today, one a little bit more up for contention than the other, but getting into our third series, we've got a little bit of a derby going on here, not just between the regiments, but between the naming as well. So the next matchup is going to be RAF Storm Shadows versus RAF Shadows. So I wish the casters all of the best of luck with that, but I have got some fresh faces. I say fresh faces, fresh to the analyst desk, you guys. How are you both doing?
Sweating. It's honestly, it's been an incredible couple of series to get us kicked off. That's one of the best 4-0s that you could ever see. Oh, apparently neither of them are.
Well, we'll just, so, a couple of tech issues. We'll sort those out, make sure that everyone can be heard loudly and clearly. But we've got our casters have decided to switch on over. They've had a high-intensity day, and, you know, they've had the headsets on. They haven't had to deal with the wonderful, snazzy microphones. But I think you guys, hello? Can you hear me?
Testing.
Is this thing on? Hello?
Hello. Ooh, I can hear something.
That's always good. Now, should we pick up where we were? Storm Shadows versus Shadows.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what we can expect to see from this rivalry.
Carnage. Both of these teams, they have found themselves actually on the international stage. They've gone up against many other militaries around the world. The likes of Doromus is someone who's incredibly strong in terms of the Shadows and how they go about their business. I think Storm Shadows are understandably the favorites, not just from, well, I mean, they come in as top seed, and so naturally speaking, you would imagine they're going to do well, but I think there's been some question marks thrown over their sub situation. They've utilized Cash, of course, who, for anyone who doesn't know, is one of, well, has historically been one of the very best players in the world, let alone in Europe. So I think that the Storm Shadows, even without him, is still looking the better team. They've got great synergy. P, Cedric, they've been together for a long, long time now. But yeah, do watch out for the Shadows in this derby because, honestly, as soon as Doromus gets a goal, the dude's going to be on fire.
Now, what about you? Do you have anything to add, Psycho? Anything, any insight, maybe insider knowledge that you can share with us?
Well, of course, the Royal Air Force teams are always having their show matches week in, week out. These players are beyond familiar with each other, and I know that Stelios in the casting booth as well is also going to be beyond familiar with both teams. And the reality is the Storm Shadows are the top of the pecking order. They are the team to basically be felled from their top position. So many points to their name gathered across the qualifiers, victories across the qualifiers. We expect a strong performance, especially under this sort of pressure.
Indeed, indeed. So the way that the bracket's looking a little bit as well, because we've talked about how all of this is quarterfinals. Best of 7, single elimination. Now the winner of this plays the winner of Boost Overball versus Falcons. What do we want from this matchup? Who would we like to see in that semis? What do you think is the interesting permutation here?
I think for the good of the semi-final, just from previous results, you've got to look at the Storm Shadows and you've got to say they are not only seeded well, they should be expected as one of the best teams in the competition, especially on this side of the bracket. You'd be expecting them to make their way through to the grand final. I look at that Resurgence semi-final and I'm like, that's actually terrifying. So I think they've had the rub of the green, as you would get with the seeding, of course. But it depends how the Shadows approach this series. Of course, 8th seed, they've had a bit of an up and down campaign. They will happily admit that themselves. They've had some troubles getting going in terms of synergy. They've let in a lot of goals as well. And so I guess for this particular series, if we can see a stronger defense from the Shadows, then maybe there's more reason to have hope if they do go on and upset the predicted form book.
Now, I've got to ask, we've talked about coming in as top seed. That comes through the qualifiers. They had a pretty good showing. So Psycho, the consistency perhaps, is that something that we're expecting to see from them? How did the qualifiers set them up for this tournament?
Yeah, so for the Storm Shadows themselves, they came in over 10 points above the second place, which was a tie between Omnia and Resurgence. And of course, throughout the history and the length of the qualifiers, they have stuck together as a roster, the three. There has been an addition of Cash during the qualifiers as well, thrown in the works in a couple of those qualifiers. But honestly, the core roster has remained largely unchanged. And if we look towards the likes of Omnia, we look to the likes of Resurgence, there has been quite frequent roster changes. So for the Storm Shadows, we're looking for solidity pretty much across the board.
So that's it. It's going to be a difficult one. It's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle, I think. Now, if I was to ask for predictions, maybe. Now, we've kind of lent into which team we think's going to win. But are we going to get to see a little bit more? Are we going to have more of a series to sink our teeth into? Or do you think maybe we've set a precedent that seems to be continuing on here?
Oh, I don't know. I don't want Sweep City. I don't want to take the ticket there just yet. So I'm going to stay on the more optimistic side. I believe that Doromus and crew do have a win in them. I don't know what game. Maybe game 1, if I was to put anything on that. But yeah, I still think that the Storm Shadows are too strong. Recent form in the qualifiers has been good, so I'll go for a 4-1 myself in favor of the Storm Shadows.
What about you, Psycho?
It's got to be even more brutal than that. I'm so sorry.
4-0?
I think it's a sweep. I think it's written in the stars for the Storm Shadows, unfortunately. And I've just seen the way that they're sort of approaching the stage, and they just have that confidence about them. They're going into this matchup knowing, you know what, I think we've already won this series, as brutal as it is. But the RAF Shadows are in that underdog position. They have the ability to play upset. They have the ability to throw some spanners in the works. And across history, the RAF derbies have always thrown one of those.
Exactly, and it's single elimination as well, so it's all here and now. A single upset in a single series is all it would take here to see them progress on. Now, something maybe a little bit close to home here is I've heard that one of the Shadows players does have a sort of side gig as a caster. Now, it's talent yourselves. How does that translate? Does it translate from, you know, the microphone to the server?
It is Doromus. It is the man that we've been talking about. And as a half Welshman myself, as a half Swansea boy myself, I can't help but be excited about what he can do on the pitch. But I think that if there's anything that I take from my casting into ranked, is I like to be motivational. I like to be the guy that's pumping up my teammates, that, you know, regardless of what's going on, I'm there to back them up. I'm here to say, no, we can do well. And I think that sometimes emotions do get the better of players, and especially in this environment, all bets are off the table. That said, I think Doromus, he's learned a lot from his time, especially in these international lands, to convert it into a really positive experience to maybe get an upset.
Exciting stuff. Now, I believe the players, they're starting to get ready. I'm really excited to see the walkouts because we've hyped this up a lot, haven't we? We've got fist bumps. We've talked about the derby, but the respect coming on through. We are going to see the Storm Shadows walking on out first. Crowd clapping them on, cheering them on here. They look pretty intense right now.
Absolutely. Envy on the left. Really is that playmaker, that difference maker when it comes to those flashy solo plays, and he's really just a solo team of his own. It's quite disgusting how good he can be. Cedric in the middle and Pierce on the right-hand side of the screens. Both of these three they combine to make a pretty formidable trio.
But Cedric and Pete in particular, a grand duo. These two know each other like the back of their hand. You don't see many mistakes in the rotation because of these two and the fundamental pillars that they instill to ensure that Envy gets that opportunity to strike out on his own and go 1v1, maybe 1v3 even, and find the goals that they need.
Exactly. They're looking clinical, and they are pretty set. They've set a really strong tone. Now, Shadows, what do they have to do? Is there a criteria? Because Psycho, you've been pretty set that this kind of feels done. Is there something that you think could be the key to potential success and upset? Is there just a micro, a macro that you're like, this has to be met?
Well, one of the things that I know Storm Shadows themselves struggle with is being a bit overzealous when it comes to their presses downfield. Their third man is a very high set line. So if RAF Shadows, quite frankly, can absolutely lob that ball across the field, exploit some of those gaps, maybe add in a bit of disruption, that'd be the way to go. But you love to see Doromus in the middle, the captain in this particular roster, really working the crowd, fixing himself up in this position.
Nobody else will know the fact that he did a Michu celebration, by the way. An enigmatic striker for Swansea City who had one season, and it was one glorious season. 22 goals in that single season across 38 games. Of course, if you're not familiar with Premier League football, he's going to be hoping to even come close to matching that amount in this series. We've seen Lions get 10 in the series. I think, what was it, 22 in total, 25 or total previously with the other series. So if he can even get close to 10, that already bodes so well in terms of staying in games.
Of course, and just one of the sort of additives to the complexity. The grey man he's not actually had the time to practice yesterday. He was out on an exercise, and so he actually arrived to this competition on the day, effectively. So has been having to get those practice in very late.
Yeah, well, that's going to be interesting. We'll have to see if he can warm up pretty quickly into this. But you saw them playing to the crowd. You saw them getting ready. And I think it's maybe about time that we get this game underway. We've hyped it up enough. But to bring you the hype, we have our wonderful casters.
Well, it is time for the RAF Derby. Didn't have to wait all that long. And of course, for such an occasion, from the player seat to the desk. RAF man yourself, Stelios, how are you feeling for this matchup?
Well, firstly, good afternoon to you all. It's so nice to be here at this such world-class facility. So massive shout-out firstly to BFBS and this fantastic University of Staffordshire. It's so good to be here. But yes, it is an all-RAF derby. I feel good to be here after being battered by Omni myself. That was rough. But no, it's good to see the Storm Shadows are set to go. The Shadows on the other side of the stage are keen to do as much damage as they possibly can to this stacked roster. Yes, it's without Cash, but they are still very talented and a tough side to beat for anyone.
Absolutely. Top 6 has been the current peak for the Shadows, of course. We're sitting in that 5th to 8th position. No one expects them to come through here, especially when you are facing that first seed Storm Shadows. There's been quite some distance between them. Questions have been asked from both teams, but an answer that is already written in the stars is this rivalry has one final matchup of the season to be played. We have kickoff.
Here we go then. It was P and the Grey Man doing battle at the kickoff there. Doromus immediately inside the Storm Shadows penalty area. Logan repping that LW tag. I love it actually, very creative tag as the Grey Man 50s Cedric. And we are underway, 15 seconds gone already. And just like that, the Storm Shadows are in the Shadows penalty area. Bit of a tongue twister, by the way, pick for this one. Storm Shadows. I should have enough practice to get it right. I certainly hope so.
Yeah, absolutely. But a quick attack here coming out from the Shadows. First save comes through, but it's an awkward ball straight back into the centre. That's going to allow that extra bit of pressure to follow, though Cedric with a turnover. Grabs a flip reset. Grey Man's beaten under. And that's that LW we mentioned before there. Clearance to the corner. You cannot allow the Storm Shadows to have any space. Individually, they're likely some of the most mechanical players that the BFBS have to offer. This is truly some of the pinnacle gameplay of the British forces. And if the RAF Shadows are able to bring out a shocker, by the way, have not conceded in the first minute, this will be the upset of the season.
Well, and there is a lesson here, by the way, for those of you sat at home watching this, or even in the crowd watching this. The RAF Shadows have been around for at least 3 years of RAF Rocket League history, and throughout they've always been sort of at the lower echelon, and I think it's quite a harsh thing to say, but they've always sprung the most ridiculous upset results in the history of RAF Rocket League, notably qualifying for Germany by knocking out the RAF Tempest a year ago now. Absolutely bonkers. So the Storm Shadows must be careful. They cannot underestimate this side. And to be fair, so far you can see that in action. The Shadows are looking like their normal, resolute selves who struggle to concede goals. And what a problem that is to have. They just don't like conceding. The only problem they do have, Pig, is if they do fall down a goal, even early on as well in the game, they tend to crumble. But the longer they can resist Pig, the more chance they have of even stealing a goal, going 1-0 to the good and defending it.
LW there, clearance of his back wall. Envy with that first strike. Doromus keeps it out the corner, but it will not be enough. Pierce piercing the net first. And it's that main defending force yet again from the Shadows snubbed out. And Envy's got that bit of a reputation about him. Multiple times I've seen him in the qualifiers. I've called him the sharpshooter. I believe he is the most efficient player that any team has to offer when it comes to those balls just outside the 6-yard box. No matter the angle, typically finding the target. This time though, denied early here from Grey Man. There's that little bit of respect between these two teams coming out those opening stages, but you know, once those goals start flying in, both these teams can tend to get a little bit vocal. LW here, caught in the corner. Cedric will pick this up over one. Pierce will force this to the corner. Lots of heavy touches quick out the gates from a team that typically likes to go for those controlled dribbles.
And I pray for everybody's ears in this arena that the Shadows don't score, because you are going to hear Doromus light up the stage with audio, I am sure of it. And I'm sure he's gunning to get that moment. He loves it. The Shadows also love it. There goes Envy. Shot on net, but a good save by Logan LW at the back post, rotating well. But you can see, Pig, the Shadows have not been bad at all. They're still in this game against the RAF Storm Shadows, who, yes, have been clinical with their 1 or 2 chances they have had. But ultimately, I think this is a bit of a surprise result so far. 1 goal, it's a really a non-starter in terms of a secure lead. If the Shadows can back something here in the dying embers of game number 1, it really could be anyone's game. So far, I think the Shadows will be very, very happy.
Hold on, though. That's a dangerous ball for centre. Daromas has to just get a really heavy touch on that ball. Storm Shadows are guaranteed to be back in possession, but you have to keep control of a boost. They haven't done that. Now, Daromas should have had a net to take. Early game jitters here on LAN is why both teams have slowed it down so much. This is not a style of series you're going to see between these 2 teams online.
Especially, I guarantee you, the winner of this series, I should say, when they play their next series, you're right, it's going to be nothing like this. And here comes LW, lines up P, equalizes for the RAF Shadows, and you can see their side of the stage erupt with noise. And we are all square here with just over a minute to play.
The ground shakes, and it's not from that new goal explosion. Most of the crowd here very much favouring the younger brother. And he might have just had that moment in his life where they've realised they're matching size now. And it's time for that counter punch. Pierce in his own corner, immediately challenged. You can see a little bit of a forward press here from Shadows, but they can't get overzealous. As soon as Storm Shadows start to find a little bit of calm, they'll take an inch into a mile. Cedric across, LW again, plenty of boost of attack, but sees the Romus in the corner. Those team plays are starting to come out. Although it's early foundations, 30 seconds left. First game, Shadows 1 goal away from an upset.
Well, here are the RAF Shadows announcing their presence here at the top 8 of BFBS Pro League Season 1. Who would have thought it? Level, heading for our first overtime of this series against the heavy favourites, the RAF Storm Shadows, but it is still the Shadows that come forward. Envy playing onto his own backboard. Daromas knocks it down. 4 seconds to play. Cedric pinches downfield. There is a demo. There is overtime, Pig, and I'll let you bring us in.
Well, who expected us to get to that spot? The timer goes up 1-1, and the Storm Shadows already are out of book. Shadows need to get this clearance out. I don't see any double commits, but I see a high place Grey Man. The Silver Fox leaves the box, and Storm Shadows take game 1.
I mean, even so, the Shadows will be delighted with how they have played that opening game. They were not expecting for it to be that close, but you know what? Not only was it close, they could have had a couple of extra goals in there.
Here's the thing about the Shadows. Heaps of experience throughout that full roster. I would say probably the player with the least is Daromas, and even still, he's been playing for a few years. Started off on the Rising Stars, was able to get that promotion to an RAF team, and it's a good performance in the first game, but ultimately, not good enough. You need to get those scores of the doors. We saw it in that previous series. Sure, you can keep it close. Sure, you can keep it within a 1-goal game, but when it is 0 seconds or that ball reaches the back of the net in overtime, you better hope you're that team on top.
Absolutely, because as you quite rightly stated, the key stat, no matter how many boost grabs you've had, no matter how many bumps, is simply the scoreline. It needs to be more goals on your side than the other team. That's the critical stat. And for the Storm Shadows, oftentimes they start off quite slow. They're not able to start off rapid like they are, like they sort of finish series. But an honest characteristic of their play throughout their history has always been that they start slow. Always, in any LAN, online tournaments as well, but they always finish strong, and they'll be looking to do that here. I mean, they did in that first overtime as well, and they're looking relaxed. Shadows as well on the opposite side of the stage, I can see, nice and relaxed, in good spirits as well, Pig, which of course, as you know, is a very important part of play as well, being in the right mindset.
Absolutely, but the lack of caution from Storm Shadows is both been their biggest asset and their biggest fallen down as well in quite a lot of the series during the season. Right now, though, they're very, very reserved. They've gone that dramatic heavy opposite. Hopefully now they can start to ease down to that middle ground, and this could just be a wipe. That being said, Shadows have improved, though an early goal
could start to see that prophecy start to come true.
Yeah, and it was good work by Envy coming off the ceiling, beating 2 RAF Shadows players. Cedric with the vital touch rolls it into the empty net. Let's start Junior Logan looking almightily relaxed. They won't be too disheartened by that early goal. But as we found out, the RAF Tempest on stage earlier, conceding early can also be your downfall. It can be the start of a snowball of bad touches and panicked plays. Hopefully the Shadows don't succumb to that. That's a good beat by LW. The Grey Man lurks, but what a redirect away from his own crossbar by the Storm Shadows defender.
And how dare that angle lie to me? That second one does as well. Thought that was going to be a potential goal here for the Shadows. But you spoke about it earlier. Typically, when Storm Shadows get one, or any opponent, frankly, of Shadows, they start to slow down. But they're here to give it their all at LAN. They've not given up to any single one of these balls. We saw them play quite quick to kick off after they were able to score a goal themselves. It just seems like there's a different energy from this roster that we were not seeing during the qualifiers.
And I wonder, Pig, I really do wonder, these sets of players know each other very well. I mean, we have show matches on our Twitch channel every other week. They're familiar foes. And I wonder if that's playing on the minds a bit of the RAF Storm Shadows. The fact that the RAF Shadows know their game. They know their strength of each player. They know the weaknesses of each player. Maybe they are playing to exploit those weaknesses. So far, it's so good, but as you said, on more than one occasion, it's the stat at the top of your screens that matters the most. And the lead almost doubled there, but yet again, the RAF Shadows survive.
Doromus dribble close to the wall, has an opportunity to save a bit of boost. LW is just forced to make that heavy strike. It's low boost all round, and you're going to see that that's going to be a huge contentious point consistently in this series, because if you do allow Storm Shadows to start to stock up, if you don't get aggressive to those big boosts, picking up your pads, you're going to get run out the gate. They're just going to be faster than you, and Envy looks like he had an open net, made a bit of a hash of it, was sideways to the ball, a bit far high up the pitch. It's uncharacteristic for him, but ultimately, Storm Shadows looking like they're starting to pick up the pressure, and that is concerning signs for Shadows. You don't want to see them drop to 2, otherwise I feel like it's going to be that same old story.
Yeah, you'll begin to fear the worst for the RAF Shadows if that indeed does happen. But instead, it's P in front of his own net, repping that lovely British Octane design car. Love it, gotta love it. As Envy goes up, gets the flip reset. Can't quite find the sector, actually fakes LW, but Doromus, really good cover for his teammate, and Steve completes the clearance though. And there is a rotation from Doromus, who has a shot on there. Envy with limited boost, able to save, but a good bump. Aggression here from the RAF Shadows. Though Cedric able to just punch it down the line, intercepted though immediately by the Grey Man, who plays across to his left, fakes for Doromus, and there is a chance here, a shooting opportunity, not made. Peter clear.
All press, no pop from RAF Shadows. The storm is brewing yet again. Envy off that corner. It's a miss from the first man, and Cedric played exactly for it. Pierce is able to keep it close as well. Doromus, despite the high boost count, didn't really have any momentum behind him to get that big clearance that he was desperate for, and still doesn't have that positioning to hold it tight. It's a high ball from LW. That's a nice recovery from the skipper, but now with just about 90 seconds left on the clock, that attack won't be the equalizer, but they need it.
Central for P. What a save by Logan out of nowhere. That looked destined for the back of the net, and still the Shadows survive, and still they are in this game. They never give up. It is a characteristic of their play, and there's the link up, but if not for a vital interception, that would have been a clear sight at goal. We approach the final minute of game number 2. Up goes LW. Look for a secondary touch as well. Cedric able to clear, and the captain of the Storm Shadows is being made to earn his money this game.
Yes. That ball somewhat played behind him, but still able to tip that one out wide. Cedric finds the only bit of space on the pitch, though, must be said, Shadows did immediately recover themselves rather deep, had no interest in keeping that offense flowing unless it falls perfectly on their lab. You've got to create problems, not just hope Storm Shadows are going to fall into one. They're not that kind of team. Pierce down to Envy. That's simply on target. 2 to the good. 33 seconds. It's looking dire for Shadows.
And finally, the Storm Shadows seem to just settle down a little bit more now. I can see a bit of composure on their faces. They're smiling as well. They're still relaxed, but it's beginning to reflect, importantly, Pig, in their play, because it's been ropey is the wrong word, but it's been hesitant at times. but they have importantly been clinical with the chances that they have been presented with. Notably, though, they had to work very hard to get them as Envy looks for a bump. It will be the Romas left to defend. Couldn't find the shot, which was very well placed in the top corner by Cedric. And 3-0 now. Game done. Maybe not quite game, set, and match just yet, Pig, but it's certainly approaching that territory. Certainly the next game goes the way of the Storm Shadows.
Absolutely. It's all about if Storm Shadows are going to carry this one into the next game. I felt like Shadows knew with that second goal that was likely the dagger. When you struggle to score a goal in the first place, how are you going to get 2 in 30 seconds? Is this just the dynamic that this series has to offer? Every goal for the Storm Shadows feels like it's worth triple compared to any other team in any other series when both teams are playing like this. And unfortunately, I can't say the same for Shadows. If they go 1-0 up, if they go 2-0 up, you still think there's that factor from Storm Shadows that all of a sudden they're going to pull out something crazy. I defined them by 3 metrics: confidence, pace, flair. They're building up that confidence. The pace is high. It's certainly faster than their opponents. The one thing that's missing is that creative instinct. We know they have it in their locker. It's that ace in their sleeve waiting to be played. But when you're 2-0 up, is that really needed?
It's, well, it's as you say, right? It's a bit of cruise control now for the RAF. We do have a tactical timeout right now for the RAF Shadows. They're using the tools at their disposal, and it's good. I mean, as a coach myself, especially mentally as well, timing the timeout, great pun, is always important, and it's something that I think they'll utilize well, and they can look to try and recover, because I don't think they've been bad, Pig. I don't think they've been bad at all. But as you say, uniquely, in all of the series that we're going to see today, there is a dynamic. It's almost a storyline for each individual series. For this one, you've seen the Shadows be robust in defense and contain the Storm Shadows as much as possible, but eventually the pressure eventually pays off for the Storm Shadows and they take a lead. And once that happens, you don't ever see the Shadows come back. Currently, shut out whenever they've gone one goal down, and that's unfortunately is a telling stat for them.
And you can see Daromas being the vocal one for the team. Before this series began this morning, when I was asking him about this upcoming matchup, he said to me, there's one pro player I want to be like today.
Ooh.
It was SSG's Kofa. He wants to be vocal. He wants to show off a bit of the mechanics. He wants to get those demos out as well. However, unfortunately, the Kofa he's picked here today is that of a hybrid bracket.
It is what it is, and he's trying. I mean, you can see him in the middle of his teammates there, riling them up. You got Cedric waving at us. I don't mind a little wave from Cedric once in a while, but Roman's voice will be key. In that timeout. What do you say? You're 2-0 down against a team you know is the top echelon of RAF Rocket League. You've played them countless times, Pig. You know their weaknesses, you know their strength, but you're still unable to crack the code. Where do you go from here?
I feel like their knowledge to an extent has been their weakness. Of course, they're aware of who these opponents are. They know how they play. They know their strengths. They know their weaknesses. But they also have the memories of being thrashed from them multiple times in the past. So when things start to not go particularly well, and this is actually one of your secrets that you told me, that's when you start to lose that bit of hope. It's, oh, this is what we were expecting to happen. The forces have come into play. One looked like it was going to switch there for the Shadows. Not quite this time. But like I said, they're going to have to earn their goals. They're never going to come that easy.
Well, and I'm glad you touched on it as the Storm Shadows go close off the post and in from a very acute angle. Cedric credited with the goal. It was P with the flick down the line. Daromas with a rather awkward looking touch. Left kind of stranded. Almost got the save, got a hand to it, but could only tip it onto the post. But as you were saying, Pig, in the professional Rocket League world, one of the biggest things that I try to coach into players, you know, even at the pro level like your Cashes, is the tone of voice in comms must remain the same no matter what. Whether we're 7-0 up or we're 7-0 down, the tone must not drop, because tone equals confidence. If you call a ball in a confident, assertive manner, your teammates are more likely to leave it and not double commit and not waste their boost, and they can position accordingly. If you use a very poor tone, the opposite happens. And that is the benefit of having a constant positive tone in comms.
Well, I must say, it doesn't feel like the standards have dropped from the Shadows. It's just that Storm Shadows have started to improve amongst themselves. That shot is straight at the keeper.
Envy makes light work of it, and those tight touches come straight afterwards. It was the falling Jenga piece for RAF Shadows there. Daromus in the defense, not quite able to get those crisp first touches. And sometimes that's just the MMR difference between the two teams, but Greyman will keep it high. Again, that read doesn't come quick enough. Daromus is forced to boom that forward. And I don't like those heavy booms when all three players of Storm Shadows are prepared to ignite the counter. They've got that boost advantage as well. Must say, not put to the best here from Cedric. Two men at that front. Greyman, the only person with resources somewhat out of the play, still finds a way to keep himself involved. And it's uncharacteristically deep yet again from the Storm Shadows. They seem to think that 1-0 is enough, and with Shadows struggling to get those goals across, can you really blame them?
No, I mean, don't fix what's not broke. And I once again will refer to Greece 2004 when they won the Euros by winning 1-0, by 1 goal, by the majority of the games. It worked for them, it can work for the Storm Shadows, but on the other side of the pitch, the Shadows still trying to break the Storm Shadows down. They've had glimpses of goals, they've had the chances, and as you can see, if not for some really good defense by the RAF Storm Shadows, namely Cedric, in that particular moment, they could find themselves level. Instead, the historic journey of the RAF Shadows continues here at the BFBS Pro League LAN. They started off many years ago as Diamond 2, Diamond 3 players, and here they are competing with GC3/SSLs in a LAN environment. Who would have thought it all those years ago, as they continue to plug away at this brick wall that is the Storm Shadows defense.
We must not forget that that timeout has been popped by RAF Shadows. This is their first real opportunity to put that to use, and so far, again, it's not been a dropping of standards, but it's just a bit flat offensively. And I feel like that all starts from their own third. Lots of high boost commits towards the ball. Those counters don't come through, but at one time, they have some resources in the tank. It looked like they could pull off that equalizer. Daromus goes straight for the strike. Envy was awkward. Recovered well to get it across to that other corner, and Pierce, 0 boost, 0 problems, over 1, and Shadows are running right back.
Storm Shadows being tested firmly. There is Envy knocking the ball central. The Greyman loops it high and wide. Daromus will cause all sorts of issues. Logan had a shot on goal, but it was intercepted by Envy. Logan will cut the play there as well. P just loops it high onto the Shadows net, and what a touch from Daromus. P was lurking to tap over to the empty net. But more good defending by the RAF Shadows. They have fought this tooth and nail, Pig, and they're still alive here.
Feels like a goal is brewing, but is there enough time on the clock to allow that to happen? Pierce isn't going to be the defender to be beaten. Back on, looking to try and create some drama. It's a little bit of a chaos factor in the Storm Shadows corner. Envy will stay on, cleared out here by the Greyman. Pierce has 100 boost available, gonna leave that for a teammate instead. Communication is crisp. 2 men are beat, but that's gonna be a hard one to find the targets.
25 seconds, all that separates the RAF Storm Shadows and 4 match points. It's almost an insurmountable task to come back. It's doable for any team here at the BFBS Pro League LAN, notably for the Shadows as well, but it's just not the ideal position they want to find themselves in. And as the clock strikes 10, P with the shot, wide of the mark, and we will find ourselves, I think, Pig, unless something dramatic happens in this final few seconds. There goes Daromus, there's the flick, off the post, onto the crossbar, and there it was, the golden opportunity. It's still alive, Pig. Logan can't make the most of that very awkward position was put in, and it is going to hit the floor. And wow, what a finish to that game. Could have easily been a route back into it for the Shadows, but instead it's 4 match points.
Lights were too bright there, Stelios. The lights were too bright. 0 seconds. If that is any other portion of the game, that's a controlled flick into the top of the net. Easily. We've got faith for these players. We know what they're capable of. We've watched them play for 8 qualifiers. But sometimes on LAN, things change. It has been a close affair. It's another essentially 1-goal game. I know the second one wasn't quite that, but it's a few late goals once you know that that matchup's not going to go in your favor. Though heading into this 4th, it's hard to call whether this is reverse sweepable, because as much as this has been a close affair, they're not getting the goals. That's 2 in a row. It's 10 minutes worth of Rocket League time. I think including the OT, it gets up to 11 and 12 without finding that opponent's back of the net.
It must play all kinds of havoc with their mentalities as well, because how do you feel when you've been knocking at the door for so long and so well as well? You've created chances, just haven't been able to put them away. It must be a devastating feeling. I can relate somewhat to that after our game 4 earlier against Omnia, but unfortunately not enough, because it's almost the opposite side of the play here. Clinicality is what the Storm Shadows have, and they continue to be clinical. And they're doing what needs to be done, scoring more goals than the opposition. Pig, take us into what could be the final game of this series.
Well, we've seen early goals in a bunch of these games now. This time it looks like it could go to Shadows. And in these games where it's 1 goal the difference, chances have been rare. You have to take them. Envy's second touch, not quite what he bargained for, but Cedric is able to get that first goal. This script is too strict.
It's the same story over and over again. The game starts, the Shadows start well, they have a chance, they have a glimmer of hope to get in front for the first time in the series. It doesn't go their way, and then almost like magic, the ball teleports to the other end, and the Storm Shadows take the lead. This time, I think the quickest they've done it, I must say, in all the games so far. And I think that's a big nerve settler for them, if there is, of course, any lingering nerves. But the Shadows, once again, left to do it all.
Of course, there's that fierce nature that you get from a rivalry, and when you get these 3 players together as well, that experience allows them to still play to the max of their capabilities, even when they are 3 behind in a series, scoring the almost impossible seeming reverse sweep is their only answer. Greyman does get that bit of an awkward ball here. That pass isn't perfect. Still falls onto the car of Pierce. 0 boost, plays that fake. Envy with the shot saved by LW. DeRomus goes for an early jump as well. That's going to make it hard for him to get back in time to that back post, but the double tap never comes.
The infamous sound of the crossbar ping rattling there in the RAF Shadows net. Now they are really feeling pressure. The RAF Shadows are turning it up now, but that's an interesting flick goalwards, which Cedric has to deal with. Logan chooses to fake for the Greyman. It's really good communication between the 2 of them. Dromas has to cut the play here. Loops it high and wide of the Storm Shadows net. P with a soft touch. Looks to beat Roman, but Roman's touch is a good one again. Cedric clears that time. The Greyman attempts to interfere with play, but nothing doing there. Logan rises now. Right-hand side, it's almost like volleyball inside the first third of the RAF Storm Shadows half. The Greyman shooting opportunity onto the backboard. Will there be a Shadows player there? No, it bypasses them both, and another chance Pig goes a-begging.
And you can't jump there if you're LW. You're completely out of the play. That's so much boost wasted. And that's why you'll see this conversion. It's that off-the-ball play as well that makes the difference. And Storm Shadows have simply been more solid in that regard. It's a little bit finicky here from Shadows. They're trying to force it through, and by all means get strikes on net. But you still have to be composed. Envy high. DeRomus needs exactly that. Cedric, though, is beaten. And now it's Greyman's chase to the ball. Doesn't touch it. And now LW is in a thicker spot. 2v1. And, of course, Numbers takes the victory. And that ball across should have been 2-0.
And yet, the scoreline remains at 1 goal to the good for the RAF Storm Shadows. P looking for a flip reset. The Greyman with a very good challenge. The shot from Envy, looking to head into that top corner, but again, the ping of the crossbar means the Shadows survive another onslaught, but still it comes back. P with a double, centers wonderfully. Envy rises for it. Has he got a double? Yes, he does. But again, it's wide of the mark, and still there is hope. There is life left in the tanks of the RAF Shadows players until that shot from Envy rifled into the bottom corner, and I just can't see it happening now anymore, Pig.
I said it in game 1. I said it in game 1. Find Envy on the edge of the box. It's a goal every single time. He's had a few games now sitting in the arena in front of potential opponents as well, have been sitting in the stands. He's been stone-faced. He's back to that killer mentality that he's famous for. Back down, can't find Pierce. And what I've noticed as well from the Storm Shadows, that third man starting to press himself rather high to what we've seen before. But that's pretty characteristic of how they play online. If they're able to keep that control and to get that creativity back, the team waiting for them in the semi-finals, of course assuming this isn't turned over in the next 60, they've got something to be afraid of.
Yeah, it's almost as if they're playing their normal game a little bit more now. Maybe they needed that time in the first couple of games to settle in and find their rhythm and find their style. They're living up to their name now at the hands, of course, of the RAF Shadows, sadly for them, because they have made this a real scrap, a real fight. And there they go still, and there is life left in the RAF Shadows. Once again, the other side of the stage erupts in audio, in passion. You can see on your screen there, Daromas loving every minute of this. There is still life left, even though it's under a minute to go. They can do it. I'm sure they may even try to prove me wrong here.
Promises kept, passion coursing through his veins. Daromas rallies the troop for a final 50 seconds, whether it's going to be the ultimate 50 in this quarter-final is still to be told. Greyman keeps it low. Daromas and W, you can already see they've got that eye for goal, and that high ball should make it possible. Double from double, can't find it. And now it's Envy quick on the counter. The third goal would surely be a dagger. Daromas doesn't allow it to happen. Pierce looks to plant it right back in his net, but Lewis gets it through.
19 seconds to play. Here we go. The Greyman launches it. P flies in away to the left-hand side of the Shadows' net. Cedric is there just to keep the ball where it needs to be. And every second wasted now inside the Shadows' half is a second they can't mount an attack. They may get one more. Daromas flicks high. Cedric is there in the corner. There's a bit of a double commit, but Envy's pinched touch might be all she wrote. And the RAF Storm Shadows progress into the semi-finals.
They're the RAF team to look for, future in the tournament. Tough first matchup, having to play that rivalry. Of course, there's extra factors going on in your mind there in a series matchup which already has so much weight behind it. But ultimately, one goal every game was seemingly enough to make all the difference. The Shadows didn't quite have that offensive press there, but defensively, that is definitely their strong point. Something to build on hopefully future in-services seasons.
Oh yeah, you'll be seeing them again at some point in the future, I'm sure. But as you said, I think the Shadows had all of the ingredients they needed. But the finishing, had a few more of their chances had gone in, they could have at least got a couple of games on the board. It was there for them. They played well and they made it a real scrap. But they succumb to a clinical RAF Storm Shadows performance. And as you can see on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, there is sportsmanship galore. These players are friends in the real world, in the working environment as well. So it's nice to see them paying each other the respect that they both deserve.
There is that camaraderie in the forces. It's what makes this event so incredible. Everyone's here with that one aim in mind. They've got that similar mental state to come out with, and that was a lot of fortitude taken from both teams. Moving forward, though, Storm Shadows do have that little bit of work to do. You look to that other side, you see teams like Omnia perform so well in their one series of the day. Leaves a lot to be begged for, but they've got quite some time until that point. That was an excellent match to watch.
Well, it's almost a chance for them now to go away, maybe watch the Omnia series, because they are in the other side of the bracket. They still, of course, have the winner, I believe, of Boost Over Ball versus Falcons to take care of. That game, by the way, is going to be a cracker. I'm so looking forward to that one. But that's an important time for them to study both potential opponents and go away, look at some replays maybe, and make sure that they're in their best possible mindset going forward into their semi-final, which will be later on today.
Yeah, but for now, still closing thoughts for that series. What are we thinking back at the studio?
Well, we have a lot of thoughts, actually. This scoreline not really doing justice to the energy in that game. So I'm quite excited to break this down with the analysts here. So my first question for you guys. How did this outcome kind of align with our expectations going in? Because I feel like we were kind of a little bit set in our ways and we were quite surprised. How did expectation meet reality here?
I mean, it depends on whether you look at it from the outside looking in and you're like 4-0. Yeah, okay, Psycho was absolutely bang on the money, but you actually look at the series in of itself, those individual games, those individual moments, and I'm so proud of the Shadows. Like, I think that 4-0 does them an injustice. They were able to switch up their style of play. We're going to dive into that a little bit later. But yeah, I just think that especially in that final game, one goal away from forcing a second overtime, the Storm Shadows, that's a heck of a scare.
Yeah, for me, they really have a performance to be proud of in that series. And it feels so cruel saying that when you're swept, and especially in the RAF derby there. I'm sure the Shadows would have wanted to come on top and just make something more of it in terms of equaling the game scores potentially. But the RF Storm Shadows, they're known for that solidity. They're known for that aggression. And the RF Shadows just ultimately couldn't quite keep up.
Now, we talked a little bit about it. All of these games felt a lot closer. We saw goals coming in almost every single instance here. What was it that they were doing to keep the Storm Shadows on their toes? What was it that we were being quite impressed by?
So games 1 and 2, we saw a pretty distinctive style in that they were basically trying to keep away ball as much as possible. Very heavy possession. The issue being is that they weren't finding a lot of joy transitioning from keeping that possession to going up the other side of the field and ultimately converting. And we saw at the end of game 2 there, a bit of a capitulation. One goal goes in and then a second and a third off kickoff. And so they switch things up for game number 3. They go for a bit more of a Route 1 direct style. And that's something that the Storm Shadows historically have not dealt well with. And we can see that in both of the final couple of games, there was a lot clearer cut opportunities for the Shadows to go ahead and score. Unfortunately, not really score enough Psycho to be able to get it over the line.
Yeah, and I think it does just come down to that sort of boom ball mentality, which opened up a lot of significant gaps against the Storm Shadows. Absolutely loved the way that they were just sort of unpicking the defence one by one with that nature of their attack. But I also started to see the second man and the third man creep upwards down the field from the Shadows. They're fundamentally quite a defensive roster, so that was a lovely change to see from them as well. But Storm Shadows, full credit to them, they are the top dogs.
I've got to ask, though, because it was a little bit closer than we were expecting. It did raise maybe not some serious doubts, but a little bit of a worry in our minds. If you were there on the team, sat there coaching, you've got a little bit of time before the next game. What are the conversations that you're having? You know, Psycho, I'll start with you here. What are the conversations that you're having to try tighten up little bits and pieces here and there ahead of the semi-finals?
Well, the thing is, for the Storm Shadows, before that semi-finals matchup, they actually have a lot of sort of kinks to iron out themselves, which seems kind of brutal. But to be frank with them, they weren't really creating much. It was quite one-dimensional, Route 1 sort of attacking play, as you said, Relic. I think moving forward to the semi-finals, they got to start thinking about opening the width of the field, using the teammates on the side to pull apart those tougher defences.
Yeah, I think Storm Shadows, they can consider themselves fortunate that the Shadows didn't take more opportunities. And even in of itself, I mean, we talk about that one dimension. Keep in mind that Shadows utilized a timeout, and that was switching from the possession-based to the Route 1. And even that was kind of like, well, this is just another version of it. You've got to have a lot of branches to whatever style of play you are going to commit to. Ideally, you kind of switch it up mid-game. And so the Storm Shadows, I think, will have learned a lot from this. There's a much tougher opponent, of course, waiting in the semi-finals, whoever it might be.
Well, talking of waiting, we have an interview waiting in the wings, and I'm super excited to hear this, to get all of the inside scoop from the players themselves about how they think that series went. But over to the stage.
Thanks, Lena. Yes, well, the Storm Shadows spoke earlier of bringing the Storm to this tournament, and they've made a semi-final spot. Got a delighted Cedric alongside me. What do you make of your performance?
Not the best from our side, but also wasn't the worst. Yeah, a win's a win, especially as a sweep. Can't really complain.
Certainly made it tricky for you in parts as well, the Shadows.
Yeah, well, that's one of the best performances I've ever seen from them. I honestly think if they were matched against any other team, they would have caused just as much trouble. So yeah, definitely something to take away for the Shadows as well.
What were your preparations leading into the game? I mean, obviously you've had to wait a little bit to get underway today.
Not a lot, really. I was just sitting in free play, doing spins for no reason, just getting in the right headspace. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
It speaks to the quality of the tournament, doesn't it? That it's going to be a tricky one for anyone who's going to win this lovely trophy at the end of it. Who would you rather face, do you think, in the semi-finals?
Who are my options?
Well, Falcon's next. Yeah, I mean, what have you made of the other sides so far that have made it to the last four?
Yeah, they're all really good rosters. We've beaten them, we've lost against them. So now we're on LAN. I think we have the most experience here, so that's obviously going to be in our favour. But I honestly think any of the top 4 teams can win the whole thing today. So yeah.
Well, some of the other players have been talking about the experience. You mentioned being on LAN and having the crowd as well and the atmosphere. What have you made of that so far? We obviously expect that to build through the day as well.
Yeah, well, it's a really good setup for starters. So massive shout out to BFBS for saw it in a place like this. It's this is definitely the best facility I've been in, and having a crowd always makes the atmosphere better. And yeah, I'm all here for it, and hopefully it'll be at max capacity later.
And looking at the overall picture as well, this tournament, hoping to grow on what we're seeing in this tournament in the years coming ahead. It's a great time for esports.
It is a great time for esports, especially within the military and the community. There's always so much going on, and it just brings everyone closer, and it's even better when we get to do it in person.
Lastly, what would it mean to be lifting that trophy at the end of the day?
It would mean a lot. It'd be a pride thing more than anything. It'd be a pretty cool experience to be able to lift a trophy.
Well, congratulations once again. Good luck in the last 4, and we can't wait to see the action that's coming up. We're just going to have a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The action will be here in just a few moments.
The only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. The league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena. Gamers, get ready. Introducing BFBS Pro League, the only tri-service esports league for the armed forces. Featuring Rocket League. Compete against players of all abilities and play to win a share of the £15,000 prize pool. BFBS Pro League includes incredible prizes for the top 100 players, best goals, and the MVP, as well as giveaways of the latest consoles, gaming equipment, and your chance to bag first place with a prize of £4,000 at our grand finale. Whether you're a casual player or a seasoned pro, the league is open to the whole armed forces community, including their families, civilian staff, and cadets. BFBS Pro League qualifiers kicks off in June. If you can play, you can compete. This is esports for everyone, everywhere. This is esports for the armed forces. Sign up now to BFBS Pro League. See you in the arena.
Welcome back, everybody. Our last quarterfinals match awaits us, and I am super excited for this one. This one has been hyped up the most, and I'd argue potentially the most competitive that we have seen yet. But I am not up here alone. I have an amazing panel of analysts with me to break down a little bit of the action. So first up, final quarterfinals. How have we been feeling? We've been enjoying them. Any matches that have really stood out to us?
Oh, I think second and third series, even though they're sweeps, honestly pretty good. I think both the Shadow, both of those series shouldn't have been 4-1, or it should have been 4-1 at the very minimum. Let's put it that way. Let's put my teeth in. But let's also talk about the fact that we are now getting the two closest seeds going up against each other, 5th and 6th. I know that Sir Pegasus was particularly excited. I know he's very excited to cast a series. I think there's going to be real fireworks in this one, and if any series is going to be not a sweep, Psycho, it's got to be this one, right?
We got to cross our fingers. So far today, we've expected games to be taken, especially from the likes of the Shadows and the Sparrow Hawks as the underdogs. And they put in a good performance, but ultimately this one is shaping to be the series of the quarterfinals. Of course, we have Boost over Ball coming in as the Dutch representatives, or at least two of them, Cosmo and Zatic, and Josh as the English sort of finisher to that roster. On the other hand, however, the Falcons have been around for quite some time. They've represented the British Army esports for quite some time as individual players moving into this competition.
Now, let's actually take a look at the bracket as well, because this matchup is single elimination. This will decide who goes forward into that semi-finals and who will have to play against a team that is much feared, top-seeded team that we're all a little bit worried about. So there it is so far. We've got Omnia versus Resurgent coming up later. That's going to be a banger. And then RAF Storm Shadows versus winner of this. We've all got a little bit of bias. We're not allowed to show it, but which do you think would be the team that is most equipped, stylistically, to go toe-to-toe with the Storm Shadows?
That's a great question. For me personally, I'm going Boost over Ball, because I'm looking at that Storm Shadows performance up against the Shadows, and yes, okay, they get a 4-0 sweep. It wasn't easy. And we were talking a little bit about how it just felt a little bit stale at times, their offensive might. And so Boost over Ball, one of the most dynamic rosters here today, you'd actually expect that would suit them quite nicely. Although I don't think that should say any less of Falcons either. I think both of these teams are going to be eyeing up that semi-final and thinking, hold on a second, we got a real chance at the grand finals here if Storm Shadows are going to play like that again.
Yeah, and at least in my mind as well, both of these teams are actually capable of going the distance. Yeah. In a lot of people's minds, it's the top 4 you have to worry about. Falcons coming in as the 5th seed, so the underdogs in this particular matchup to Boost over Ball's 4th seed, they still are capable of taking the whole thing. We saw it in Qualifier 1. Falcons went ahead to win the entire thing. Boost over Ball, of course, have done the same. I believe it was Qualifier 6 themselves. So both of them shaping up to really go toe-to-toe.
Now, we've got a lot to talk about with these two teams, a lot to break down here. First of all, players to highlight. Now, a couple of names have been brought up. So let's mention first Zatic. Zatic being the youngest player playing in this tournament. What do we have to look forward to with that?
Dude's young, but he is experienced. Both of the Dutch lads on this roster have LAN experience, and so that in of itself, I think, although we can talk about the Storm Shadows and how tough that series was, they were able to tough it out because they have the most LAN experience out of anyone here today. So that really is going to make a difference, especially for someone so young. I think Rocket League really is a young person's esport. It's all about reactions. It's all about those almost like those finger on the trigger sort of memory sort of reactions. And so I think for Zatic in particular, he's going to be thrilled to have this opportunity to go out there and prove to everybody that age is but a number.
Indeed. And here we can see Boost over Ball walking on into the arena. They are feeling the energy. They are feeling the crowd there, and they are looking really confident right now, Psycho.
Absolutely. And they have been the loudest people on the spectator bench today.
You can hear them in this room.
You could hear them from a mile away. They've got their chants going. The enthusiasm is off the charts. And right here we can see Josh in the middle. He's going to be sort of that leadership figure for the team himself. 2K MMR, nothing to scoff at whatsoever. Plenty of mechanical capabilities for himself. And the Dutchies either side of him, brilliant equally so.
Yeah, we got to meet them a little bit in the talent van back to the hotel yesterday. And the confidence is incredible. They look so ready to go. First time on land. But they're also genuinely, they're so enthusiastic. They're so excited. They're really nice as well. So I'm expecting, brave faces right now. But the camaraderie is, we've already been seeing it today.
But it's really funny as well, because Cosmo was telling us about a particular trip that he was on. And all of them were looking around each other thinking, wait, why aren't we doing as well as we get? It's because he was in Paris, of course. And so he was, what was it, like a 30 FPS monitor or something, which I'm sure some people will say 30 FPS, oh, that's fine, that's smooth, right? In Rocket League, oh, no. Every FPS matters. And for these guys, every frame's going to matter in terms of being able to dismantle this boost over ball threat. The Falcons, Affinity, Psycho, I don't know what more there is to say about them. The first winners of a qualifier, kind of tailed off, kind of tapered off after that. Is this their time to rise again?
Walmsley on the left has very much been that sort of leadership figure for this particular roster. You've got Onza in the middle. That is one of the strongest players in this entire competition on an individual level. He is absolutely locked in every time he hits the field, and you will see those flashy plays from him. He's got to the top ranks, the 2Ks, the likes of such. JDN, however, on the right-hand side of the roster, coming in as a substitute to replace Rush, who they've predominantly played with throughout the qualifiers, is a bit of a mystery to us.
How are we feeling about that substitution for Rush? Because he was, quite a powerhouse for their team. Is it big shoes to fill? Has the transition, do you think it's been smooth from, we've seen a little bit from practice. We've heard bits from scrims, How has the transition been?
Yeah, so Jordan, or JDN on the right, is definitely a powerhouse in himself. He's positionally and fundamentally a fantastic player. I've watched him play time and time again on show matches, even had the pleasure of doing a couple six-man series with him as well. He's a brilliant guy, and he really, really can deliver.
I am super excited for this one. Now, predictions. We've said it's going to be the closest. We've said that, Boost over Ball might look like the better team to take on the Storm Shadows that we saw earlier. So what are we thinking, though, in terms of the context of this series? Give me scorelines. Is it another sweep? Is this one closer? Put your money where your mouth is. Psycho, I'm going to go with you first here, because I think you've got something to say here.
This is going to be a rough one, but I think Boost over Ball, they have the swagger to them. They just know they've got it in the bag, I think. And honestly, I think nerves are still going to play a part for them. I think they've been very much open in talking about sort of the emotional situation of the game and of the stage and of the environment they're in. And it's tough to deal with for them. However, I think they can persevere.
Okay, what's the score, though?
4-1.
Wow, instantly. I'm going to risk looking like an absolute idiot. I'm going to try and anti-jinx it. I'm going to say 4-0 for Boost over Ball.
4-0, the anti-jinx. Well, we will find out, because Caster Curse isn't really with us. The only people that can curse that are the casters, but they are going to bless you with an absolutely immaculate series here. So we're going to send it over to them.
Champions versus champions. That is the matchup we see for the final quarterfinals. Someone's going to get eliminated by the end of this. We're going to have our semi-finals decided, and there is a youthful look in the arena. But enough about my esteemed co-caster.
You're very, very, very kind. I will say this matchup is set to be an absolute classic. I've been looking forward to this one all day for more than one reason. The winner of this, of course, will play the RAF Storm Shadows, but these are two extremely talented sides. I've got to note, on the side of the Army Sports Falcons, Onza is potentially player of the year across all three services. On his day, he is unstoppable. If he can replicate some of that form today and guide JDN and Walmsley through it, the Boost over Ball could be in some serious trouble.
And there is so much energy coming from this Boost over Ball side. They're the young guns, they're the new excitement in the inter-services scene. A little bit of a Dutch dynamic duo as well there included, with Cosmo and Zatic coming together. But these are two players that also have a little bit of experience here on LAN. But this is going to be the matchup of the quarterfinals. Will we finally set our sights onto Game 5? Tell of the cards say absolutely so, but that's to be decided on the pitch. For the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen, 3, 2, 1, they're getting ready to enter the pitch. We'll have kickoff very soon. Do they want to go? There we are.
Here we go then. It is going to be JDN and Cosmo kicking us off. And there is arguably one of the most energetic rosters I've seen. All qualifiers long, all LAN long in boost over ball. Can Falcons give them any kind of work to just nullify that passion, that energy somewhat? It remains to be seen, but nevertheless, we are underway.
And it is here to Cosmo, trying to find Wormsy on that back post. Wanted to go for a bit of a Ronzi, doesn't catch it. Zatic backflips as well. Josh wants to try and go for the sidewall. Onza is able to hold this one close. Ball across, Onza again, quick follow, and this is what Falcons can do so well. Crossbar will deny. Cosmo looks like an option defensively. How aggressive is he in the final third? It's that crossbar again.
It's starting out how it means to go on. There is the shot, and it's JDN, arguably the least experienced player on that Falcon side, who steps up for his team, profiting off of the pass of Wormsy, which was so precise, and the needle-like finish from JDN gives the Falcons a very well-deserved, I think anyway, lead.
Yeah, absolutely. They've had a majority of that offense, and it's that experience which is the tail between these two teams. It's the difference factor. It's also the recent performances from Boost over ball. Zatic makes it equal. Your qualifier 4 in 6 champions look to dislodge the Falcons.
Yeah, they are locked in, and similar to Doromus and the Shadows in the last series, you're gonna hear whenever Boost over ball score. They are among the most passionate I've ever seen on this game, and they're bringing it to life here in this series. But here comes JDN, sniffing for an instantaneous response. Wasn't to be that time. There goes Josh, dinks it high and wide. Cosmo rises onto the crossbar and down. Thankfully for the Falcons, Wormsy was there to clear the danger.
Zatic, low down, 50 stays tight. Onza is lurking as that second. It's hard to escape those corners. It's one of the fundamental rules of Rocket League. The corners are safe for the defensive side. Boost over ball famously have been very good at breaking those down. They were able to do so against the Storm Shadows twice in 2 series. That went the difference in what I will say was the most exciting qualifier win we have ever seen. Ball off the backward. Another opportunity for Cosmo, but it's gone out for a throw-in.
That is not one that he'll want to see again. It was limited on boost, kind of, but a player of that quality, you'd expect him to be putting that one into the back of a looming net. It was there for them. JDN had committed, and instead it's Onza. Oh, that's pinched wonderfully for Boost over ball. And a combination of Wormsy and JDN means that the Falcons remain at 1-1, though. The ball's still inside their half. Josh combining with Cosmo. A fantastic save by Onza. He is the rock of that Falcons defense, and he will continue to be that rock for the entirety of this series, I'm pretty sure. Wormsley into the near post, and a save by Cosmo.
It's a lovely save, but he still needs that second touch. Advance into the final third. Zatic is waiting. He's got his Dutch duo gone far. The Englishman looks to strike. Josh can't fight it through. All boost used there for Cosmo, just for an extra few seconds for the rest of the team. It hasn't been used well. Josh is still left with nothing in the tank. That backboard has been left completely free, but a waterfall down does land favourably for Boost over ball. It's 1-1 with 2 minutes to spare, and Boost over ball, despite having that eye for goal, the hand has just not coordinated.
It is end-to-end gameplay. Both sides searching for what would be a very important second goal, just to get their noses in front. Boost over ball seem to be combining well, but Onza and co surviving, and there is the empty net. Wormsley takes advantage, and more fine work by the Falcons is rewarded. They take the lead.
And if that backflip wasn't enough, the demo certainly was. Not sure it was relevant in that play, Stelios, but it's a promising sign for Falcons looking forward. These first man is not hit and run away to defense. They want to stay active. You cannot count anyone out in the rotation if you are Boost over ball. It's the first time we've seen these two teams face in a bracket through 8 qualifiers. It was only group stages for these two teams. But here on LAN, first appearance, Falcons have had the lead, but who's to say Boost over ball couldn't grab this back right now?
The scary thing about the Falcons is this is not their traditional trio. They are playing with a stand-in JDN, as it is going to be forced into the back of the net. It is an equalizer. The passion again shining through for Boost over ball. They are gathering momentum. You can see the energy. And it's a slight error for the Falcons. They don't make many of them. but at this level, it will be capitalized on.
And how have the dynamics of all these series been so different?
Right?
It's a high-scoring affair, but it's rather even. It's been a bit chasey, I must say, from Boost Over Ball. It's typically Falcons that have been getting these odd numbers in their favour. It's looking to happen again, but Cosmo does get that easy clear to Zatic, keeps it first. Wants to take it over that second. Onza doesn't allow that to happen. Did well to just tap on his brake just a little bit to catch himself behind that ball for the carry. JDN cut inside. Not often you want to fight through the centre in your own half, but sees that pocket in that occasion. Not caught in. Walmsley will have to bring the ceiling.
It is going to be Josh on his own backboard. Drops it down into the centre. It's a good cut. Zatic, though, faced up by Onza. Firm, crunching challenge. Sees the ball ricochet back inside the Boost Over Ball defensive third. Zatic, how many times have we said his name over these last 10, 11 weeks in preparation for this LAN? Countless times he's come up trumps for his team. Can he do it again when it matters most? Here he comes. It's Zatic, cleared by Walmsley into the final 10 seconds now.
And you can see that glimmering the net, ladies and gentlemen. Next goal is surely golden in game one. Does it happen in regulation? Josh's 50 doesn't find a teammate, but it's a big bunch up in the corner here from Falcons. So it's a completely open pocket here on the left, and Boost Over Ball will take full advantage. Zatic is up, touch doesn't come through, we're in OT.
Superb stuff from both of these two sides to open up this marathon. We're set for a marathon. Oh! JDM with a shot at the far post, but Josh is there. Recentered quickly, though, by Onza. Josh has to make the most of these vital touches, which he does. Finds his teammate. Walmsley able to take a soft touch. Back onto the backboard, though. A chance here for Josh! And it's into the back of the net. The Falcons lose after being 1 goal to the good. They played so well. I think they arguably had the better of the possession and the chances, but again, similar to the RAF Stormshadows and the Shadows, the important stat is the scoreline, and it's Boost Over Ball who take a very important lead.
And Boost Over Ball, for a majority of that game, they were the ones chasing. It was Falcons taking the initiative, and Boost Over Ball needed to respond, but oh ho, the tides have changed. There's been a running forward here from Boost Over Ball, and now Falcons are the one that have a back to look at.
Yeah, they've now got to chase this series. You know, they've been in these kinds of situations before. They won't be, you know, too fussed by this kind of deficit. It's only 1 game. It's a best of 7. You have time. You have a timeout as well if you need it. Typically, in professional Rocket League, that's taken after a two games in a series deficit. But they're experienced enough. They've been at enough LANs. They've played at a high enough level where it won't affect them. So they just need to make sure they come back strongly in the second game, start well, don't concede any early silly goals. And I think this series is theirs to win.
I'd have to agree with you, honestly. I love the way that Boost Over Ball play. I feel like their name is the biggest joke in the BFBS scene, because they love that ball so much. They would not abandon it for anything. Falcons have to fight through a 50 essentially every single time. Boost Over Ball constantly makes sure they have someone closer to play. And that's why these games seem so close in those instances. You spoke about this being a best of 7. This is the first series that has felt like it's a best of 7. And it's only game 1 bound. Game 2 is ready to get underway, Celius. Will Falcons be the first team to respond?
As a military man, I certainly hope they do. They are a fantastic group of guys. They're led by, of course, Matthew Fender. The Army Rocket League has done a great job bringing their level up across this last year, fighting for inter-service championships galore. They really are a top side. So from that perspective, I certainly hope they can. But they, you know, in front of them is a formidable Boost Over Ball side who have shown how clinical they can be. JDN facing his own net. Oh, it's an awkward 50, and there is a chance here, but this surprisingly, Pig, no Boost Over Ball player to capitalize on what essentially was an open net.
That was a tough position for Falcons to not run away in victory from. Now having to start from square one. Possessions, Boost Over Ball. Cosmo looking dangerous outside that box, and that bump comes in. First goal, BOB, the first time in regulation.
That's a statement. That is a statement. That's the first, as you said, first time in regulation taking a lead on this Falcon side. Aggressive, rewarding play. They went for a risky play. Or was it risky? I thought the bump attempt was on rotation. It was on his way out of the play. So therefore, it was correct, and it paid off. And now what do the Falcons have? Their first time being behind in regulation, and they immediately search for an equaliser. It's Wormsley, puts it back into the corner. Limited boost, but will go off the ceiling. Maybe a fake play, but no. It was well recognised by Zatic that there was no boost on Wormsley's car. Zatic's there again, fake for Cosmo, but he blasts that one high and wide.
That call was half a second too late. You could see that second man in the play looked a little bit frustrated once that ball dropped in front of him. JDN knows that's all his. Cosmo looking to try and cause some issues. Zatic, come on, the youngsters are known for their mechanics, but that's not one for the montage.
That one, again, is looped dangerously over the Falcons' net. Wormsley beats Zatic, and here come the Falcons again. Shooting opportunity, looped dangerously. The buff attempt on Josh, but he was smart. He was smart in the way he delayed his approach to the ball and avoiding it. Very smart play, and that crucially stopped a guaranteed goal pretty much for the Army Esports Falcons as they continued to attempt a way back into this. JDN doing battle with Josh, but now he's got some time. You don't want to give him too much of it. Gets the flip reset, but the clearance from Onza, oh, it wasn't quite strong enough, and it just sailed, thankfully for the Falcons, harmlessly past the post.
Both teams now have had an opportunity like that, where the ball has rolled corner to corner in positions where they likely should have found the back of the net. That's a harder chance to stop, though. Josh, saviour medal already with just under half a game gone. That's awkward for Zatic. Again, the back wall will deny Falcons of an equaliser. With half a game to go, and a game moderately shifting towards that Falcons side. Feel like there's a few more twists in the tail. Wormsley off the corner.
Wherever you are watching from, I sincerely hope you are firstly comfortable, but also enjoying what you are seeing on your screen. For many of you, it'll be the first time you're exposed to Rocket League. Thankfully for you, it's a very high level of Rocket League. I hope you're enjoying it. Josh ricochets off the crossbar, down and in, off a Falcons defender. Unfortunate for them. And they are really giving a baptism of fire to the Falcons, who have been brilliant so far, but have been unable to crack this very tough exterior shell that Boost Overball continually present in this series. 2 goals to the good pig.
Was that an Alexander Isak celebration there from Josh? I feel like it was.
Well, he is from Liverpool.
That does make sense. Listen, I'm a Newcastle fan. Let's move on. Across here from Josh, Zatic will try to drop down to Cosmo. It's a little bit awkward. Cars too close together, but still able to find a direction through the chaos. Josh, back down again. And just when you thought Falcons had back control, Boost Overball have been able to grab that 1 goal, and it's a completely different style of gameplay since that kickoff. It's been more possession for Boost Overball. Falcons have struggled to find some ground. JDN, though, you've got to take these opportunities, and it's just a little bit too inefficient for my liking.
Oh, after that, you have to wonder, is it going to be the Falcons' day? Another good opportunity that they crafted themselves and created so well. Instead, it's Boost Overball at the other end. What a save from Wormsley. Keeps the Falcons within touching distance in it. Now if they find the goal, there's a route back in it. But instead, it's Zatic, and another super goal. He has been doing it qualifier after qualifier, scoring goals like that. And on the big stage, where it matters at LAN, Zatic delivers again.
Shots like that, you go for it every single time online. But at LAN, that takes confidence. Third man comes forward, net's completely open. This is Boost Overball.
And it's unfortunate for the Falcons, who I feel have been very, very good, but certainly in this game number 2 of this series, I do feel the tides have turned. I can see the RAS Storm Shadows in the crowd watching on intently at what could be either one of their opponents in the semi-final. I wonder what will be on their minds, seeing such quality in this series from both sides. What do the Falcons have left? I mean, they're not out of it, not by a long, long way. But will Pegasus, will they take what I think they should do, which is a timeout? I think it's the perfect time for it.
Absolutely. No matter how this final minute ends, it's 4-0 on the score sheet, and 4-0, those dreaded numbers in the back of Falcons' mind. We've seen it in every other quarter-final. And just when we thought we had a close game 1, Boost Overball have taken that initiative, they've gotten that lead, and now Falcons have been left absolutely dusted. I too would call for a timeout here. It felt like when they had those fresh legs on the pitch, they still had that bit of confidence. I'm not seeing the same here. Those shots have come through from them, but they're a little bit rushed, they're panicky. You take the extra second to orient yourselves. This could have been a completely different scoreline, but you see the 5th goal come in. That was never changing before a break.
Yeah, it now has turned to pure dominance here from Boost Overball, but I don't know. I think the timeout could turn it. In that timeout, they should remind themselves of the positive things that they did in that first game. It was theirs, I thought, for the win. They've just got to remain composed and calm and speak about it as a team. The tone of that conversation, I think, could either turn this series for the Falcons or be the reason they lose. And you can see there, they're just sort of using the time to see the clock through and begin, I guess, preparations for the next game. I wonder if they've called it.
It's another ESAC celebration there from Josh. They know what they're doing. They're playing their opponents here, the first time facing. I see Boost Over Ball shirts as well in the crowd. Big smile on their face. No surprises why. But heading into this third game, I hope that it takes some time. Like you said, that timeout has to come out. And, well, you are the resident coach here, the top 8 man himself. What do you say to Falcons after a game like this? Because it hasn't been awful. They've had their chances that if they took them, it would have changed the course of the game.
Agreed. I mean, for me, what they need to be saying in this next couple of minutes, which I think could be vital for the Falcons, is reflect on what went well for them in that first game. It seems as if they're taking it a little bit like to heart, you know, because they've played well. They can easily spin this around. They've just got to remain calm and reflect on what's gone well. What has gone well for them? I thought in the first game they created so many chances in front of goal and took them as well against a very good defensive side historically in this tournament. More of the same, be more aggressive. It's almost as if they've let BOB have their own way after that first couple of goals have gone in. And to their credit, they've taken full advantage of that. For Boost Over Ball on the other side of the stage, for them it's just more of the same.
Absolutely, and while you started to see those goals flow in, it felt like once that third was placed in the back of the net, that was the dagger for Falcons.
Yes.
It did feel somewhat like they lost steam, but I can't blame them. You want to conserve your energy in a best of 7.
True.
That's, of course, a factor that you've got to keep into play here as well. You're at LAN, you just want to calm those jitters now. You want to, if anything, take your eyes off the game for a second. That's the one piece of advice you're giving to LAN, is focus on the game and not the crowd watching you. Yeah. After a game like that, you need the opposite.
Absolutely. I mean, they'll be experiencing. I mean, they are experienced LAN players, this Falcons side. They know what they're doing. They won't be too distracted by what's going on around them. You know, the echoes in the headset, because you can hear the crowd in front of you. You can hear it in your ears, and it can have an adverse effect. The timeout is now complete. We are into game number 3, and this pick is a massive one for the Falcons. You feel it has to go their way. It has to go their way, and to do that, I think they just need to throw caution to the wind and show off their very mechanical flair, especially Onza and Wormsley. They're capable of it. They've just got to show it.
I think the biggest counter to a conversation like that is an early goal from your opponent.
Yes.
So they've really got to lock down that defense here. Boost Over Ball already have a chance. It's their first opportunity. Double demos come through. But Cosmo does actually enact a little bit of revenge there. Wormsley's on his own half. Double commit comes through. We were speaking about that composure, slightly lacking in game 3 compared to the first. This is a team that feels wounded at this time, but they need to patch themselves up quick, because if this third game goes to Boost Over Ball, I feel like it's going to be a bunch of 4-0s on the bracket.
Absolutely, that's an awkward read, and there's the shot from Cosmo. Finds the back of the net. The Boost Over Ball contingent in the crowd, which I think is Cosmo's family, by the way. Delighted by that one. They go 1-0 to the good again. Vital times for the Falcons now. If they're going to fight back, something needs to spark here. Again, they're capable of it, but you just can't see it happening at this moment in time, because Zatic, Cosmo, and Josh, a team of 2 Dutchmen and a Scouser, right now they are playing some of the best Rocket League I've seen them play all qualifiers long, and of course all land long.
I guess you could say 3 non-Englishmen on the side of Boost Over Ball. And that has its own statement to make as well when you are playing in a typically British Forces tournament. Of course, Boost Over Ball, they do have that military background. Cosmo, simple flick into the left side of the pitch. Morksy-esque, if you ask me.
Indeed, Morksy would be proud of that one. He just takes the ball on his bonnet, dribbles forward, commits the last Falcons player, slots it home. Sometimes Rocket League can be that simple, but to get to that point, you must create the space, and that is what Boost Over Ball continue to do, is create the space, carve out the opportunity, and the majority of the time, they've taken it, as Wormsley will fly for this one. There's a good beat for the Falcons. He's got no boost to chase it. Onza flies in. JDN stays nice and close to the play. Good 50 from him, but Zatic will resume relative normality for Boost Over Ball, who continue to dominate possession, but there is a slight chance here, but Cosmo away.
Wormsley, though, hasn't given up on that play. It was two very awkward jumps there from Boost Over Ball, but as a Falcons player sitting awfully deep, that reduces your coverage in the center of the pitch, and that's really where you want to take control. Ball across to Josh, over one. Cosmo has to find this one off the shoulder. Zatik's low down. The Dynamo Dutch can't quite connect. The Scouser can't put it through either. Falcons live another day, but still haven't found the back of the net.
On a slightly weird / different note, I want to just credit the person who named Cosmo. His IRL name is Diamond. What a name.
Oh, amazing.
Absolutely superb name, by the way. I just want to make a point of that. There he is, the man himself. The man himself puts the ball into the back of the net, triples the lead for Boost Over Ball, and you'll be hard-pressed to find a way back into this one now for the Falcons. A reverse sweep, I mean, it'd be history. At the first ever reverse sweep at the BFBS Pro League LAN finals. I mean, if there's a team to do it, they can, but it's just difficult to see. It's been all Boost Over Ball since the end of game one.
I mean, Boost Over Ball are a team that have seen the series go the distance. That includes best of sevens, of course, for their championship-winning grand final. However, usually they're the team chasing to make that happen. Now they're in the lead. I just don't see them as a side that would throw it away that easily. It's going to require a big ramp up from Falcons. I do not want to see them go this game goalless, because a 5-minute goal drought, the longer you let that go on, it's just that taller mountain to climb.
Absolutely. A goal for the Falcons, at the very least, you will think is vital to their chances, just from a mental perspective and a confidence perspective, because they're not showing what they're capable of. And again, fine team play by Boost Over Ball. They're just punishing this Falcons side. It's relentless. It's constant possession inside their final third. And no matter how good you are at defending your final third, when you're under that kind of pressure for extended periods of time, cracks will eventually show.
Positionally, that demo for Boost Over Ball didn't do much of a defense. Mentally, though, you could see that bit of hesitation afterwards. 5th goal comes through. We're past that stage now. We've spoken about it in games before. Once that dagger's in your back, you don't even bother trying to pull it out. And right now, Falcons are taking that. But I don't like to see it when there's so little amount of the series, potentially little amount of the series left. I want to see them come out with a bit of fight, because then how are you going to start that next game? You need to get that jump start.
Exactly that, and this is where mentality comes into play. If they can somehow almost factory reset their minds and play the next game like it's a game one, they're back in this game, in my opinion. They can really provide a threat, but it's been almost nullified. Is that, though, because we must credit Boost Over Ball as well for their ability to maybe nullify Falcons' playstyle?
I feel like to an extent that's definitely the case. Falcons are a team that can be strong defensively, but when you've got such a disruptive, fast, coherent team like Boost Over Ball, they can weasel their way through that defense. They're so good at finding little pockets of space. And if there are not little pockets of space, Stelios, you hear an explosion on the pitch.
Yeah, that's been the pattern of play for Boost Over Ball. They combine aggression and mechanical play very, very well. And also, they find each other. You know, speaking to them in the hotel over the last couple of days as goal number 6 goes in, you know, they stated to me that they were quite nervous. But I don't know if that's translating into LAN play, because they look like a side that's well gelled and nice and calm.
And I've thought, you know, I might be going crazy. There's no way there's been that many demos on the pitch, but I have just received confirmation. Zatik has earned themselves an exterminator. 7 demos in under 5 minutes of Rocket League. Wow. And 7 goals is well total for the team, by the way. Josh has just added another.
Almost intentional, but again, it highlights what we were saying. At least you can see that we kind of know what we're on about, because it does seem to be their style of play, combining mechanics and aggression. But, you know, oftentimes at this level of Rocket League, aggression can be misused. Sometimes you can be overzealous on trying to get demos and bumps, and, you know, almost overextend for it, and you can be punished. But they seem to have found, Pig, the perfect balance. And if you are Falcons right now, if you're not able to factory reset your mind and take yourself back to the start of game one, I think they're in real trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the case. It has not been the smoothest sailing ride here for Falcons, and we mentioned it a bit before this series kicked off. These are two teams that we believe have not played against each other at a bracket, at a top 8.
Yes.
This is the first time at LAN they haven't had that time to work each other out.
Great find.
Yet it feels like Boost Over Ball have done exactly that in just, I want to say 3 games, but they worked it out a little bit earlier than that. Game 2, it felt like already it was all in their stride.
I mean, yeah, game 1 was by far the most even one, and one where I thought both teams, arguably I thought the Falcons edged it, but, it could have gone either way. But from every second after that, it's been nothing but pure Boost Over Ball dominance, and they've made their presence heard and felt. This whole arena can feel their presence now, cheered on by the family, which is always nice to see as well. They are in complete control, and it's right now their series to lose, and it will take some doing. But if the Falcons can recover their mentality and show what they're capable of, because I don't think they have yet. They are so good. It could be anyone's game, but as I said, it would be history if they can do it.
It really would be, but, if you see your opponents on the other side, it's a best of 7. Sure, they've run free, but maybe they run out of energy. It's not like they've got 3 of some of the youngest players we've seen competing on the other side. Don't worry, they don't have bundles to keep on going, right?
No, they've got all the energy in the world, as the entire practice room has been hearing over the last couple of days. They won't be concerned one bit about stamina, because we get things underway here for what could be the last game of the series. I certainly hope not, because I've thoroughly enjoyed this one. And for Boost Over Ball, they'll want this done and dusted in 4, so they can go and prep for their semi-final. And there is the pool just crawling towards the Falcons' net. Wormsley composed enough to deny them, and JDN's flick outside of his own penalty area was actually a superb touch with limited boost. And now Wormsley lines up the Boost Over Ball defense. Can he squeeze it home? No, he can't. JDN flies in, and a superb save. Onza rises, gets the flip reset, and there is no coverage to show.
There we go.
We are back. I didn't see what happened with that. Oh, that was such an awful time, because it was destined for the back of the Boost Over Ball net. But it's somehow, we didn't see quite how, it was somehow saved. There's the chance, there's the goal. The Falcons alive.
A goal back, enough to break the spectating as well. Shout out, however, to the Observer for having that second PC running. Because we did get to see that. That would have been a tough one to miss. It really would have been. Falcons haven't had many goals this series, and if this is the one that picks up their momentum, thank goodness we saw him snipe that bottom corner. It's not an unfamiliar position, but just one we haven't seen in quite some time for Boost Over Ball. They know how to fight back from a deficit. We saw that in game 1, but that was 3 games ago. Falcons now need to take their chances.
Yes, are we going to be looking back on that goal from Wormsley, 10 minutes from now, when hopefully for them it's 3-3 in the series going to a game 7, or will it be simply, just rubbish swept under the rug? Time will tell. Time will tell. But the Falcons, all of a sudden, look a lot more composed, a lot more like themselves. There's some aggression as well. There's a demo. There's Wormsley's ceiling pitch across the face, dangerously, of the Boost Over Ball net. But they survive it right now. Anyway, it's finally poised, Pegasus. Finally poised indeed, as the Falcons' lead remains.
And double commit there from Falcons yet again. It's going to leave him lower boost in this offense, though still, with that ball coming out to mid, there is a chance if they can pick those passes perfectly. And to be fair, that was pretty close to it. You can get those heavy strikes on there, but hey, no margin for error here when you've got Boost in the tag, and Zatic is on the ball, off the ceiling, rolls down. Onza will get that clear, and it's that disruption which will temporarily stop Wormsley. Shot through, defended again by Boost Over Ball. Cosmo trying to look for that hook shot. Zatic can't find the target. Back and forth action. Is this game 1?
I mean, it's as if they have managed to completely reset themselves. This is a Falcons side now that is firing off of all cylinders. They look a lot more composed in their play. They look a lot more sure in themselves. That alone is a valuable asset. There's the shot, and a flying save from Onza. He had the help of his teammate flying alongside with him, didn't need it. And instead it's Onza again, up the right-hand side. Zatic has to deal with it, does. Wormsley's play keeps it inside, coming off the ceiling, shot on net, and Josh is there, nice and composed. But still, the pressure inside the boost over ball defensive third. For the first time, people are seeing a little bit of panic from them, unable to clear their lines, and it's good Falcons pressure. Textbook Rocket League, starving their opponents of boost. You can see they're lacking resources, but eventually the clear comes, and it's back at them again. 1 minute 40 on the clock. Anybody's game, but the Falcons with an ever so slight advantage.
Unser Bell's 40, 100 boost. There's a player waiting inside, but he uses it well. Walmsley clears out to Unser. This is front-footed. This is confidence. That's the Falcons we saw in the early season. But the crossbar, the 7th man on the pitch, again makes an appearance. And it isn't as much of a shame as it would be in previous games. They do still have that lead, but that can change fast if boost over ball, make the most of this attack. Onser's out of position. It is cool, calm and collected from Josh. Well, with a second and third man right behind, you should be fine.
Could that be the moment we look back on in a minute's time? Had it gone in, it would have been Falcons doubling their lead. It's a shot into the empty net, and we are indeed, the Falcons indeed are going to be made to pay for that crossbar and down, and it was so dangerous. And the counter-attack, the sucker punch from boost over ball means they're back on level terms.
Efficiency again taking the charge here. Remember what I said before? Falcons won't care if they miss the opportunity, as long as they don't concede. It's playing in the back of their heads now. Stressful for them. Momentum swings to that other side, and we know that once boost over ball get a taste, they're going to have a full 4-course meal, potentially.
Yeah.
Onto in defense. That's on target. That's dangerous. The post this time is going to be a celebration for boost over ball.
Once more, Cosmo. How many times has he done it today? What an angle. JDN got fingertips to it, but could only just palm it into the back of his own net. It was an impossible save, especially coming off the post at that angle. It's not completely flat, so it's an inwards bounce. It makes it impossible to save. There's nothing you can do about it. It was just so well placed. And we're down to the final 30. There's a chance. Can JDN finish? No. And Onser's bumped away. There's the shot from Zatic, and that all but confirms boost over ball, unless something miraculous happens in the next 18 seconds, are set for a semi-final appearance.
That is a devious bump to come through there in the midfield as well. Almost fell to my knees when I saw that JDN open net miss. Should be 2-2. Instead, the lead widened. 15 seconds remain, and a rivalry is set to continue on the big stage in the semi-final. Boost over ball versus the Storm Shadows. We've seen them go to distance on multiple occasions. But something's in the air, ladies and gentlemen. The youngsters from Netherlands have taken victory.
And you have to say, fully deserved in the end. Cosmo, Static and Josh, 2 Dutchmen and a Scouser, combining so well to, in the end, secure what was a dominant victory. The Falcons, I thought, started so well, showed some real attacking prowess and flair, and if not for a bit more luck, could have had that opening game go their way. It would have been maybe a different series. Instead, boost over ball took on the reins and never looked like letting it go. They progressed to the semi-finals, as you stated, against the RAS Storm Shadows, who lay in wait, and of course now are the only remaining military team in this tournament.
Well, it is also the quarter-final curse that games are just decided by the first, so maybe if Falcons were able to swing it over a little bit, would start to fall in their favour. But what's going to be fascinating heading into the semi-finals, not only that rivalry, that bit of a silent rivalry, it must be said, between Boost Over Ball and Storm Shadows continuing for a spot in the grand finals, there's also 4 teams that have not had a taste of defeat. So far, once that's happened to a team, they've completely fallen apart. We have not seen Game 5 yet. So heading to the semis, are we going to see a different story? Are we actually going to get some 2-sided scorelines? Or is it going to be more zeros remaining on the bracket by the end of the day? Well, that is, of course, to be decided a little bit later. But how do you fancy Boost Over Ball's chances after a performance like that in the series, which was supposed to be the closest?
Well, I mean, I think we spoke about it just before we went live here for this particular series. The BOB Storm Shadows game, I think qualified 6 grand final, was by far the most entertaining series I've ever seen. Boost over ball, I thought, brought that into this series against Falcons. And once they got their teeth sort of stuck in and their feet under the table, they never looked like losing, and they were passion and they were bringing the energy, which helps, by the way, which helps in a LAN environment, because if you're loud, your opposition will hear you. It's theirs to lose. I think the Storm Shadows have a really, really tough task.
It was wonderful to hear the players, it was wonderful to hear the crowd, but sometimes it's even better hearing the voice of Affinity and everyone else back in the studio.
Oh, you absolutely flatter me, but a game like that, woo, we were on the edge of our seat. I mean, there was yelling in the analyst room here at the screen. The most heated game we've seen, but I mean, I've got some questions, guys, and I hope you've got some answers for me. First of all, there seemed to be, you know, game one, 3-2, okay? There seemed to be a little bit of a tonal shift because we immediately went to a 6-0 in game two. Can you tell me a little bit about what felt different between those series?
Where do you even start? Well, I think it started with a bit of this. A bit of this. I think Josh got exactly the result he was looking for. I apologize, everyone. But in all seriousness, I think that the dime shifted at the end of game one. It was that overtime goal.
Overtime, yeah.
It was a really close, ratty game at times. It was a really high, I say ratty, it was a high quality game of Rocket League. It was a battle of the two defenses. You really had to work for your goal. But then I think as soon as the vibes started flowing with boost over ball, and you start having all these cheers, these celebrations, the goals start flowing one after another, and there's not so much going the other way. It felt like the heads dropped for the Falcons, and that was the case for a solid 2 games. Yes, we saw a better look from them in the final game, but you can't be leaving your best on the table when it's almost too late to rescue it. A reverse sweep in a best of 7, even in today's game, is highly difficult to pull off.
Now, we've got the Storm Shadows game up next. We've talked about this a little bit, and we said that Boost over ball would be the best team stylistically to go up against them. So, Psycho, how are you feeling about that matchup now that you've seen what BOB have to offer in this arena?
It seriously worries me for the Storm Shadows. I'll start with that. I mean, honestly, boost over ball, their characteristics, as we saw in those games really, are being super disruptive, super aggressive downfield, and just flooding the numbers advantage. And typically we were seeing those bumps just come out of nowhere from the rotations, getting rid of that third man on the end of the Falcons. And I reckon if Storm Shadows have that and keep that high line that they're so known for, that's going to be very easily exploited.
You know, it's Zatic for me who most impresses. I know that Cosmo and Josh were really influential in actually padding up the goal numbers, but you look at Zatic's position, how he plays, how he's always offering an alternate passing option when they're transitioning to offensive play. And that was enough for the Falcons to have to pick and choose their battles. And so as much as we can talk about the Falcons and how they lacked a lot of confidence, they didn't really want to go up onto their own backboard to go and defend different types of chance creations from boost over ball's perspective, you have Zatic as that alternate option, just completely disrupting play and ideas, and it's honestly no surprise to me that the goal output was as good as it was. Yes, we can talk about the Falcons and their lack thereof, but you as a team, you've got to put the ball in the back of your net regardless of what your defense is looking like. So yeah, Josh can give it all that, and yeah, Cosmo can certainly claim a lot of praise with how he was in terms of his clinicalness, but for me, Zatic, that is a very wise head on young shoulders. Very excited to see where he goes, not just of course in this tournament, but in the future as well.
Exactly, because we highlighted youngest player coming in just at 16, but looking immense in the server there. Now, if I had to ask for you for a micro moment, you know, a small, slight thing that happened that just made you go, this is the team, what are you saying?
For me, I've got to go with two of them, actually. There's two micro moments. There was a double flip reset from Zatic. I remember a couple days ago in the practice rooms, they were showing me their technicalities when it came to that sort of thing, and he's just going to go ahead and do that on the biggest stage of all, in the BFBS Pro League finals. I mean, it's disgusting behaviour, really. They managed to convert off the back of it as well. Second moment for me, I think it was a bump on Wormsley as a third man, which came from absolutely nowhere to solidify that sort of eventual win in the final game. I think it put them ahead 2-1, that bump as well. And that sort of positive play is just so rewarding sometimes.
I do have one moment before that, though. There's a chance for Falcons to go 2-0 up. And it's so close to going in top bins. They miss it. And we were literally saying, I'm like, that's an esports moment right there. That's an esports moment. You're going to have boost over ball going down the other end and scoring, going on to win the game because they have the momentum. Sadly for them, that's how it played out.
Now, I've got one last question for you guys. Why weren't Falcons able to convert that first opening initial goal in that last game? Psycho.
What are your thoughts, Dean?
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't want to answer this, okay? I don't want to answer this one, quite frankly. I mean, Falcons came so close, and they fought so hard to put themselves in a position to not just equalise, but just take a game. And once they get that momentum, you'd go to expect them to continue. And I think ultimately for Falcons, they succumb to the high pressure. That really is what it is. When you get so many attacks, such as boost over ball did, they just put you in a chokehold. There's no real escape. And as much as it looks like you have a glimmer of a hope sometimes, life's tough.
It is indeed. But we're going to take a quick look at the bracket now that all of our quarterfinals have wrapped up. And let's take a look as we head into the semi-finals. We said Omnia versus Resurgence in that first game, and RAF Storm Shadows versus Boost Overball. Winners of that will go to the grand final. Of course, single elimination. There are no consolidation matches. However, I think we've got an interview lined up, and I know it is someone who is particularly loud in that service. I'm going to hand it away for one of the most anticipated interviews of this event.
Yeah, thanks, Lena. I think if I needed someone to cover this entire arena alone, I think I may have just found it. Josh, how was that experience for you? Congratulations as well.
Honestly, to be on stage for the first time, it was so surreal, seeing the crowd, seeing the atmosphere. Like, it was so much things to do. As you see the first game, it was a slow start, but after that, I think we got our way of nerves, got a hold of the game, and yeah, we started coming to life.
Just a word on your teammates and the journey that it's been to this point as well. We'll just start again. Getting some technical problems ironed out there, but an incredible result. Obviously, having to wait to the final quarterfinal of the day. How do you put into words that performance?
Honestly, at first, very, very shaky. You know, being setting up the computer, that sort of thing, getting ready, earbuds, the lot. It was a lot to get used to, but I think after the first game, we got settled down, took the game by storm, really. Still in control, yeah.
What do you make of the atmosphere? Obviously, LAN and having the crowd there too, bringing a bit of extra noise.
Yeah, it's really helpful. You know, I've got my friends and family here as well, so it helps a lot. You know, but obviously at home as well, like being able to like, go back and watch the stream later on and see how well we did, how loud it was. Like, I can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
And nice seeing you've got Storm Shadows, of course, in the semis. Bit of a break before then, but what are you expecting from them and their style?
We've scrimmed them a couple of times, really, and both times in the qualifiers, it went a distance, game 5s, game 7s, the lot. We're showing to give them a good game. You know, we're confident that we're going to give them a good game and put on a show for you guys.
The quality overall has been fantastic for us to see, but what have you made of it? Obviously, those earlier games that I'm sure you kept a bit of an eye on.
Yeah, we've seen Resurgence's game, and yeah, like we can tell the quality that they have. It's a great team, and they've got Omnia next, I believe, so that'll be a fun game to watch. We'll definitely be watching that game, 100%.
I guess looking at the overall picture, you know, we know the quality in this tournament, as you've touched on, and indeed some, you know, the matches have been thrilling to watch. The overall picture being a sort of a pioneer event, this is hopefully the start of many looking forward for military teams and for those connected to the military as well. That makes it even more special, surely?
Yeah, exactly. You know, we're just getting started. That's what I'll say. So this is, you know, the only beginning. This is, it's great, you know, being able to
see everyone here already, like, you know, bigger venue next time as well. Like, it's only going to get bigger, and I can't wait to see what we have coming up next, yeah.
And nice to have your family here. I know you mentioned your family earlier. I believe if we could just bring actually Jacob, your brother, and Amanda as well, your mother, to come up and have a quick chat. Pretty special when you see them looking on. Obviously, I know you're full in concentration mode during the games, but if we just bring you guys to the side as well, what's it been like having them here? If we just move Jacob as well to come in the centre, what's that been like for you?
It's very, very supporting, you know. They know how big this is for me. They know how big this tournament is for me. And to see them here in the crowd, it's so nice of them to do. So shout out to you guys as well. But no, like, being able to look to my side and see my mum, my dad, my little brother, mate Nathan as well, it's great. It's great to see it. Very supportive, very helpful for me. So, yeah.
We talk about this being the military's first generation, really, of Rocket League stars. Generation?
Maybe. He's trying to get me into the Rocket League thing, and I'm just not like.
No.
I don't know. It's
Not for
really,
you?
No. Not
Are
really.
you helping him to prepare, though? Maybe some of that sort of brotherly rivalry coming through, just to make sure he's on his game?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
Brilliant. And how, Amanda, for you, how impressive has Josh's rise been? And certainly seeing him play, that camaraderie he has with his teammates as well. What's it been like for you?
It's lost for words. A bit mesmerising. Now I know why I get booed out of his room all the time when he's doing his scrims. So yeah, now I'm a bit lost for words. He's done really, really impressive, really well. All his teammates, really well.
Who's the most nervous in the family when this is going on?
You.
Me? I'd say it's you, to be honest with you.
No, I have been nervous because it took me about 25 minutes to find the place. So yeah, it's that big. So we got a little bit lost on the way, but yeah, we got it just in time.
And how excited are you? Obviously, big semi-final coming up very soon.
Very excited, aren't we? Yeah.
Very excited. Very, very.
Feeling confident?
Yeah, of course we are. You know, we've been practicing scrimming all the time. Of course we're confident.
Brilliant. Well, great to chat to the three of you. Thank you very much for coming up. Good luck. Congratulations once again, making the semis. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because that action is coming up very, very soon indeed.
BFBS is a media organisation and military charity that serves the UK Armed Forces. We work and live alongside the Forces community worldwide, offering personnel and their families premium money can't buy entertainment. The latest box sets, top-level sport and movies, all for free.
And we're also creators making trusted and original content. Our radio, video and digital teams have the latest global, military and defence news and analysis.
Plus, we live stream more military sport than anyone else. We've even got our own esports league.
And there is the equaliser. They do not know when to quit.
Our creative team help the armed forces, defence and government to tell their stories.
We're innovators, developing cutting-edge tech that offers a trusted, secure connection to home when our armed forces are overseas or at sea. And we entertain. We bring the Forces community together, giving them a boost when they need it most, with our radio, cinema and live events.
And we're educators. Our academy teaches media skills and runs courses to help service leavers transition into civistry.
Because BFBS is a charity, we give back too, through our welfare fund and by offering free courses. We also give annual grants through our Big Salute Fund.
The military community has trusted BFBS to entertain, inform, connect and champion them for more than 80 years. I'm excited to lead this dynamic organisation as we shape future media experiences for our armed forces everywhere. BFBS is a media organisation and military charity that serves the UK Armed Forces. We work and live alongside the Forces community worldwide, offering personnel and their families premium money can't buy entertainment. The latest box sets, top-level sport and movies, all for free.
And we're also creators making trusted and original content. Our radio, video and digital teams have the latest global, military and defence news and analysis.
Plus, we live stream more military sport than anyone else. We've even got our own esports league.
And there is the equaliser. They do not know when to quit.
Our creative team help the armed forces, defence and government to tell their stories.
We're innovators, developing cutting-edge tech that offers a trusted, secure connection to home when our armed forces are overseas or at sea. And we entertain. We bring the Forces community together, giving them a boost when they need it most, with our radio, cinema and live events.
And we're educators. Our academy teaches media skills and runs courses to help service leavers transition into civistry.
Because BFBS is a charity, we give back too, through our welfare fund and by offering free courses. We also give annual grants through our Big Salute Fund.
The military community has trusted BFBS to entertain, inform, connect and champion them for more than 80 years. I'm excited to lead this dynamic organisation as we shape future media experiences for our armed forces everywhere.
One thing I'll always remember about BFBS is the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix final in 2021. It was memorable because whoever was going to win this was going to win the championship. So as you can imagine, there was a bit of a divide in the bar. The only thing that you could really hear was the commentator. The bit that makes it memorable is it gives everyone the chance to unwind and experience something that you could normally do at home. But obviously it's not so easy when you're away from home. So we wouldn't have been able to have that moment if it wasn't for BFBS TV.
BFBS, been a mainstay of our deployed life, particularly good memory. Carrier Strike Group Deployment 21, European Cup final, big moment for us, trying to watch Italy lose to England in the final, which didn't quite go as well as we thought. Managing to get coverage in the Indian Ocean was pretty incredible. It was absolutely brilliant. Great organisation and a great effort. Thank you.
I arrived in Cyprus in 2024 and I watched all of the Harry Potter films on BFBS TV. It definitely felt like a home comfort as well. I would watch them back in the UK, so being out here and being able to watch them just made it even more special. Thanks BFBS TV.
BFBS Forces News join KFOR patrols in the north of Kosovo.
We're here to create a safe and secure environment for the people in Kosovo and the people of Kosovo.
Our job, fly and fight from the home base, and we've got to be able to do that in whatever conditions.
This training is mutually beneficial to both sides. For the riflemen themselves, it's about getting that valuable training in the desert.
At the heart of Lympstone Parade Square, the King's Squad, and there could be no more special guest of honour than His Majesty the King.
And whilst I'm not moving the controls at all, I can certainly learn from what I'm seeing as to how a manoeuvre should be flown.
This year, 337 recruits have completed training. That's a first-time pass rate of 99.7%, which is incredibly high.
So we have a philosophy on the ship called the Way of the Warrior Sailor. It argues that in order to create morale, you must love and value everybody.
This beam here came from HMS Indefatigable. The beams from the Armada were eventually integrated into the pub.
BFBS Creative, we are creative storytellers. We are specialists in unravelling the untold, even from the most difficult locations. We help you reach the audiences you need to reach. From documentary interviews to addressing communication hurdles and crafting your content strategy, we can do it all. We thrive in the toughest environments, ensuring your stories are told brilliantly.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the RAF Storm Shadows channel. I am once again joined by the immeasurably enthusiastic Roman in the commentary box this evening, Roman. And as you can see on your screens there, it is the RAF Storm Shadows taking on the Army Esports side. A fascinating insight into what we might come to expect in the inter-services. But for tonight, it's the Armed Forces Dungeon League. Let's get this show started.
Carries us forward, gets 50 with Fraz. Ed gets into that one. Envy tucks it away. And as I say, they need an opening goal. They have managed to get one here, 1-0.
Frazic, though, does some nice defensive work. But P finds Cedric. Cedric finds Envy. Beautiful stuff from the RAF Storm Shadows. 2-0.
Approximately a minute and a half left to go. Envy goes for a pass to P. P with a shot. P with a goal. Tucked away in the top left corner. 2-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. And they are shining through here after the Army. They've struggled to rotate. They struggled to get into position after kickoff. And P managing to give the RAF Storm Shadows that advantage
Didn't have a lot to work with. Didn't have a lot of the goal to aim at. But he put it in the one place that it was going to go to. And Cedric makes it 3. And the floodgates are beginning to open here for the RAF Storm Shadows. A great 30-second burst. And now they've just got to hold it or even go for more.
Air power wins the matches in Rocket League, and you can't tell me otherwise, as Ed will tuck that one away, and the Storm Shadows have the advantage here with 3 minutes left to go. Nothing about air superiority there. P just managing to get a pass across. A very strong 50 indeed, and Ed had an entire net to tuck it away. 1-0 to the Storm Shadows, and the Army, they've been crumbling since game 3. To control this one and take it downfield, intercepted immediately by Ed, and this pressure from the Storm Shadows has been relentless, and Envy, the man from Cosford, will tip this away to make it 2-0, and almost an improbable comeback for the Army to try and pull off with 90 seconds left to go. The way they've been playing, the RAF Storm Shadows, they're currently unstoppable.
The RAF Storm Shadows, an incredible goal. They've done it again, and it's 2-0 now, and it's 3-0 now. The lead looking unassailable.
Away, gives Ed some time here on the sidewall, gets it up. P is on the backboard lurking. Is Ed going to get this one away? No, but Envy's going to be there. Envy's going to tuck it away. It's 4-1 to the RAF Storm Shadows. Rose-tinted glasses are on, and I don't care. It is game over. The RAF have trampled the Army. 4-1, could be 5-1. I don't care what the scoreline is. It's going to be game over with 1:06 left to go. You're going to have me in the commentary box. I'm going to be hyping the boys the entire time, not just the Storm Shadows, the Sentinels and the Shadows as well, as this game comes to a close with almost P tucking away a very nice shot there, just drops at the death. Storm Shadows 3, the Army Sparrows 1, and well, the Storm Shadows did it in fashion late on.
Hi, I'm AS1T Stelios Elia. In-game, I'm known as SE1997.
Corporal Elliot Greenwood, and in-game I'm known as G-Wood.
My name is AS1 Tech Edward Nussey-Waite, otherwise known as Cedric in-game.
It's already looking like they've upped the bar from last year, which is a really tough job to even do that. We are looking forward, not just myself, but as a team, to going out on that stage and representing the Royal Air Force as best as we can.
Playing up on a stage like this is the first time. We had a thing called Rank A, where it was all the top players played against each other, and then we picked our teams. I've finally made it into the first team after a lot of hard work.
Both my teammates are really talented. We gel super well. Really looking forward to playing with them on stage and seeing what we can do.
From my end, the leadership were outstanding, no issues at all.
Not just from my own personal line management, but also the Royal Air Force Esports Association backed us very well, I should say, and made sure we had all the support we needed to get here, and they're always a phone call away if we do need them for anything.
Really excited to play Coast Guard. It'll be closer than everyone thinks. After playing them, we think we stand a bit of a fighting chance.
The second Air Force team, emphasis on second there. We're a solid team, really good players who could do some damage for sure.
Although we are in different forces across NATO, we are colleagues, so it's nice to meet them in person and just have a laugh and play against them and hopefully beat them as well.
You ready? AFG, you're washed.
Coast Guard, you ain't as good as you think you are. We're coming for you.
Space Force, Stick to mini golf.
We're going to win it.
No, we're not.
We're going to win it. We're going all the way.
I thought it was good until I saw them play. The Americans will never hear the end of it if we end up winning somehow.
Look, I'll shake on it. You know me, I don't drink. I will drink heavily if we win.
The pressure put down. Stelios with no boost thrown into corner will be wildly out of position. G-Wood needs to put it to the air. Don't go towards net on this one. Instead, Cedric go for the double touch. It's a beautiful finisher. 19 seconds into OT, and the RAF already going to match point.
That's right, boys. Once again, I'm joined alongside none other than Stelios. Stelios, at the very start of that match, you pointed out the fact that the strategy was aggression, was confidence. Do you personally feel like you guys delivered on all fronts?
Yeah, it was a series that we just stuck to the plan and executed it to perfection. I felt really good myself. I felt the other boys also played their part individually, and then we executed the plan as a team together. It was almost perfection, which means we've got to live up to that in the next round as well. So we can't just rest on our laurels. We've got to take it forward.
Well, for you personally, you were the first one to score goals across, I think, 2 or 3 of those matches that we saw there as well. Was that part of the game plan for you to be the force of nature, as it were, in this matchup?
I'm certainly a force of nature, but usually not in front of goal. It's usually Cedric or G-Wood that are bagging the goals when it counts. However, the way we're set up is, it doesn't matter who has the chance to score. It could be any one of us. The way we play, we create spaces for anyone to score. And it just so happened that it was me that was in the prime position to put it in the back of the net, and thankfully I did.
In half, but not for too much longer. Sentinels have broken free, although only momentarily. Now into the retreat. Cedric and Asher, not for the first time today, failing to meet the problem at the source.
That's Cedric though. Air gets just the tiniest of the resets on that ball, but it pushes it just over the edge where Asher cannot grab it.
And there's an equal response from Sames. Asher at the interception, but straight to G-Wood. Oh, and he shoots just past the post. Stelios! 2-2 at last. Another sucker punch. How strong is that proverbial jawline? And actually, you can see the severity of the situation. There's no smiles. And Sames, again, waits it out. Stelios now looking for Cedric. Oh, that's a beautiful layoff.
For Storm Shadows. Of course, we're going to be showcasing the other lower bracket match as well. It's going to be coming up on your screen later on. Just a quick cut where there's only one life for the team and there is no field for mistakes.
I feel like it's easier said than done. I also worry that this might be too simple a statement to make of the situation, Jam. For the Sentinels, is it really as clear-cut as get it? And all the while, time being burned off the clock. Still 2-1 Sentinels, but that's going to change very quickly. I feel like I put on my crown, Jam. The King of Cursed is back.
For Shaman as well to look and demo or bump the player out of the way. Not on that attempt. I'm pretty sure some Shadows will be thinking about it. That's certainly one thing on Cedric's mind though. Goals, goals, and more goals.
Cedric actually just lays off, allows Sames the room, but then wiggles his way through all on his own. Cedric to G-Wood, it's a save, but it's not enough. 2-1 Storm Shadows.
The ball caroms off the oncoming player with a series-winning goal scored just 30 or so seconds before the end of the game. It is the Royal Air Force Storm.
Spirited a performance as that was. Let us not forget that they have now tripled their game output in a single. Do apply. And that resource will eventually run out in the form of boost. Oh, very sneaky from Cedric. Lovely flick over the top of everybody. Oh, it's a spectacular from Cedric.
Space Force just a little bit. Exchange of long-range efforts, but I do love the proactivity and Reed's shot. Cedric denies it. Crossbar post out.
That is fortuitous. And now they're down the other side with a potential opportunity. G-Wood snuffed at the near post. 3 minutes plus! And they don't need the 3 minutes plus, just shy of. Cedric with a stunner. And it's match point for the Storm Shadows. Doubling up now. This suits Space Force just fine. 1-0 advantage. A slender one, yes, but one nonetheless. And Space Force relying a lot more on Demos, but who needs Demos, Jam? Where you've got G-Wood, what a redirect. Sometimes you got to throw that experience out the window and play the game in front of you. But I'm not going to commit to a certain way of thinking. I'll let you as the audience decide. And I'll let these players on the pitch decide. I tell you what, G-Wood is getting a bit of a handle, a bit of a knack on creating these goals out of nothing.
They do so gracefully.
You know, Space Force press not as intensive as I would like to see personally, and that's allowing the Storm Shadows not just time on the ball to get out of defense, but to get shots away, Jam, and Stelios has just put them ahead.
They cannot get it out as far as the midfield line. They still keep on returning. Cedric sees that there's just no opportunity for Ethan to raise it down from his head, and Cedric wins it in overtime for Royal Air Force. A 7-game thriller with 1 extra minute of the overtime. He is the absolute star player of that Storm Shadow side.
The runners-up rise. RAF Storm Shadows continue their lower bracket journey. The Space Force valiant until the end. But in the end, it was Cedric, a man who made a couple of mistakes earlier on, a man who let Space Force back into the game, who truly struts his stuff when it matters most. Wow.
Stelios, the most animated.
Stel, talk to me, because we had a few overtimes in this series as a whole. Game number 3 in particular, you were looking incredibly stressed. The comms between your team, I'm assuming, were a little bit chaotic.
At times it was very, very chaotic. Yeah, you're right. You're spot on with that. And in those moments, it's actually Cedric, or as we know him, Ed, who takes a second just to scream out comms, 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 comms. And then in that moment, we snap back in from whatever dream we were in previously, and we're back in, and we're locked in again. And it happened on so many occasions. You would not believe where he was trying to calm us all down and get back into the game mentally wise. And in the end, as you can see, it paid off.
It absolutely did. But you know what, Stel? In particular, yourself and your team are big on demo reviews, actually putting in the grind, the time and effort that it takes to perform well on stage as well. I'm pretty sure you're one of the only teams to actually do that here. So yesterday's kind of debugs, shall we say, after the performances, what did you guys get up to?
We found a lot of misrotations and a lot of gaps in communication as well. Like when you're watching the replays, you know what you were saying at the time. You can recall it pretty well. And we found a lot of gaps in our comms. We weren't saying things clearly enough or concise enough, and we were getting confused and double committing. I would say the reason why we have to do such a thing is because we don't have, at least I don't have, the skill level that some of these opponents have, like these great American players and even the French. So we've got to make up for it in some way, right? And replay analysis is one of those ways that we do it.
And I was actually chilling there with the rest of your team, watching the game as well. And I gotta say, these boys need some kind of oomph to them, because their support for you boys has been incredibly quiet. So this is your opportunity to have words of wisdom with them.
We're going all the way, Asher. We're going all the way, Shay. Strap in, it's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Thank you so much for joining me, Stel, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
How many musical puns we can work into this broadcast during this series. Cedric, individual effort versus 3, as if it's nothing. Always, those cars are not in the game. That's a big crime. We need more of those.
Technically, the Formula 1 Renault car could be on there, but Cedric is on here. The double block. I mean, Coast Guards just were not expecting this. Lights, you've just been absolutely done, son.
Let's go, the Royal Air Force.
Okay. Take a little moment to breathe.
This is where it's at. The BFBS Pro League Grand Final reaches semi-final stage. Welcome to those of you joining us on BFBS TV, and welcome back to those on YouTube and Twitch. If the first half of today was anything to go by, then we're in for a real treat with pace, passion and power. And for a recap on how those quarterfinals went, we'll cross over to Lena in the studio.
Thank you so much, and what a pleasure it is to be here, going out all over the world for the inaugural BFBS Pro League, and it has been, as you said, an absolutely spicy day. Now, I am here with a group of wonderful analysts, but you may have only just joined us, so I'll let them introduce their wonderful selves.
Hi, so I am AS1 Tech Stelios Elia. I am from RAF Esports and also doubled up as a player/caster for this event.
Yeah, and I'm going to add to that, he's an absolute talent as well, and well loved by the military community. He's actually the Royal Air Force Rocket League lead as well, multi-talented guy. Myself, I'm the esports operations manager here at BFBS, and I also dabble in a bit of commentary as well. Used to be a semi-professional in Rocket League as well, going back quite a few years now. So that's ourselves.
We have an absolutely incredible lineup here. So much experience, so much talent. Now, we've got to maybe introduce the game a little bit here as well, because we've got a lot of people, and hello to everyone who maybe this is their first time watching Rocket League. Maybe it's your first time watching an esports event. So let's break it down for you, what you're going to get to witness today. And actually, I think, Stelios, there's no better person to explain how Rocket League as a game works.
Well, firstly, welcome to those new viewers. You stumbled on such an exciting thing, in my opinion, of course, having played the game for about 7 or 8 years now, since 2016. Long time ago now. So what is Rocket League, right? So hopefully you like cars, hopefully you like football. Essentially, it's a mix of the two. You get 5 minutes on the clock. It's 3 versus 3. Cars can collect pads on the floor, which give them boosts, which lets them get into the air. And that's pretty much, on a basic level, all it is. Score more goals than your opposition. That's all.
And that's what Rocket League is. But let's take a look at the BFBS Pro League, because we said first ever to exist. Can you tell me a little bit about what it is, who can get involved, and just the journey that it's been to get here to #1 grand final?
Absolutely. The BFBS Pro League is aimed to be sort of the pinnacle of competition within the military esports community. And of course, we've kicked it off with Rocket League, an easily accessible game title that's very digestible for a new audience as well. And it has a massive skill ceiling, so you could pour thousands and thousands of hours into the game and still not quite perfect it. A lot of the guys on the pitch have, over 5,000, 6,000 hours themselves. So it's quite the shift to get involved. But, all the way from the lowest level, the BFBS Pro League has supported the development of teams across 8 qualifiers. So 2 months of competition. It's been a round-robin format, progressing to a single elimination format. And, of course, the top of the pecking order in terms of points on our overall leaderboard have progressed through to today's finals.
Exactly, and it's been people from all areas to do with the military as well. It's people who are, an active service, family members, veterans. It's been really great to see everyone come together for this and get involved. But let's take a look about what you guys may have missed in the quarterfinals, because we had 4 matches earlier today, and my, oh my, were they incredible. I think the fact that they were all 4-0 sweeps didn't really do justice to what we saw, but a little bit of a recap potentially, and we get to look at some of the highlights. Was there a match that stood out to either of you, like a favourite? I mean, I feel like maybe this one might be a little bit personal here, because of course, Stelios, you might see your own name in the corner. Can you tell us maybe a little bit about the game for you?
Yeah, so we had a clear game plan going into this, which was to try and meet them in the air as early as possible, to not give them as much freedom as maybe they did in the end get. We tried to shut them down. It just didn't work for us, and to their credit, they punished every single mistake we made. A lot of the time we were left sort of panicking without resources. They starved our boost very, very well as well, and we were left just scrambling for the majority of the game. So that was on the Tempest. You can see Resurgent Sparrowhawks here. I thought this series, Owen, would be a lot closer than it actually was. I had Sparrowhawks as a much improved team.
Absolutely. Sparrowhawks, I thought, put in a fantastic performance. They were the 7th seed coming into the tournament itself, but honestly, they didn't show that at all. They really were contending against a Resurgence who was on the money today as well. Resurgence being a military family team in our second seed spot at the moment. They are, in many people's eyes, the top dogs.
Indeed, and the RAF Storm Shadows, of course, had a very interesting series against the RAF Shadows. For those of you who are not aware, the Storm Shadows represent the very best, the flagship roster of the Royal Air Force. The Shadows used to be fourth, now second. Put up a really good fight, I thought.
I believe they are the only corps that is still comprised of serving members right now. All the other teams are family members, so this is really fighting for the ranks there.
Especially as an RAF manager myself, you know, this is my last team remaining and left in the tournament for not just the RAF, but all three military, so you know, the Royal Navy included, and indeed the British Army. So they are the last light of the armed forces in this tournament, and you can see Boost over Ball and Falcons. What a series that was, by the way. Thoroughly entertaining and delivered on the hype, I thought.
Unbelievable, yeah. Boost over Ball, they have that sort of aggressive quality to them. They're so youthful and full of energy. I mean, they have a 16-year-old in Zatic taking to the field, and the other two just 17 themselves as well. Falcons, looking over at the trio of JDN, Onza and Wormsley. Plenty of experience under pressure, fighting for contention in tournaments representing the British Army esports, and moving forward to today, unfortunately they just couldn't quite get it done.
Yeah, it was one of those where the first game in that series was so important. You know, had that gone the Falcons' way, I think it could have been completely different. I thought Boost over Ball might have sort of maybe got a bit flustered, begun to falter under the pressure, but instead it went their way, and that miss right there from Wormsley, could have been the reason why they could have got back into the series, but it just wasn't meant to be for them. And you can see there on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, the bracket is in a very good place.
It is. We only have 3 more matches here. Now, the match coming up, Omnia versus Resurgence. A couple of things to note about this. We talked about the qualifiers coming in. 2 months of, round robins, of gathering points from each tournament. Now, the 2 teams we're going to see compete here actually were tied for points, if I'm not mistaken, Psycho.
Yeah, exactly. Omnia and Resurgence, both of them tied. I believe it was on 74 points collected across the 8 qualifiers. And honestly, you would think that would make this an incredibly tough matchup, but surprisingly, recent results history would state otherwise. I actually believe Omnia has taken Resurgence every single time they have fought each other with their current rosters.
But I don't know. From the evidence that I've seen, from the whispers I'm hearing behind the scenes in the training room and the practice area, I don't know. I don't know if this Resurgence team has what it takes, if I'm being totally honest. I'd like to be proven wrong, but from what I am seeing, it's not the same. At least they're not carrying the same kind of form they had in the qualifiers over into this LAN environment. And that could be for many variables, of course. There's a lot of variables that they can't control, whereas when you're playing at home in your home environment, things are very, very different, as we discussed earlier. I'm sure they will have heard that and they'll be wanting to prove me wrong, but that is just my opinion.
Now, let's take a little bit of a look. Omnia as a roster, we talked about how strong they're looking. We said coming into this that maybe not seeded first, but we're definitely a team that a lot of people were very passionate about playing. Is there maybe a player on this team really to watch? If you've never seen Omnia play before, and you had to look for one player's perspective the whole time, who is the one player you'd want to sit behind and watch?
Well, at the moment, just on the cameras, you could see EO4 is the in-game name. EO4 MCC, the full title in the middle there. And he is just electric, especially when it comes to sort of the conversations outside of the games. You can tell how much passion he has for his play. And honestly, he can get in the heads and the minds of his oppositions pretty fiercely as well. And honestly, I think he is the one to look out for.
Well, I have to state that, in my opinion, Minty is the one that Omnia sort of lead all their attacks with. I'm not going to lie. I mean, having felt that myself on the stage, I think he's the key man. You can see him there laughing away, nice and relaxed on your screens. For me, if he's on his game, that team becomes elevated.
Now, what is a competition without worthy opponents? We've got to look at Resurgence as a team. We briefly mentioned they've played each other a handful of times, and Resurgence haven't been able to take a win just yet. What do they need to do differently today to make that clean streak end?
Well, I think one thing that Resurgence have done extremely well so far is just using the backboard and the space available to them on the field. And we saw that in their initial matchup against the Sparrowhawks. They were absolutely abusing the backboard with double touches down in front of net that were just frankly undefended. And honestly, if they can keep up that sort of attacking positivity which they have going for them, that's going to come such a long distance, because creativity is so important in this game.
Yeah, Krim was just staring us down, by the way, in the camera just then. But I will add to that as well. The backboard is even at the top level of professional Rocket League, an open backboard. If you can make the ball hit the backboard with unchallenged by the opposition team, it's like a cardinal sin of defense. You can't let that happen. So the fact that they're able to expose the backboard that well shows you that they've got a game plan and they've got a bit about them. They look calm. I have to say they are the calmest team of all the teams in the training room. They seem to be the most relaxed. And in a semi-final environment, that's quite a critical skill, I think, to have. So again, whether that can translate into play is another story altogether. I'm sure they'll be wanting to do that.
Now, I've got a question for you both. Predictions. We've had a lot of head versus heart today, but I'm not going to make you guess scoreline. I won't do that to you, but I do want who you think is going to come out victorious. Stelios, who are you saying?
Having watched Omnia play for the last 8 weeks, and then, of course, in this land now, haven't felt them myself, I'm going to say Omnia take this. I'm going to say it's going to be close. I'm going to go with 4-2.
Psycho, you agree, or you got something different to say, perhaps?
So far, every single best-of-7 has been a sweep, and every time there's a glimmer of hope to eke some more out of the series, it's not happened so far. It's been so devastating for the teams on the losing end. I think this is where it switches up, though. Omnia Resurgence has been pitched as being the matchup to look out for in this competition by a lot of people, and in this semi-finals, I think the intensity is going to be high. I think the nerves are definitely going to be there, because neither team are going to know which way it's going to go.
There is no way to know how it's going to go until we get in the serve. And for that, we need to send it over to our wonderful casters to take us away with all of the action.
The BFBS Pro League aims to be the pinnacle for competition for the British forces. And I tell you what, with the top 4 we've been granted, it feels like we've been able to reach that magnitude. It is myself, Supercasis, here in the arena. I'll allow you to introduce yourself, my friend.
Pleased to be here. It's Relic, and listen. I think this could be. I know Psycho. I know Psycho very well. He's scared. He's scared that we are going to get another sweep. Hold your horses, because we've got 2 teams who are offensive masters. We've got Lion, for example, on Resurgence, 2.5 goals per game. The entire of Omnia, over 6 goals per game across the entire team if you average it out. This is not going to be a snooze fest, Pegasus. Let's get it underway.
Krim starts us off, formerly of Omnia, now stands for Resurgence, taking down his very own organisation for the first goal.
It's a gorgeous pop-off, but then it's what he does bringing it down. Ritzy's calling for it, saying bring it central, and it's on a tee. The connection's beautiful, great power generated behind it, unsavable for the Omnia squad, who are still recoiling.
Do you have our trust now? Goal already, and it looks like a second one might be looming. E04 with a completely open net, slams that one off the crossbar, but Krim is now caught in that 2v2 position. It is well defended here from Resurgence. That inside pass has no one there to receive. The first miss opened up the space, and a position that initially looked so safe for Omnia has Resurgence knocking on the door. But Minty defends well. First 50 comes through. Ritzy's there for a second. We got a moment of calm.
It's exactly the start that Resurgence were looking for. Undoubtedly, Omnia, with how good they looked against the Tempest, the favourites going into this one, the favourites for the entire tournament, Pegasus. And so Resurgence have to put a marker down. They're doing so. They got that first goal. A second would be mighty fine. They're not going to find it in this first minute. They've got to be careful of their own net.
And of course, 8 qualifiers play to reach this spot. Omnia are the champions of the most recent 2. However, it's only today where you've got that opportunity to grab that trophy by the end, and Omnia fighting back against Resurgence show that they're looking to get this back to standard viewing.
Yeah, they've got to be careful of the kickoff here. Resurgence, they're in their own half now, and Omnia might have been caught a little cold straight off the kickoff, Pegasus. But we know, give them any time, they know what to do with it! Minty!
It's a gorgeous snipe. A gorgeous snipe from Minty. E04 with 0 in the tank as well. Is able to find that space inside. Those pockets looked like there was nothing available, but the verticality came through. Omnia take 2 and quick off the kickoff. We've seen that this has been a little bit of a dry patch at times. This time though, E04's done well to pick up that first touch. He's been that man who stays a lot more grounded, but once he does find position, 2 teammates as the target. Not bad when you got Hammer Saint and Minty.
It's no time to panic either though, Big Assist. Yes, you conceded 2 goals very quick back-to-back, but Resurgence are not going to win these games by laying on their back and rolling over their bellies to be tickled. They've got to act like a cat, they've got to have fast reflexes, and they've got to be ready to pounce when the opportunity presents itself.
Claws are out. Both teams giving it their very all. That's a dangerous ball down to Hammer Saint. The backboard looks available. It was a cause for success in matches beforehand. This time, though, defended well by Resurgence. Hammer Saints will bail away, allows E0 for the resources. Lions up quick, though. Hammer Saints from being stolen beforehand. That could have been a goal again. Plenty of chances coming through. Game 1 in the semi-finals. It has been a delight.
Resurgence is certainly doing well on the disruption side, looking to cancel out these passing lanes that Omnia have been so free-flowing in, especially in that series up against the Tempests. But on the counter-attack, very few options available. 1v1s, 1v2s, worst case 1v3. Omnia are incredibly fast on these defensive pullbacks. Less than half the game to go, Pig Assist. Still plenty of time for Resurgence to find just the one that they need to take into OT.
Absolutely, there was very worrying net left open there by Omnia, but ultimately the ball was out wide. It did have that moment of safety to recover themselves. Those second chances, I wouldn't taint Fet yet again. Ritzy holds it down in the corner. Hammer Saints does well. 2 touches off the ground. It's 0 boost for the 2 main attackers. The third man had all the time in the world, still decides to boom that ball forward. They might feel that regret now, sitting in their own third, back to square one.
Omnia doesn't want to overcommit. You can see they're going for the bumps on defense once again. Resurgence. This is a good time to push up though.
The Saints down. Krim doesn't get the luxury of a second touch there. Had a few jostles in midfield. Did fight back. Ritzy will take it over. 0 boost again though. Looks like that has been such a contentious part of this game. But this time, Krim had that top corner to snipe for. It's high yet again. Both teams haven't quite been able to find the target. If you look relative to the amount of shots they've had on, Hammer Saints won't get one in this occasion. Still 1 player waiting close. Minty's up fast. Double commit coming from the defense of Resurgent, but Krim temporarily puts them to safety.
As our mentor in both casting and playing would tell us, Big Assist, Danny Boy, the classic, you've always got to hit the target. Just hit the target. You don't know what's going to happen in net. 1 mistake and it's going to slip through, but a demo leaves Resurgence wanting. But Omnia's not able to punish. Really well done by Lion here on the side.
We've seen frustration make teams fall apart earlier in the day, but both teams have been able to keep their cool for the most part. But what happened here for Resurgence?
I think they were just baited in a little too much into the challenge. We saw the tee-up from this team looking to counter-attack, but instead what they got was a tee-up the other way, a pass that further generated power from a second hit that catches Resurgence flat-footed with 30 seconds left. 2 goals might be enough. 3 would certainly be better. Good save.
Ritzy out, wants that second touch again, but they need to get out of their own third. 20 seconds sits behind themselves, finding themselves in a miracle OT. Of course, standing with that deficit, and historically those first games have been the decider. What a save from Minty. Defense has been put to the biggest test. Omnia didn't really get that opportunity in the quarterfinals, but facing Resurgence, one of the toughest teams offensively when they're in form, still able to only hold them to 1 goal.
How do you like your glasses of water, Pegasus? Half full or half empty? You can look at that score and say 3-1. Honestly, given how strong Omnia has been, that's not bad at all. The problem being, Resurgence scored their 1 and only goal in the first 30 seconds, let alone the first minute. After that, Omnia didn't exactly have the full rule of the roost, but what they did do is they scored 3 goals unanswered. Resurgence, I think, panicking a little in front of net when they had the opportunity to at the very least close the gap. And I do mean close the gap. With that equalizing situation, I think it's slightly different because it's tangible. It's an opportunity to get back on parity. When you're trying to come from 2 goals down, that feels like, especially against a team like this, a bit of a mountain to climb. Any sort of mental deficit that you're at there, sorry, out the window. You desperately, desperately need to have belief in yourself that you are them. And I do believe that they are them. They have scored a goal. They looked good in certain passages of play. Just got to link it all up together to find more goals.
Absolutely, and you look to those 6 players in the arena, for the most part stoic face, they've got that trophy right between them that they are competing for. And of course that's going to bring its jitters in the semi-finals. We're also displaying to a brand new audience as well. Shout out to BFBS TV, who've been absolutely treated with this first semi-final. But this second game looks to kick off. A lot of recovery required here from Resurgence, but overall, foundations are there to build off.
I guess the crucial thing is don't concede first. You do not want to look a gift horse in the mouth with this particular team. Omnia is very, very happy to take the lead and run with it. Stelios, I think, suffering with nightmares after tonight. You know, it all depends on how this first minute goes and then leads into maybe looking towards half-time. If Resurgence can keep it even to 0-0, I would say, by 2.5 minutes in, maybe some nerves and doubts start to creep into the Omnia mindset.
This is absolutely opportunity for them to dust themselves off. Ritzy, though, looking for a little bit more than that. Ball inside doesn't come through. A team pinch that won't be on target for a second there. A little bit of a deceiving camera angle, but Omnia ultimately look like they want to hold these lines. You see 2 of them sitting there on that central space, defending it as if it was their own net. Lionbow still sneaks his way behind that first player. Second comes through. Ritzy was in a 1v1 position, but Hammer Saint somehow gets 2 touches there off the ceiling. It's extremely impressive, but that's the mechanics you can expect from him for the rest of the series. EO4 followed by Minty. That's got to be the chance. And for once, frustrations fall to the blue side.
Yeah, once again, it's Lion really standing out for me on Resurgence, but I'm sorry, those 10 goals from series number 1, I think the only way that you're going to reach that number in this series is if you make it past game number 4. I want to see a lot more from Ritzy and Crim utilizing Lion and the good work he's doing to move upfield to then go on and create chances themselves, but they're lacking the confidence right now because of the threat Omnia has on the counter.
It was his 50s. In that last series, I really felt like made the difference. It made those scorelines certainly wider. There's been a few boom balls forward. That one again was a little bit heavy, though a tighter space. Ritzy looking to find his teammates a bit more like it. Right idea, not quite the execution nor the time. Ball across, Ritzy just has to clear it. It's a brief moment of safety, a time to breathe, although Omnia have a ball on their net, cleared out by Minty. Second and third touch come easy, and it's their counter.
I really don't like how long the ball lingers in front of the orange net before Resurgence eventually clear it. Omnia's going to be very conscious of how those particular plays are going to move out. Hey, look, they have reached 2.5 minute Resurgence without conceding, and they've looked the closest to scoring in all honesty, but it's more from Omnia's passiveness of not looking to punish those mistakes and those lingering moments in front of net. That is not going to be afforded to them again, I don't think.
Lion's low boost, has to try and pre-flip for a second touch. Minty did well to realize it was never going to come, but the boost right afterwards felt like went against everything he waited for. Now it's back in their own half, and it's a worse position than they were beforehand. Minty take control this time. That's a lot more like it. Bumped off, but still forced a man out of Resurgence. Second man could have got that clear as well, but it's back to Omnia. You start to feel that pace rising yet again. It's been a match of a lot of changing velocities, but now Omnia feel like they're ready to pounce.
Lion and Iron Man, his nerves of steel, running backwards into his own net, manages to push it just past the post. Now we're starting to see Omnia really ramp up through the gears, but it's not as oppressive as even last game, to be fair. This has 1-0 Pegasus written all over it.
Absolutely, that's why it's going to be so concerning if you're in that defensive third, but it could be game over. Not enough power though. EO4 is going to be chasing right back as now it's Lion's turn. Crim's there too, doesn't get the touch, still comes off that post. The crossbar as well. Woodwork challenge almost complete. There's 1 minute left on the clock, but who's to say we won't have more?
I called it in the Falcons series just an hour ago. I'm going to call it now. That's a moment, Pegasus, that you don't want, that you can't afford to miss. There was your opportunity to go ahead, presented to you on a plate. You are good enough to sink those. You are good enough to score those. 30 seconds left, but it just feels like it's Omnia's day.
And it feels like there's been a sweeping curse of the University of Staffordshire. Those nets that perhaps if they were presented in the first game would have found the back of the net. Do not on this occasion. That was another really dangerous lead there. Resurgence all 0 boost. You can see Omnia spread out. They've gotten the bigs themselves. And this counter-attack is going to be awfully threatening. 10 seconds left as well. Surely last defense for both teams. Crim might be able to sustain it, but dummy off the first man. Lions looking for the top corner. Post and eyes once more, and Crim, that's out for a corner.
They are complicating their processes so much, Resurgence. You almost want to shake them in place. Just hit it, please. And they did, but you've got to have a couple more of those. No! I don't need to say any words, audience. You all saw it yourselves.
Crim, another chance. That one's tougher than the last, in all fairness. I'll let him have that one. I will let him have that one. Lion sees that backboard. If that's left free, it's a goal every single time. He's got that kind of consistency. But Omnia have done well to shut that down. That's that first attack of OT, but the efficiency is lacking on both sides in the second game. Minty drops it down to E04. It should be over. We should be talking about game 3. Frankly, it should be an equal series, but Ritzy has got more overtime to go through.
Did we just shake hands before this game? Whoa! Cataclysmic own goal avoided. Absolute nightmare fuel. How did they get away with that? It was such a good connection.
Hold on, another shot on University of Staffordshire. We might be here for a while if this continues. I don't know how long we booked the venue for. Crim in the corner has Hammerstein's down, 0 boost. Minty's right behind. They've been stuck in the corner for quite some time, but again, favours the defensive team if they're able to rally up and pick up boost themselves. Crim has EO4 on the back foot, still manages to accelerate himself at a perfect time for that next shot. Demo comes through, open net, not this time, not this time!
I don't want to say I told you so, but I absolutely told you so. It's one of those games where it's not about the flashy plays. It's not about the individual brilliance. It's who makes the last mistake that counts. And unfortunately for Resurgence, who I am going to argue right now had the better of that game and should be walking away as the winners of this game, they walk away with nada. They are 2-0 down in the series. That's a tough one to come back from, Pegasus. It really is.
That was reminiscent of Falcons in Game 1 versus Boost over Ball. And we saw what happened afterwards. If these results go differently, everything changes. But that was concerning. I don't want to see that in the third game. It feels like that sweeping curse has returned. It's something about this venue right now because they score every time. We've watched them for 8 qualifiers. That never happens. Never.
It's Lamb, baby. I've been saying this time and time again. It's just different. Cheers from the audience. I think at the very least what Resurgence know is that they've got friends, family watching here who are ready to support them, and they've really got to feed off that energy right now. 2-0 in the series is still very savable. They've kind of got to get this next game win. I know it's best of 7 and it's 4 game wins for that overall victory. But once you head into reverse sweep territory in a best of 7, that is a rarity to pull off such a feat, even at the highest level in RLCS.
Friends and families, thank you so much to our crowd in the stadium. Where these players do not want to be consoled by them afterwards. They want pure jubilation. And for Resurgence, requires a big performance in this third game to make sure the lighter side is their case. Crim has that second again. Resurgence can't play too frustrated after that last game. Hammer Saints can't wrap that one around. That was deceivingly close, too much power to the corners. Ritzy wanted to get that one over, still fancies chances for a pinch. Krim is waiting there on the left wall. No one is there inside. Typically, that's a ball for line, but when you see two players on that backboard, you can get that extra bit concerned. But what is Hammer Saints doing? Plays it into the box. It's the danger area. And Minty still prevents a goal from Resurgence.
Just pure manpower saves that one. Very fortuitous to Hammers. And EO4 was a little too far up the field to make much of a difference there. Lots of respect being shown towards both sides in defense. A lack of respect is what is required down the other end. And Omnia need to learn to respect the post, because it is the fourth man and it will deny you if it has a say.
This is bonkers. Usually, when we see a bunch of post and crossbar hits like that, it's one team. It's both in this instance. They've absorbed that post and crossbar magnet ability. It's implanted in the ball. E04 though is going to look to challenge it. Krim's there out wide. Cutting side though, no options, just one blue car. Hammer's up as well. Backboard, that's danger. Ritzy's close. Doesn't use boost. Cool as a cucumber. Must be said, that's extremely impressive. That pogo attempt, however, not quite of the same caliber.
No, Krim's got to clean up here and utilize all of the boost. To be fair, eating up a lot of space. Requires a big save here. A miss for the infield pass from Ritzy. And this should fall back to Omnia possession unless, no, they're going to throw it away. Oh, very tight and scrappy game again. Arguably more mistakes in this one, actually, possession-wise, than we saw in game 2.
It's definitely been one of the most exciting, in my opinion. Hasn't been back and forth quite yet. Resurgence still looking for that first game. It felt like a chance went awry in the second. Minty, right off the ceiling. First killer, no! How Hammer will clear.
It was a bit of a first killer moment, unfortunately, but who's going to live up to their potential here? It's hard to tell. It really is. I was talking about the last mistake in game 2. This is a game that is screaming for a hero. If you were to ask me out of anyone on the field who is most likely to, it's either EO4 or Lion for me. Leading from the front, looking to try and bait out defenses, try and get a double commit if they can, set up someone else maybe. Hard to see where the next clear-cut chance is going to come, though. Both teams very responsible offensively. That the best it's really come, to be honest.
Ritzy, double opportunity. E04, look how that front post. They've just got to force it through. Lion gets there. Hero of the hour. It's the play you called for to make a difference. Not quite the fashion you were expecting, though.
No, it was a scramble. It was a scrummage. It was like sourcing out the entertainment and TV deals on a Black Friday. But the important thing for Resurgence is they've got that lead. Not only do they have it, Pegasus, they've got less than 2 minutes to defend it away. That's a lot of time in Rocket League, but trust me, once those seconds tick down to the minute mark, you're starting to feel a little bit better about yourself.
It's going to be an eternity for Resurgence, and it's going to go quick as a flash for Omnia. That's just the nature of the time dilation. When you're here at LAN competing, Minty's shot will be easily blocked there by Lion. Held it close, though, towards that side post. Hammer slips off the crossbar. Causes celebrations from the crowd. You heard the roar from them. Who's the Lion in the building?
The forge has opened. The hammer has hit the anvil. Bardowski, tie game. I would argue unsavable. That was just a player diff, phenomenal accuracy, something that's honestly been missing from this Omnia roster, very noticeable in its absence.
And every goal worth so much in these high-level affairs. Every double commit, every mistake as well is that bit wider. Omnia's been gifted this offense. Minty looks to try and make the most of it. E04 nosedive into the corner. It's going to be a tough recovery, though they've done well. Time wasted by Hammer Saints. Resurgence are just looking to try and pass themselves out of defense. Minty bumped off. That was a crucial bit of physicality, though Hammer Saints loves to play close to the play. Lion back on. Oh, pinch comes in. There's another double commit. It's the other team, though.
It's a saviour medal for Hammer, who Goalkeeper in real life, of course. Yep. He knows how to save those. Big bump in net, though. Bullies play. Both Ritzy and Krim are out of it. One's demoed. Power play. Down to Hammer, who's saved away. Pegasus could not be closer.
I don't like those positions. 2 players on the backboard facing the right market. It was a team bump disaster waiting to happen. Regulation disaster looking to happen. OT, do we see it? A04!
3 seconds left, not over yet, but it's as close as you can possibly get. It's so heartbreaking for Resurgence, so close to the end. Kickoff awaits.
Facing the wrath of his own organisation. Kickoff comes out, back into the corner, just the ground to aim for, but that's a dangerous touch from Hammer Saints, and all of a sudden, a chance, but that's an early jump.
3-0 in the series. We've had some sweeps before that didn't feel like they should have been sweeps. This almost feels like it should be 2-1 to Resurgence.
Yeah.
And yet it isn't. Welcome to the fine margins at this level of Rocket League, where if you don't sink your shots, if you do not have that tuned-in defense on rotation at every moment where someone's ready to save a shot, impossible or otherwise, you're going to pay for it. And now, the ultimate mountain to climb for Resurgence. They're very much going to have to live up to their name here. 4-game wins on the bounce in reverse sweep fashion against a team that admittedly is looking as weak as we've seen it today, but is still toughing it out to find the results.
It'll be called the miracle of Stoke if it happens. This will stamp its place in BFBS Pro League history. Of course, this is looking to be something more. There's so many moments where we can hear those double dings come out, and it's not very commonly followed by that goal explosion. There has just been a little bit of an issue just inside the box, but that can be said for both teams. So during this timeout, which has been called by Resurgence, they've just got to calm it down, right? They've just got to have a conversation, keep their confidence up, because there's some of these plays where I feel like they're not taking that extra half a second.
It's something, you can say you keep your confidence up, but we've got to be realistic here, Pegasus. Confidence will undoubtedly have been damaged. You've gone too long overtime. You've lost it there. You were so close to taking it to another overtime. You lost it with 3 seconds to go. If that doesn't have an impact on morale, I question if they are human beings. What they have to do now is they have to make their own luck. One thing which has been critically missing from the Resurgence game is a second goal. I feel like with a second goal, they're still not safe, but at least builds up some sort of momentum in your favor to work with. We head to Utopia Coliseum. We have ended at Utopia Coliseum 4 times in a row today. I sincerely hope this is not going to be a 5th time. Resurgence deserves that much.
Omnia know how to make it happen. Multi-time champions for a reason. Haven't missed a grand final in quite some time, I believe, since qualifier 5. Ever since they've taken this all by storm. The Saints as well have been a big part of that. Crimbo, Son Ritzy, rebound right wall beaten by E04, who definitely hasn't had a quiet game. He's been doing a lot of the dirty work, but in front of net, I do want to see a little bit more from him. Usually he's the one laying it out for assist there, getting it out for Hammer Saints and Minty, but when it comes to offensive caliber, I think both teams leave a lot to be bargained for.
The historical stadium, I think it's appropriate to share the historical fact, which Psycho was more than happy to share himself, as that shot's going to go wide. The last 2 results in favor of Omnia, qualifier 7, qualifier 8, 3-0, 3-0. So they are currently now 9 games unbeaten in the professional setting against Resurgence. Just more mind games to keep in mind.
Absolutely, and I believe they actually have not taken victory the other way since Krim was on the roster. There was that roster change, and it changed everything here for Omnia. So of course, it's kind of a win-win here, I guess you could say, for Krim. I know now he's in a position he'll be wanting to take that victory, but his org would live on otherwise. 0-4, all called off there by Hammer Saints, and that was Potential for a double commit. It was still a little bit awkward positionally, but they've made diamond out of dirt. Hammer Saint off that right wall. It looks like an open net, but behind the ball, sneaking there. There's one Resurgence player ready for the clearance. Back to Donuts on the screen in a battle in midfield.
Smart challenges, really smart challenges. It might not come off for you, but what if it does? That's always the question that makes it worth going for those sorts of 1v1s. For Resurgence, they're trying so hard not to push up together, whereas Omnia can potentially go over the entirety of the defense by switching it up with just a big Route 1 hoof downfield. But in trying to be tiki-taka and trying to keep the passes short, Resurgence aren't finding much joy themselves. This is the one opportunity where they've been able to breathe on the blue side of the field, but it's straight into Omnia's hands because they're ready to receive.
Oh, he's 0-4. Had to be quick there for the second touch. A split second more of hesitation. That was in the back of his net. He was technically last man. Lion. Ultimately, a lot of turnovers in possession at the moment. Neither side really breaking into that final third. I would usually say, in normal circumstances, both teams known for their efficiency would take that opportunity if it comes. Who knows this time?
Efficiency is out the window. Just get the job done no matter what. Whatever mechanisms you have to try and levy. Maybe it'll come through experience, maybe it'll come through pure boldness, maybe it'll come through a throw downtown. That has to be on target, Pegasus, for it to be converted. Otherwise, again, you're just giving up possession for free.
Another play goes away from Krim. Had boost for tank. Although teammates with 0 boost, they would have been hard to find. It's those kind of positions where you are stuck for options, and Omnia found themselves in the very same place. 3 players positioned well. Boost is seemingly a huge problem. Krim wanted to go for the sideball, and that creativity was shut down quickly. The artist's easel's been snapped.
Resurgence not showing a lot of width for me. They're kind of doubting each other in, for example, missing the ball there or not winning a challenge over there. They're scared to break out of their shape because whilst they're retained within themselves, they have a better chance of doubling up bodies and stopping shots from going in. Lion there, the last line of defense. Just over a minute left. Deja vu.
And that doesn't spell good things for Resurgence. They've still got a tell to try and turn Ritzy. If that first touch can follow it for a second, and I see a player lurking right behind, that's got to be their ball. No one's up for it. Minty's just been given that free pass into space, and now it's dangerous. 6-yard box.
That's the
clear shot, gone wide. Tell of a series.
It's a surprise. You'd expect any of the Omnia players to sink that! And that's exactly why you have to sink it! Finally the ball falls for Krim, for Resurgence. It's Krim's first goal of the game. Would you believe it's only his 4th goal in the tournament so far? It might yet be his most important.
And his old username used to be Crimson. I'm sure he's seeing it now. Dropped down by 3. We've seen this lead before as well. The deja vu doesn't stop here, my friend. Lion on that left wall, though. We've seen this off the ceiling. We know what he's mechanically capable of. Not quite the resources for it in this occasion. Ritzy's being patient. Just run down that clock. Ooh. Maybe get a flick. Cheeky little play to come through. But ultimately, Omnia did well to respond.
Really, speaking to the inner football fan in me, playing to the corner flag, I can't help it. He should have just kept it there rather than going for a shot himself. But that's dangerous now. Omnia's overcommitted. Surely 2-0! Sweep City! We've got to ticket out of here.
Finally, we see a change in the tides on the stage here in Stoke. It has been sweeps all day. In this semi-final, we said it had the potential to be close. 3-0 didn't tell the story. 4-0 would be sacrilege. But we are going to Game 5.
Ooh! And a 3rd on the buzzer beater as well. Got the cherry on top of that glacé cake. Oh boy, that is the first game that Omnia has been held to nil points. No goals scored. Resurgence had to be so patient. My God, you talk about sacrilege, patience of the Saints from these guys, and how apt that they have Hammer of the Saints on their side as well. But now that's the beginning of their journey over. turn the page, chapter 2? Can they find a second game and really make this one interesting?
I typically don't like when you call a timeout when it's already match point against you and you're looking for that reverse sweep. Usually I'm looking for it at a 2-0 point, but the players trusted themselves. They played that third game. Whatever happened, happened. But after that timeout, a lot more composed. We weren't seeing them just throw themselves out of position, conceding these open nets which more should have been scored in the earlier games as well. This time, like you said, playing patient, waiting for those opportunities to come. I just think of that final play in the corner. Sure, you could say that's running down the clock, but ultimately, he could have just 50'd, went off. He had a teammate right behind him that was available to follow up, but he kept their resources close, was able to weasel his way through and almost got a goal as a reward from it as well.
I've got an inkling that Resurgence actually would have been happy to go 0-0 all the way. Because if you're in golden goal territory, there is no time for a response. You'd rather flip the 50-50 coin and hope that it turns up in your favor. As it so happened, a rare mistake really from Minty, very loose in possession, and thankfully for Resurgence, they'd pushed up enough to be able to capitalize on it. Crim, super alert. Hello, Aquadome. Nice to see you. 5 minutes on the clock. Omnia with a second opportunity to close this series out.
Pleasure to meet. Minty in the corner, untouched ground for today's stream. And Resurgence looking to give us a little bit extra. And Tokyo, my favourite map, does await. If they're able to grab this one, they've had tough in their own half. Ritzy, he's so good at getting himself in awkward positions and then coming out of it as if it was a 90 and 10.
Backtracking, a man of culture, Pegasus. Neo Tokyo objectively and subjectively the best map in Rocket League.
Correct.
I'd like to see them bring back the underpass just for a bit of shenanigans, but I think that is a fool's dream. But it's not a fool to dream for Resurgence. You've got that first win across the board. Yes, it took everything and then some, but it shows that you can do it. Omnia, of course, that's 5 minutes without a goal. I don't think they're going to go that long again in this tournament, and Resurgence should be cognizant of that. Expect that Omnia is going to score and try and find, again, those two that are going to see it absolutely cemented in your favour.
It's that difference between a 1-0 and a 2-1 end against your favour. You would still like to just have that goal for that bit of confidence. For now, though, Omnia haven't beaten the defense of Resurgence since that timeout. Crim, again, being the master of having an awkward position, getting themselves into safety. E04 can't find the target. Crim's on the back foot yet again, but 100 boost picked up. And now, it looks like a rather favourable defense. Off-the-ball control is what I'd call this, because Omnia don't really have anywhere to go. Crim with a flip reset has all the options to his favour. But that's a 100 boost stolen from Lion, so it's got to go back to Ritzy.
Yeah, Omnia's trying to lock down every single 100 boost on the map. You can't, but they're giving it a good go, and they're trying to limit what Resurgence can do when they're trying to get that counter going. It means that they're spending the majority of their resources on defense, means that they're kind of restricted to their own half. All the while, Omnia is just recycling the play, go back, grab some 100 boost, have another go, and keep on racking up the shot count. One of them's got to go in eventually, right?
Absolutely. And boost is the win condition, especially when you're playing mechanical players like Minty and Hammersate. But if they've got a full tag, hold on a minute, Minty does himself, but the early challenge denies him from stepping any further, saves a little bit extra, strike from an awkward angle, and I like the pre-jump from Hammersate. Demo is well on the follow. This is what they were so good at in the quarterfinals. When you bail away as first man, keeping yourself active, more disruption, that's going to disrupt the masses.
Not close enough, though. I can't help but feel like these pre-jumps, it's natural as a player because you're expecting and having confidence in your teammates to go ahead and do something that enables you to have pop-off moments, and yet, just a little bit of patience can pay dividends. Crim's finding goals from everywhere now.
Where did this come from? His own half boost picked up, doesn't need a lot of it, just decides to slam it top corner. Had this a few games earlier, the series would be over.
But at least it has arrived.
Absolutely.
At least it has arrived. Another lead for Resurgence. But this is a slightly different, nay, a very different scenario than what we saw last game. Wow, attempting to get all three players involved here. Again, we're back to that, well, we're back to that game 2 scenario, aren't we? 2 minutes to try and defend a 1-goal lead. They can't afford to sit on this.
but I don't want to see them sit back in defense. If you give Omnia that space, you're also conceding those mid boosts as well, and that has been the difference. That extra bit of aggression, there's a bit of an opening there, but Lion, Busquets-esque calmness there in the midfield, no?
That's really important because it's not necessarily, almost a whole opportunity there, another one arriving, they defend it. It's not necessarily about getting upfield, it's about keeping the ball away from the opposition. So even if you're moving sideways, if it's into no man's land, that's as good as a W.
1-2-3 play, had the entire team involved, but one defender. All that's required for the clear. One goal is all that's required to bring this one to OT, and if it's the favour of Resurgence, I would say that's game over. I wouldn't see 2 goals coming in at any time for either team at this spot of the game, unless one of those was in OT.
Half the time's gone, Pegasus. Half the time is gone. Omnia running out, trying to be sly and sneaky on the backboard. But Resurgence got it locked down. These pipes are clogged with the colour orange.
See. 2 touches still. Ripsy's going to clear that one's corner. They've got to keep themselves calm. They've been playing rather calm defensively since the timeout. Well, 26 seconds left, like you said, that's when the nerves really start to kick in. It's just when you're playing not to lose at that point for quite a lot of these teams. That being said, it's front-footed from Crim. Counter comes through. Lions face in the corner. Boost over ball. They're in the other semi-final.
2 major mistakes. The first was going for the challenge. The second was going for the boost. 2 mistakes, no communication. It's pure instinct, but that instinct has led to a goal against them. They needed that second goal, Pegasus. They didn't get it, and now are they going to pay the ultimate price?
Hold on, Ritzy with the targets. Minty wants to keep on going. I thought he'd hold that low. There's potential to force it.
No.
To overtime. And breathe, Relic. And breathe.
I'm trying, man.
Only overtime.
I'm trying my heart. It can't take much more of this, I'm telling you. Resurgence have come so close and yet so far. Once, twice. Will it be thrice? Where the pain is put to bed? Well, they're going to keep the pain rolling for Omnia, that is, as it is a second game win. Game 6.
Showstopper from Ritzy. That's what I've been waiting for. One opportunity where he's got the boost of the tank, he's got the creation as well, and to disrupt this flow of form, the timeout has been called. It was vital for Resurgence. But with match point in their favour for Omnia, despite the goal drought they had, at least that's disrupted moving forward.
That little ringing in the back of the ear has now become a blaring alarm, which is why the timeout has been called. There is something going seriously wrong here. Okay, not a clean sheet like we saw in game number 4, but only 1 goal again, and it was right at the very end. Resurgence defensively have been so excellent. They've been clinical in their passes to each other if they're going to work it out tiki-taka style, and if they know we got to hoof it, they get so much clearance, so much power behind the ball. It doesn't matter if they're giving over possession as long as you don't concede the goal. Admittedly, very scary that they did concede right at the end, but to then go into overtime and have the nerves of steel off kickoff to commit to a plan, it pays off beautifully. Omnia's got one more chance now here to try and convert this series before a Game 7, and if we do reach Game 7, I'm sorry, Resurgence with all of the waves of the ocean behind them.
I said they'd call it the Miracle of Stoke, and that miracle...
The Miracle of Stoke.
Looks like it might be coming true if they continue to play like they have done in those last 2 games, because I don't want to discredit Omnia too much.
No, of course not. No.
Because that was a step up from Resurgence, point blank. That first goal from Crim, he had those positions in the early games. The entire team had those positions in the early games, and they were not taking advantage of them. That was a position I don't even expect a player to be scoring from, but they stepped up, found those top corners. Nice mechanical play to end it off as well, but ultimately, you don't want another OT.
Omnia were one step ahead of Resurgence in a lot of different moments when it came to trying to convert those goals. And what Resurgence have now done is they've seen those steps, bit of Doctor Strange action going on, and they were able to cancel out those passing lanes and those shooting opportunities before they actually arrive. I realize that this is some time stone shenanigans that we're trying to set up here, but realistically what it means is that the likes of Minty have been completely blocked out of the game. They're struggling to find a way until now. Off the kickoff, the most volatile time to try and open up a team, Minty with the individual effort, backboard missed crucially from the game winner Crim from last time out. EO4 is there. Now we find out what Resurgence is made of.
Of all the parallel universes, there's only one where Resurgence pull off a reverse sweep. And Omnia are making sure that it is not this one. I like that fake coming through there from Hammer Saints. Allows his momentum to continue as well, hunting for the bomb, beat E04, wanted to be that second option, but now in the corner, Minty avoiding one of his very own, gets that touch as well. Hammer Saint from his backboard, snipes it to that other side, and Ritzy will boom that ball right back. Resurgence haven't been behind for quite some time now. We haven't really seen them get this opportunity to pull themselves out the gutter and succeed. So new challenges actually being found on Home Sweet Home.
Yeah, no, that previous plan that worked twice to get them 2-game wins, that's not going to cut it this time around. They're going to have to find another adaptation, and they're going to have to find it, unfortunately for them, within the space of a game. As a coach, as a player, you never want to, you never should have to, but this is where they are now, backs against the wall. Even just the one goal will do.
Absolutely, Minty pops high, and it's tough to call who should have called for that ball first. Either way, there was no boost to waste. Still looking for that perfect positioning. Lion's actually tempted in there by the shiny pad in front. That causes him to be beat. He's able to get back in time, however. First block comes through. E04 parks his car right in front of him. Now it's Lion full length of the pitch to find. Won't get a second charge, but Hammer Saints has missed. Ritzy back in the game. Resurgence continuing to prove this a different team in the second half.
I can only imagine that Hammer Saints was expecting Lion to get a piece of that. That's the only excuse I have for him. Yes, it's difficult to read on the backboard, but we're rating Omnia on such a high scale right now that we know that they can hit those threatening moments off the backboard. Either way, Resurgence ain't gonna care. They have found their way back into this game. It's felt a little more punchy, a little more dynamic, a little more direct again. Whether that ultimately falls into the palms of Omnia, who will like those more countering opportunities going their way, we're gonna have to find out.
Lion jumps early, still is able to catch that ball. It's an impressive control. Hammer Saints looks to show right back there with 2 aerial 50s. Minty can't force throw. Crim holds it low for Lion, wants to snipe that target. Likes the idea, don't like this counter. Minty taking all the time in the world, however. Resurgence have been able to regroup. They've now got some space in the opposing third. Again, a player too high by that mid-left boost. Seems to be a cursed position.
There's Lion. Saints midfield, and that's going to go over the top of Crim. Good news for Resurgence is they're getting these crisscrossing motions across their own half. And so if a mistake like that is made, is committed, they have that one safety net. Do they have a second though? Wow! Lion with no boost, double save. What a hero.
Lion the Braveheart fakes it under 2 as well. From his goal line to the halfway, mind games all being played. And Omnia aren't going to like that very much. Another one played there by Crim, and now Ritzy's found space. Intelligent from Resurgence, they use the pressure against them. But again on the counter, it looks a little bit ropey. Lion still responds for that back post, is there for the follow. And despite the initial standings not being great when they transition to defense, the recoveries are strong. That's a fantastic one from Lion as well. Ritzy finds some space in the final third, and as much as in the offense, it's a moment to breathe.
Pegasus, that was moments from disaster. Resurgence had one corridor to get that away, and they took it. Otherwise, they were facing another barrage with 0 boost. And I feel like they might be getting boost starved again. They're hogging this backboard Omnia, but they're not quite finding the players quickly enough to get these surefire shots away.
Another one inside. Minty has a net, it's crossbar. That's some early in the series shenanigans returning. Lion beats everyone. That's entirety of the season. brazen shenanigans in place. Lion, from his own half, takes it all alone.
I've casted big stadiums, I've casted arenas. It's very rare when I get to cast an intimate setting like this. One half of the room, limbs, absolute limbs. The other half, you can see the fear setting in of what is about to potentially happen now. 40 seconds and change. 1 goal advantage for Resurgence. I still don't feel like it's enough. I've never felt like it's enough. But for Resurgence, it might be all they get.
Hold on, might be another here for Ritzy. Both jump high, play for the dunk. That requires no touches in the first place. E04 down to Lion. Blocked off by Hammerstein. Has to stay aggressive. A third goal would secure it, but with 20 seconds left, you've just got to keep the ball in this half. You know certain players on this pitch are capable of going the distance. We saw it from Lion. Will we see it from Omnia? Clear from Ritzy. Double commit through. There's no one there to chase. E04 is awkward. Minty is able to recover. They're too tight to ground. We're going to Champions Field.
Game 7 on the horizon. How many of us pundits would have predicted that after game number 3? I'd wager 0. Because, okay, there was hope for Resurgence, but you almost felt like with all of these moments passing them by, was it ever going to be their day? I literally asked that question. Maybe it is their day, because these 3 games post-timeout have been as flawless, defensively speaking, as we've seen it at all. Omnia is a team that is free scoring. They've barely been able to get a sniff. They've had to work super hard just to crank open chances for a free shot at net, let alone one without a goalkeeper there. Resurgence are surely the favourites going into game 7, no?
They've got to be.
They've got to be.
They've got to be. 3 games in a row now in their favour. Omnia's mental has got to be shattered heading into this second. They've used their timeout. No opportunities for that now. It's just that 5 minutes on that coveted field for your ticket to the grand final to compete for that trophy that if they look round their shoulder, they can see slowly slipping away besides them.
I've been commentating Rocket League for maybe 6, 7, 8 years. I can count on one hand the amount of times I have commentated a reverse sweep in a best of 7.
Yeah.
I'd be more than happy to add to that, but for Omnia, no. No, that's not even a scenario that computes. You win, and you win now, otherwise we are witnessing the upset of the tournament.
The multi-time champions put to the test by their own Orgona, their former comrades of the roster. Hammerstein hits that one wide. And there's going to be jitters all over again. There are certain resets in play. Of course, game 1 being one of them. Some of those timeouts being the other. Champions Field does something different. Another wide ball from Omnia. From what was a very shaky defense from Resurgence. Minty on, backboard available, Lion denies.
You say shaky defense, I say great start Omnia. They have been relentless straight off the rip. It's almost been an entire minute's worth of absolutely smattering this net with shots. That one's gonna be converted. EO4 man of the moment.
15 love. It's been a game of tennis for Omnia. As soon as they run one way, they'll hit the ball to the other. They burn down all the boosts. They get that resource advantage. And when the position opens itself up and everyone's scrambling back to their lines, they will capitalize.
Oh, almost. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, almost an instant response from Resurgence, who we should not discount by any means. They found themselves in this position, Pegasus, lest we forget, just 5 minutes ago.
Back inside here for Ritzy. Resurgence had multiple opportunities since that kickoff, and we've proven now that they know how to fight back. They did it on Neo Tokyo, a historical map in Rocket League history. But nothing matches the like of Champions Field. Minty off that corner, Ritzy staying tight, and I like the second and third man positioning as well for Resurgence. They're getting the touches as well to match, but that pass a little bit too heavy there for Krim. Lions ball a little bit too central as well, but Omnia still have their work cut out for them. E04 though, will pick up on him, Minty's there!
Got a little bit of pepper on that one. Ooh, what a beautiful slice. Positioning is so essential when you're looking to get this particular maneuver off, because if you are not at the perfect angle to lop it into the net, you're either going too high or it's going too wide. It's going anywhere but where you want it. Perfection from Minty, perfection from Omnia. Up until this point, still 3 minutes, the best of left to go.
0-4 high, Krim. He jumped back really early, still was able to reach some space and reward there, though Ritzy, it's a tough read off that backboard. Press, flying colours, but that vice is tightening. And Omnia squeezing enough to make them pop. That demo, though, does the job. It's a goal back from Resurgence. And when you thought the position was completely against them, one fatal blunder. Check your mirrors.
There I was muttering under my breath. Look at this press. Oh, look at this press. Here's the problem, Pegasus, is when you demo one of the press, Moses spreads the river wide, and it is easier to score than to miss. Resurgence going to gobble this one up. Maybe a quick one too. Big save in net. Double commit required.
And that was an aggressive challenge as well from Ritzy. That spells trouble. But Lion on Zero's perfectly positioned to clear to corner. Minty wants to keep it in that favour, but again, they're going to be careful with that third man now. We might see a little bit less offense from Omnia, and I'm not too sure if that favours Resurgence.
That's a very good question. I think for Omnia, they don't want to settle on the 2-1, that much for certain. They really want to open up that 2-goal lead again. But whereas Resurgence were previously a little bit conservative, maybe going a little bit more direct at times, you can see there they're bringing out the demos now to try and disrupt the defensive rotation of Omnia. If they allow them to sit pretty, they're not going to score. It's as simple as that. They have to ask questions. They got to hope it's in different languages, and that Omnia eventually runs out of answers.
This has been a scrappy affair. Sometimes with these close games, it's ballet between the two rosters, a lovely synchronized dance. This time, it's down, dirty fisticuffs. Hammer Saints makes it free for Omnia. Is that goal you were calling for? Is that the stick it Tams?
Very ponderous, a lift up into the air, almost beckoning Hammer Saints onto thigh, and they put it away with aplomb. You say it right, I've said it, I was looking forward, that 2-goal lead once again. Resurgence have it all to do. I personally, especially on the basis of this game, Pegasus, I don't see 2 goals in 70 seconds. Then again, crazier things have happened.
Absolutely. Minty. That corner, the fact we're here in the first place is already astounding. Ritzy gets it down to line dummy for the first. But I don't think that one was a tactical decision. In earlier quarters, they would do those deliberately, but that's a bit of panic there. And now that second's wasted. And with everyone that passes, that train starts to arrive, and Omnia look like they're going to be the only passengers.
Oh, my dude, that was perfect. That was it. That was goal 2. Only one more required for overtime. And then who knows how it's going to go. Instead, it's inviting more Omnia pressure. Look at them, enveloping them within this grip yet again. Okay, they're going to hit it up high, not on target. They're not willing to risk the goalkeeper throwing it downfield, but they are willing to risk the defense rotating and over-rotating and cutting too much to find that 4th and potentially series-ending goal.
Surely that's the one. The multi-time champions, your most recent champions, your favourites heading into the event. Looking to add another title to their cards. But this time, they could get a trophy home to match. Resurgence will have one final scramble. 7 seconds left on the clock. Champions Field will crown another victor. Denial of the reverse sweep. Resurgence fought well. The owner watches as his organisation steals the spots from his hands.
It's a rare moment where I am applauding along with the crowd. What a series. Every single game, a banger. Twists, turns, betrayals, heroics. Simply sensational. And that was the first of our semi-finals. We got another and the grands to go. But I tell you what, Pegasus, if I'm on the other side of this bracket, whereas going into the semi-finals, I'm thinking, Omnia's looking really, really good. Now I am seeing a wounded beast. I am seeing a team that I could potentially take down, and that only bodes well for us, the amphitheatre, the people watching, because it surely means plenty more goals and plenty more twists on the horizon.
It's going to take a lot for the other semi-finals to top that one. I don't think I'm being too controversial in saying that was series of the day. I think that's fair for everyone at home. Thank goodness that one was on BFBS TV as well.
Yeah, oh yeah.
To be able to witness it. I'm sure there was some excitement there, but the other semi-final as well. That's going to be an absolute bloodbath. It always is between, of course, Boost over Ball and the Storm Shadows. But we're not finished yet talking about this series. We will never be finished talking about this series, but I'll give those back at the studio a chance.
Thank you so much. And my, oh my, what a series. We went from flawless sweeps to all 7 games in breakneck speed. And I could not think of better analysts to have with me to try and make some semblance of sense of what we just watched go down. So, both of you guys, I've got to have a little bit of an ask. Going in to game number 4, it did look a little bit... Can we all agree? It did look a little bit over, didn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
What do we think was that turning point that made this a viable series here?
I'm going to go and say it was a clear momentum swing. I always talk about it to any teams that I coach, any level. Momentum is such an important thing. And the second they found any bit of joy, any scraps that they fed off, that they got a couple of goals out of nowhere, they started to build some momentum, and they used it, they utilized it, and you saw them begin to get a little bit animated as well, still retaining that resurgence coolness that they've maintained this whole environment, but you could even see they were getting into it a bit more, and it aided them, and nearly pulling off one of the most historic would-be reverse sweeps that we would have ever seen here.
It's an incredibly rare thing to even come that close. I mean, they'd basically just set sail into almost certain victory, 3 games on the bounce for Resurgence. And I really thought that they were going to pull it off. I was getting super excited for them, but ultimately, Omnia have this sort of presence about them of complete solidity. And in those first 3 games, Omnia gave them nothing. It was like they were just an absolute brick wall. It was fundamentally perfect gameplay from Omnia, and that's why people think they're the best. That's why people think that they might come ahead and just take the grand finals itself off the Pro League.
I mean, we were speaking about it off air, but we were looking into sort of how Omnia build their stability, and we sort of, as you said to me, Owen, it's nothing special that they do, nothing mechanically insane. But they play fundamental Rocket League without making any mistakes. Hit the ball, get boost, and rotate, and look for a bump if it's there on rotation. They do it so well, and I think that's been the key to their success.
Absolutely, I'm fully with you, and it's just the fact that they have support in numbers everywhere on the field.
Somehow.
A lot of teams you'd look at and think, you know what? They're just throwing all their chips on the table a bit too aggressively here. Omnia have the capability to time their attacks, to time their efforts, to know when to throw all their eggs in one basket. And honestly, towards the tail end of this series, that final game, they really showed it.
I mean, what a series it turned out to be. We were so close to seeing the reverse sweep. They just ran out of steam, I thought, and I'm not going to lie, I did maintain that Omnia would win, but I'll be lying if I told you that I thought it'd be that close. I'm not going to lie to you.
Now, I've got to say, we were talking a little bit, going into that 4th game, that by no metric was it bad Rocket League, but it was very textbook, very by the book, and that going up against the winner of that other semi-finals match, they were going to need flair. They were going to need a little bit of something. Do you think we saw that, or is there still something that you just want a little bit more of, knowing what they have to face in that grand final?
Well, for Omnia, I think they're going to have to do more. And I know that seems like a ridiculous statement coming off the back of that semi-final win, but honestly, they looked a little bit timid in terms of their approach. They put that first man in an aggressive position to do everything by himself. There wasn't too much of that interconnection using the width of the field and passing amongst each other. It really was sort of push that first man and see what happens from it. I think they're going to need to switch it up.
Absolutely. Although they played so well, you're right, they're going to need to not be as... I think timid is the right word. Sure, the first 3 games were almost perfect, right? We can all agree they played almost perfect Rocket League, which is so hard to do. But you must maintain. You can't be giving teams routes back into series like that. That's the first time that they've shown any kind of weakness. I wonder what the RF Storm Shadows or indeed Boost Over Ball will be thinking after that. You know, because previously in the RF Tempest game, for example, they looked invincible, and certainly they felt it from where I was sitting. So, you know, it's the first time they show any kind of weakness. I wonder what that will do for the other semi-final. It's extra motivation, though, right? I think it's extra motivation to make sure that they both perform in the next semi-final.
They will have to indeed. But we've seen that they are mortal. But let's see what they have to say. We have an interview lined up just for you guys.
Thank you, Lena. Well, the heart rate is certainly up. Probably could be said by everyone in this arena. And I feel I've got a sweaty palm holding this microphone, but nothing, I'm sure, compared to what this man is feeling. Minty, goodness me, put that into words.
We started off well, we choked, and we regained. That is in words what I would say we did. Although there were a lot of, I think my hand was like this at a point, so it was tough, but we got it done in the end.
And that you did, absolutely. What was being said in those moments to deny that reverse sweep?
Well, we knew we were playing too far back. We weren't playing aggressive enough. They turned it up a notch after their timeout, and so we tried to continuously change that each game. It didn't work until the game 7. I would have rathered it the game 5 or the game 6, but we got the job done, so I don't really care what we did.
Well, job done indeed. And in a funny way, I suppose that prepares you nicely for the big decider for the final.
It does. And I've got a decent break now as well, so I'm going to need to probably have a power nap for 30 minutes to regain my energy, but I'm sure the final will be just as good as the semi-final.
I know it depends, of course, on who you'll be playing, but what sort of things do you think you might need to adjust, if anything, before that decider?
Well, with this, teams play different play styles, so we knew what kind of play style we wanted to play against Resurgence. And we played it for the first 3 games, and then they switched it up, so we had to change it. But I think we have a plan for each team, and we're ready for the grand final.
Absolutely, and if someone at the beginning of the day had told you that it would be this sort of high octane and dynamic, and the crowd would be loud as we heard in this arena, you'd have taken that opportunity and won in the way that you did, I'm sure.
Yeah, we would have. The crowd was excellent. I mean, maybe not for us. Lots of Ritzy chants. I support Ritzy. I think Ritzy's the best player outside of our team, so...
Lovely words there. And what does it mean to you to be a finalist? I know you've got your sights set on that trophy just behind us, but what does it mean to you to be a finalist in the first ever BFBS Pro League?
I'm so glad. Like, I came into this in, I think, qualifier 5. Ethan messaged me and was like, "Oh, do you want to play in this tournament? Do you have any?" We're here now, and I'm so glad. And I'm going to be so nervous for the final, but I believe in my head nervous means I have more adrenaline, which means I play better.
Well, that's great to hear, and hopefully, you know, you can get that final and have had a bit of a break beforehand. We obviously have to await the second semi-final, and hopefully as exciting as what we've just witnessed. And to look ahead to that, we'll go back to the studio, and Lena is waiting there.
Thank you so much. No time to dilly-dally. We have got series on the line for you guys. We've just had an incredible all 7 games blowout, and now we have got one of the most anticipated games. I know you guys, you're quite looking forward to this. But first of all, you know, how was it casting in the arena? How was the atmosphere for you guys?
The atmosphere was incredible. I believe it's the highest of the day. From when I've been in there, that has certainly been the case. But I mean, can you blame them? It went the full distance. It was a potential reverse sweep there, eventually denied. And frankly, I can't believe that I'm already back on screen. I thought I would require, I don't know, months of recovery before I ever pick up a microphone again. It was that intense of a series. Nothing truly like it.
Knackered.
I mean,
it is tiring because I was blessed. We were seeing as they were walking out of the arena. Of course, you got Resurgence, who to put your heart and soul into 3 games back to back to back after losing 3 games back to back to back, and to not be able to close out the reverse sweep, you have to feel for those guys. But every single player, Affinity, should be proud of what they did there. That is undoubtedly one of the best games of Rocket League in the BFBS this season, let alone here today.
Yeah, absolutely brutal, but absolutely beautiful as well. But as you can see, here is the schedule. Only 2 games await. Now, RAF Storm Shadows versus Boost Overball. And then the winner of this matchup versus Omnia, who they're looking mortal at the moment. So this could be a real opportunity. But to sort of circle back into, zone back into this match ahead of us. Boost Overball versus RAF Storm Shadows. We said Storm Shadows looking a little bit lackluster. Do you think maybe they've had an opportunity to watch the games? Do you think that they're the team that has that bounce back potential?
Absolutely. I've actually spoken a little bit to Cedric on the roster as well during the lunch break. Of course, I've been doing my research.
Of course you have, yes.
What did he say?
He said they're going to stop going for third so much. So it's exactly what we're talking about. They were playing so passive, chasing that big back boost. They said that they're making a rule that they're not allowed to do in this next series. Of course, they can't do that 100%, but I will be keeping an eye out for that because we've just casted the best series of BFBS, arguably. The other 2 in contention is Storm Shadows versus Boost Overball, Qualify 6, Upper Finals, Grand Finals, easily.
I am looking forward to this. And Boost Overball, we saw earlier as well. We've talked a lot about them. They've got the youngest player, 16 years old, on the lineup and was looking stellar earlier. Yeah. So, Boost Overball, what were your favourite moments? What were they doing so well that wowed you guys?
Well, as I was saying earlier, it's all about that. How many options, how many win conditions can you find once you get into the final third? And I think with Zatic, you've got somebody who's willing to be just that extra guy. And whether you use that extra guy to bump a rotating player out the way, or whether you're looking to be teed up to finish off a chance yourself, whether you're looking to be the setup and be selfless for someone else, that's very mature. I don't want to discredit the fact that this kid is young, but really a lot of these younger Rocket League players, they like being the hero, they like being the person who does everything, and to see them actually play the team game is showing up massively.
Yeah, it is indeed. But let's take a look at one of the teams, RAF Storm Shadows. Now, there's a lot of talk about this. This is the final stand for active serving personnel. The RAF Storm Shadows are the last remaining team that are not military family or military adjacent. So this is going to be a very interesting one because they are defending now. They are, RAF came in with 3 teams. They had 3 rosters of RAF players fielded today. Now only 1 remains. We've talked a little bit about how good Boost Overball are, but what were the redeeming qualities? What have Storm Shadows shown us over the qualifiers over today that put them, because they came in, I do believe, top seed. What was it that made them so feared coming into this?
Storm Shadows as a name alone will instill fear to their opponents. They have been around the scene for the longest time. The RAF Storm Shadows have been the pinnacle of Interservices Rocket League for as long as I can remember, as long as I've been involved, they have been the top dogs. It does not matter the roster. They always bring out the best. So, of course, that's always a factor. But if we want to look a little bit more short-term, and what we've seen today is that when they do get all 3 players forward, that's when you can see them play those passes across. They are all mechanical within their own rights. I saw them a little bit more reserved with that today, but you could tell they had something about them. It's the way they take those first touches. They're not going to let it spill out into the corner unless they make themselves extremely awkward, and that's going to be a little bit of a balance in between to keep that creativity whilst, of course, making sure they don't do anything too silly.
Now, we've got to talk about their opponents. Boost Overball. They were so energetic. You could see them playing to the crowd. You could see them hyping themselves up, fist bumps on LAN between every goal. Can you tell us a little bit about, what maybe they needed to improve? Because they were really good. They looked standout, but everyone has a little bit of a weakness. What maybe could we see hinder them potentially?
So I think if they'd stop getting the rub of the grain, because I think they did get it a lot against the Falcons, I fear for their defense a little bit. I don't think it has been truly tested as much as other teams. Of course, eventually you are going to run into a team that's going to test you. And I think we're kind of hoping that we see the real Storm Shadows turn up this time around. Envy fully unlocking defenses, being fully supported. So I think they should be proactive in understanding that they might concede a few more goals this series and not to let that affect them, because their vibes are immaculate. I don't want that to swing the other way and let their emotions get the better of them if they do start losing games when we're asking them, okay, but how do you GGs go next?
Yeah. The highest highs and the lowest lows. And we said youngest players, they were really playing to the crowd and they had that sort of very big advantage. But I know it's a little bit of nerves coming in. I believe all of their first times playing on LAN, and it could be a very different experience. I mean, this is some of you guys' first time, you know, casting on LAN. So how is it being different for you? Like, what is the atmosphere like for maybe the people that aren't able to be in the arena for us today? Paint us a picture of what it is like in there.
It's electric. You walk into the room and it just feels like the atmosphere is different. When you're walking through it, it's like it's got a different density to it. There's that added bit of weight. There's that extra bit of pressure. I know it's not just a bunch of humans packed in together. That's not why. It is the passion you can see from every single person in the crowd. They had chants there for Resurgence. I'm actually a little bit sad we won't be able to see that again, but those clips will live on forever. But the celebrations that come out as well, it's amazing to see the happiness on the players' faces, but as well, the anguish that comes with it. It's always going to be a part of esports. 8 teams came here. Only one can be the champion. So seeing those disappointed faces, it's just part of the journey, and it does add to it, doesn't it? It's got to be a bit of risk.
So just to make sure you're having a good time.
I'm having a fantastic...
Okay, that's it's having a good time.
Absolute blast. I'm not competing. It's amazing.
I can imagine the stress competing it is quite intense, and it can be quite hot in there as well with all the competition as well. But I mean, they've been really great. Boost Overball to sort of sing their praise a little bit here. We've seen them a lot in the crowd cameras as well. They've been chanting, they've been cheering for other teams. So I'm hoping we see some people in there. No, they've got a lot of family support, and I think that's been quite nice to see. As we've had a lot of players who have had family come to the venue and watch and been supporting their journey. We've got people who are watching at home as well. Is that something that you guys have both seen maybe a little bit, you know, through the qualifiers as well? Do you want to start us off, Relic, a little bit there?
Yeah, I mean, I think with a lot of, and it's not just BFBS, I'm pleased and proud to say it's all over the world with these, international forces, esports. The support is unconditional. It's so lovely to see all of these different families and different branches coming together for one common cause. And moments like, for example, Josh's mum and brother and his brother being interviewed on stage, you don't quite get that. Yes, we know you want to look cool, Josh. We know you want to look cool, but this is your mum we're talking about. She was beaming with pride. And to have those moments here is part of what makes BFBS so very, very special. It's a privilege to be here and help support these people.
It is indeed, because you did some of the qualifiers online, and online, no disrespect to it, it's amazing, but to be there in person, it's a whole different ballpark. And this is only the start. This is only #1 BFBS Pro League, and we've already seen so much develop, because over 1,000 signups at the start, and this is just with Rocket League. There's been talk, future, more games, more pro leagues, and if this is only the start, I'm very interested to see where it continues. But you know what? Whilst we're waiting for the game to get ready, they're just setting up the last few details. I'm going to ask you a question. I'll throw you a little bit of a curveball here. Is so many qualifiers, 2 months of qualifiers, was there a team that won your heart that didn't qualify to be here? Is there a BFBS Pro League team that you want to give a shout out to that didn't quite scrape by enough qualified points, but you just want to shout them out because they were there and they did a great job?
Oh, you know what? Shout out to UVG Girls Club.
Oh, you stole my answer.
Oh,
how dare you? No way. Unbelievable.
I tell you why, no? They showed up for every... for most calls.
It was most of them, yeah.
Absolutely. And some of them, they had a decent time. They were able to get themselves close. Most of them not the best when they're facing these top teams, but they were coming back every time. And this league, I feel like a bit of it is about nurturing this talent as well.
Yes, absolutely.
All those 8 teams that we see here today were not the same teams at the beginning of the season, and that was only 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to quickly ask you one last question, super quickly, in one word. Which team is taking home the victory?
Bob.
For this one?
For this series?
Bob.
Bob, boost over ball seems to have our analysts' vote of confidence, but there is only one way truly to find out who is going to be in that grand final, who is the creme de la creme, and that is going to be in the server, in the game. And it is my utmost pleasure to welcome the casters to the stage to take us away.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be back here for our second and final semi-final of the day. Boost over ball have captured the hearts and minds of many as they, well, walked their way through the quarterfinals with a bit of swagger about them, a bit of energy, but on their opposite end, Stelios, someone that's very close to home to yourself, the RAF Storm Shadows themselves.
Yes, indeed. The top flagship roster of the Royal Air Force taking on a team that's even won my heart as well. I mean, speaking to them on Friday in the hotel, I gave them a lot of helpful pointers from a mental coaching perspective. They took it all on board. Clearly, they've implemented it as well because they have been brilliant, and they are, in my opinion, the team to beat alongside the likes of Omnia and indeed the RAF Storm Shadows as we get ready to get our action started. I'm so excited. A place in the grand final at stake. It'll be Envy and Zatic kicking us off here as the RAF Storm Shadows take on Boost over ball.
And so far, the RAF Storm Shadows in this competition are yet to have been truly tested. Just the RAF Shadows that they fought up against in the quarterfinals, a team that they've certainly been very familiar with. But Boost over ball, only playing since that fourth qualifier. It's kind of been out of nowhere for a lot of the teams to handle with Stel.
Indeed, but there has of course been a slight blip in the Shadows' performance for the RAF. They wouldn't have been what they wanted, but that of course is also credit to the RAF Shadows who had a great performance against them. And it's all about putting that behind you because now, Psycho, none of that matters. It's all about the moment. This is what you've worked so hard to get to, and as long, in my opinion, as you leave the pitch having no regrets on either side of the pitch, you can't really argue with that. That's the key for, from at least my perspective. Go out there, give everything you've got, and whatever happens, happens.
Leave nothing on the table. And there's one thing that Boost over ball are sure not to do, and that is to have any regrets, because they have given everything so far, not just in this grand final sort of playoff scenario, but across the qualifier lengths too, as Cosmo is going to try and dip and duck and dive under the defence, show a bit of that flair early on.
Cedric, fine first touch. He sneaks in at the near post. Envy follows that play up. Cedric limited boost, but it's a nice cut, smart play by the RAF Storm Shadows captain. Already inside the minute-and-a-half mark, it's promising to be a very intriguing affair between these two sides. Of course, having played out dramatic affairs in the past in grand finals and semi-finals. So here now where it matters, who will have that extra bit of composure, that extra bit of bottle as the RAF Storm Shadows go 1-0 down. It's Josh that time, and you can see his trademark celebration as Boost over ball take the lead.
He's loving it. He loves to work the crowd. He loves to just throw those celebrations out there. Nothing left behind for Boost over ball. And as they enter this kickoff, they're going to do so with that lick of extra confidence as Zatic is going to try and take it round Pierce. And Envy has a lot of work to do all alone on that back crossbar. Does well to control it out.
Fine first off the backboard. Zatic is shot off the crossbar. Can there be a decisive secondary touch? No, not that time as Envy chases this one. Good play. P will have to do some defending here. Beaten by Zatic. Up goes Cedric, bumped out the way, but thankfully Envy was positioned well enough to delay the shooting option and almost has a rapid sucker punch of a counter-attack. Envy drops it down and a fine clearance by the BOB last man as P beats one to knock it off to the side. And what a start to this series as Cedric shot off just to the right side of the post. Great save by Zatic, and Boost over ball, although temporarily on the back foot, are able to find an exit.
And Cedric's going to chauffeur this ball towards the space of the field, but has only gone as far as Cosmic. As now Zatic for a flip reset, almost gets past one. He's lunging for the bump on Envy.
Wow.
Showing off that individual capability. And Boost over ball, usually we'd look at the likes of Josh for those individualistic solo plays, but all three of them certainly capable.
This one is dangerous. It's a shooting opportunity for P. It's one that he normally takes, and takes very, very well. Cedric with some real work to do. Almost beats Cosmo, but Cosmo with some good defending. Envy, limited boost now. That one trickles slowly down the left-hand side ball as far as these Storm Shadows are concerned. Limited boost for Cedric as well. You can see the squeeze on the resources of the RAF Storm Shadows, but that was a very good clearance. Up goes P for a double, knocks it central. Brilliant play, Cedric almost capitalizing on it. And the pressure though remains inside the BOB penalty area. Josh looking to bring the ball away. Zatic does complete the clearance.
And Stelios, we've always referenced just how high that Storm Shadows backline can be, but they're throwing themselves into the play. With 20 in the tank, they're rotating so quickly and trying to convert from every chance, but Boost over Ball has that structure to them. They're not going to let them get away with it with just a one-man effort.
The important thing, I think, for the RAF Storm Shadows after their performance earlier is this is a major improvement on what has been one of the teams to beat. So as long as this can be maintained, this can easily go either way. But right now, as that clock ticks delicately below the 45-second mark, the advantage, although slight, still with Boost over Ball as they look for a second into the top left-hand side of the net, and Boost over Ball surely now 40 seconds away from the perfect start, and maybe the perfect start to get in one hand on that trophy.
Yeah, and all smirks for Josh's family at the back. They know just how much this series means to them. And at 4, that lad up on stage, I believe it's his first LAN, Josh. His two Dutch teammate counterparts certainly have experience on LAN over in the Netherlands themselves. They're used to the pressure at such a young age, and it really does show.
It's remarkable the way they've dealt with everything, you know, the buzz of the event, meeting the other players, you know, very polite people in real life as well. It's nice to see how they've adapted and grown, so, you know, in such a short amount of time. It's only been 3 days since we all met, and they've learned so much in such a short amount of time, as there is sly hope for the RAF Storm Shadows. P bags a goal after a nice bit of work down the right-hand side. It was an awkward clearance by Cosmo, and P with limited boost stayed in the play. That's the crucial detail. He stayed in the play with limited boost. And back to within 1 now with 8 seconds to play. Stranger things have happened.
Absolutely, and I think that was an awkward moment for Zatic there. I'm not sure what quite happened there, but the ball did trickle in, and it's, well, reduced the gap to just 1, as now Zatic is going to push forwards and Josh off of the sidewall there. It looks maybe as if there's some sort of a problem there. 0 seconds left. It's very unlikely we're going to see Storm Shadows fight their way back into this.
Ball hangs high in the air, knocked down by Cosmo, but it still stays alive. Envy has no choice but to just try and get as much distance as he can on the clearance. It falls to the floor. You can hear the cries of joy from the BOB side of the stage, and they have indeed got the perfect start.
It's a brilliant one, and Boost over Ball, they have the confidence about them, and I do think there was a little bit of a technical issue on their end towards the dying seconds, but it doesn't matter. They took the win. They got it comfortably. 2-1 is the result at the end of the day, and the RAF Storm Shadows were yet to create meaningful opportunities. And for them, they need that final touch. They need that little bit of vigour to add into the play, Stelios.
Yeah, they look sure enough at the back, I would say, but you are correct in that statement, where the chances they did create were few and far in between, and the small glimpses they did have at the BOB goal were just simply swatted away, and that's good play by Boost over Ball. They seem to have such a solid defensive plan, and being able to rely on that in such an environment, even with the odd mistake there, as you're just seeing on your screens, a slight, I think maybe that was even a technical error that forced the player to drive straight over his own goal line, but it didn't matter. Importantly for them, they got the job done, and I'm sure they're making the most of this technical timeout, just to ensure that they can resteady their minds and keep that passion going. The energy, I think, is their best friend.
Absolutely so, and at the moment they're just trying to regain that composure, regain that solidity after, well, Storm Shadows did take a bit of possession towards those final 2 minutes, regardless of whether or not that goal that was put across was due to a technical difficulty or not. Boost over Ball, they controlled the tempo.
Yes.
They controlled the pace. And moving forward to game 2, it is so crucial for them to maintain it.
Oh, very nearly a dangerous kickoff for the RAF Storm Shadows there, but P rises high, and he'll have the chance to get a second touch on this. Cedric starts his rotation back towards the back post. Envy will challenge Zatic. Zatic's touch is a good one. Looking for a pinch. It's a fine effort as well. Just wide of the mark, and Cedric will collect the boost. Nice and calm he is. The captain of the RAF Storm Shadows has been for the last 2 years or so. P clears away to the left, and it's again the start back inside the RAF Storm Shadows penalty area, which seems to be, as you say, the pattern of play so far, because BOB are dictating the tempo.
And Cedric on the ball now can be so deadly. He's ducked and dived underneath one, but Zatic with such an important block. And an infield ball to match it as well, over to Josh. And we're starting to see these connections really form. It's a gorgeous play from Cedric yet again.
And very nearly merited a goal. The opportunity was there, but nobody was across the goal mouth of BOB. Better though from the Storm Shadows. They've got into it a tiny bit more in these last 30 seconds. The last phase of play was all theirs. There's a rare miss by Cedric and capitalized on by Zatic. 1-0, advantage boost over ball again. And just at the point where Storm Shadows were beginning to find a foothold, bang, and they've been punished again. Doesn't bode well.
Maybe not, but those sorts of goals are rarely repeatable. Boost over ball have gotten away with a freebie there, dare I say. Cedric rarely misses those touches, and I'm sure he's going to get his head right back into the play. He's up for an early pre-jump, he's up for the positivity, and they're trying to launch this next attack.
Envy will put pressure on Josh, who does exceptionally well with limited resources. Cedric beaten. Zatic advances down the left. Demo, danger here for the Storm Shadows, and Envy forced to put it inside his own net with limited boost. Had no choice but to go for it. Very nearly got enough of a contact, but the ultimate fact is, boost over ball 2, RAF Storm Shadows 0.
And one tiny pocket of space on that backboard was all it took for the RAF Storm Shadows to suffer. And unfortunately, it has been a pattern we've seen from them. It's not something we're going to be worried about too much so far early on into this best of 7 length. But nonetheless, P's going to continue this press downfield. Envy is going to be rotating back and hopefully taking some soft control of this one.
He does. I'm not quite sure how he does that so comfortably, taking those kinds of soft touches. I can never do it myself. That's probably why I am here and they are on the stage. Josh will leave this one for his teammate, and he gets there first. Nice, thoughtful punt into the boost over ball half. Envy has to watch this one go back towards his own net though, and looks again to take a soft touch. Exhibit B. As he advances down to the 50-50 with Josh, with Zatic. Cedric flies, looking for the car of P's teammate. They link up so well and have done so much over the years, but they need to roll back those years to have any chance of getting back into this series. Another game like this, and boost over ball will be in a very commanding position in the series. They've got time to bring it back though, Psycho.
Zatic with a triple bump, 2 demos, and one little nibble at that player on the backboard as well. They're getting so aggressive. And Josh, pre-jump, Cosmo, to follow through with a touch, and RAF Storm Shadows taking their time, trying to draw out that pressure.
Josh, awkward ball for Envy to deal with, lets it drop. Fakes plays well and collects the boost. Zatic's there. P looking for Captain Cedric, who watches Cosmo touch it towards him. Attempting to link up now, but it's almost backfired into their own net. The bounces, the 50s seem to be favouring boost over ball, and if you're watching for the first time, you might think that 50s are just an element of luck, but I can tell you no, there is an art to playing these 50-50 balls, and if they are consistently falling your way, I don't think it's fortune, I think it's smart play, and they must be doing something right.
3-0 in game 2 for boost over ball. It's written in the stars, it seems, for these young guns coming up against military pedigree in the RAF Storm Shadows. We didn't think maybe just a month ago that they were capable of loss. And here they are, really being put against it.
Potential timeout needed for the Storm Shadows if this continues as is. And they're looking for at least one goal to give them some kind of momentum. There it is from Cedric. 3-1, muted, focused faces of the RAF Storm Shadows. They clearly have a plan. They're clearly frustrated at not being able to execute it. They've not had it their own way right now. But there is something, and it's the captain who steps up right when they needed him. Can they repeat it 2 more times? I've got to say, I can't see the BOB defense being broken like that, especially more than one time.
Maybe not, but Cedric has been that catalyst, and so often is he downfield, lurking past the ball, being slow to rotate usually by choice, by design, to craft those sorts of chances. People say you make your own luck. Cedric, I think, is a prime example.
He is. He's a player that constantly works on his game. His driven attitude has led him to, captain the RAF Storm Shadows side over so many years. Has got some notable results on the international military Rocket League stage, notably at the AFEI.
some really good performances up there, and as has Envy and P. But right now, right here in the moment, here at the BFBS Pro League LAN, the first ever LAN semi-finals, it's Boost over Ball, who despite their age are playing with experience well beyond their years. They are making their dreams come true. There's a looping shot, there's Envy, and there is 3-2. And once again, with limited time in the game left, they're back to within 1 goal.
Oh, and I've got to say, I'm not quite sure I'm happy with the smiles on the Boost over Ball faces there. I think they know they slipped up, and they're going to have to move past it quite quickly, but they have to stay humble, they have to stay grounded, because they've seen that RF Storm Shadows surely can bite back.
Here we go then, that's a fine touch by Cosmo. Squares up, Envy, good 50. He gets faked, and it's 4-2. And it's smart play. That is the composure that you need in that environment, and it fell to the man that they would have wanted to fall to, Zatic, who's been doing it. He's been there, he's done that countless times, probably in solo queue a fair amount of times as well, and he's brought it to the LAN. A lovely fake play, 4-2, and we're, I think, gonna agree that that's this game done.
Oh, it should be, but I mean, come on, that's one of the best goals we've seen all tournament long, and there still is a chance, a loose one at that, for the Storm Shadows to fire something on net. But Boost over Ball, they've shown their resilience, and unfortunately it's just by the wayside at the dying seconds for the Storm Shadows. 2-0 in series, Stelios, and I wonder if now is the time you really start to worry.
Well, I would certainly be calling a timeout, and probably that's what they'll be doing. A chance to reassess their game plan, because I do think elements of that plan are working. But as you quite rightly stated, and I don't think it's changed since game 1, offensively, they've just not created enough. And, you know, you pair that with the clinical nature of Boost over Ball, plus their energy, plus their ability to drain the resources out of a team. It is exactly what's happening right now. It's a 2-0 series lead for them, and they are in really, really good shape.
And what I love to see is just moments like we saw at the end, as the replay package is going to show some of the highlights across. But RAF Storm Shadows, they were caught with that hard line, that strong back line rather, that high line, and it troubled them. Not just once, not just twice, maybe a handful of times already in these first 2 games. That surely has to be a place to start looking.
Potentially, but at the same time, it's a characteristic of their playstyle. They're used to doing it, and when they get it right, it's lethal. It's just a great fake, by the way. That is one that's Zatic will be enjoying watching all day long, all night long, for the next few years at least. I'm sure he won't let them forget about that one. But as I say, it's a characteristic they need to look at, because when it does work, it's lethal. But right now, they just haven't got it right. Do you make the change in this environment? It's a tough one to pull off. It's a brave call to make, and that's the kind of decision that Cedric's going to have to make. Stick or twist.
It's a tough one, and only these players really know what their hearts and minds are saying right now. Storm Shadows are thinking, let's just get it over and done with. We've shown our prowess in that previous game, even though it didn't quite go their way. They're ready to reset nice and sharp.
Indeed, Zatic combining nicely with Cosmo. Shot was a little bit of a weak one though, and Cedric will take a series of soft touches and look to bring the Storm Shadows away. But again, they're immediately pinned back inside their own penalty area. Envy limited boost, has to try and flick forward, which he does. Great flick, gets in the way, and the possession freed up for Cosmo, who's bumped unceremoniously out the way. Here goes Envy. We'll have a chance to hook the shot round. It's a fantastic effort. And the young starlet for the RAS Storm Shadows from a ridiculously acute angle bags a sensational opener. The first time the RAS Storm Shadows have been in front. Can they stick it?
One of the most mechanically gifted and talented individual players in this competition, who hasn't been spoken about a whole lot today. Envy has made a massive, massive difference there.
Just under a minute gone, and there is the first goal. Loads of early goals in this series, which is not what I thought I'd be saying. I must say that's not what I thought. I thought it'd be a lot more of a cagey affair, a lot more of a chess match. But it just seems to have been, you know, end-to-end action and a lot of tempo control by Boost over Ball, and then suddenly an explosion of action, demos, goals. That's been the story of this series. And as I said with Pickus earlier on the cast, each series has had its own unique rhythm. And that's what I love about this competition so far. It's been full of it. And right now, Storm Shadows are where they need to be to try and fight back. There's an element of danger there with committing so many players, but they know this risk, and they can come with penalties like that, because when it doesn't work, players like Josh, Zatic, and Cosmo will punish you time and time again.
Cosmo threatening the reset, threatening the pinch, decided to play it close, drawn out that final defender and left that open chasm of a net behind. 1-1.
Cedric has to get there for that awkward kickoff. P, great read. I'm not quite sure how he's read that one. Envy lets it go for his captain, who was demoed, but P, that was really good communication because that was a quick recovery. Envy forces high. Cedric with a great secondary touch of the second ball. P will rise. Looking towards Envy. Instead, it's a chance now for Zatic. Gets the flip reset, but Envy watched every second, every micro movement of Zatic's car was watched. And Envy goes for the bump. Cedric with a shot. Squeezed in at the near post. The Storm Shadows fight back 2-1. And what a series this is turning into.
Have a taste of your own medicine. Cedric forcing the own goal. Covered off the angle, did the defender, but he unfortunately prodded it into his own net. We saw a similar fate for the Storm Shadows earlier. Here it is again.
P has to try and play this one slow with his limited resources again. Envy also suffering with 0 boost. Demoed as well. P is in all kinds of trouble. Has to try. Gets there. What a read by P. Cosmo's sat in wait. Lets Zatic cut. Envy linking up nicely with P. Envy trying to chase, but now Cedric's left in a 1 versus 3. Can boost over ball capitalize? No. That time it was looped high, and thankfully for the Storm Shadows, aimlessly over the bar. But again, the chance, again the shot by Cosmo onto the backboard. Remember, we spoke about the cardinal sin of a free backboard earlier in the studio. That was an example, but rarely BOB did not capitalize, and P almost with a sucker punch at the other end of the pitch, but it remains 2-1.
And Envy's going to have to put on a masterclass here, and has done so with a quick, decisive challenge. If he left that a little bit too late, that could be shambles to the end of RF Storm Shadows as Cedric dodges a bump. Downfield to P, the connections, left, right and centre out of defence. RF Storm Shadows right back into things.
Fine touch over the bar by Cedric. Emmy's got to get there. Good 50. Falls to Zatic, who loves the sidewall. Showed me in the practice room himself. That's a nice flicked effort by Cosmo. Just over the bar though. And for the first time this series, it's not quite clicking in the offensive third for boost over ball. They've been frustrated a little bit now, and for the first time we might see what they're made of from a character perspective. Being frustrated a little bit here. They have more than enough talent, more than enough flair to turn this one around. But as we approach the final minute, this threatens to be a 2-1 series. Still time, of course. There's the shot. Great save, and Envy will rise. Delicate first touch, and he will play it into Cosmo, who puts it out wide.
Crucial save there. The pre-jump from the Storm Shadows as Cedric now for a solo play downfield, and Cosmo stretched in. It's in. Tucked into the bottom right. They have hope alive again.
Such an important goal at such an important time. It will allow, it's insurance, right? It will allow the RAF time just to breathe a little bit now for this next minute and a half. They can't let off the gas. At no point should they do that. But they know that there's at least some element of breathing space. I must say, Psycho, I think the tables have turned in this last couple of minutes. Not for the whole of this game. I do think BOB started off the better again, even in spite of the RAF taking the lead. But I think this last couple of minutes has been a different game, has been a different series, and I'm not going to complain.
Absolutely not, and I'm sure, commentary bias aside, RAF Storm Shadows as that last hope representing the currently serving Armed Forces community is sure to put a smile on the minds of many. 4-1, an extended lead. Boost over ball are yet to taste defeat.
Will that change? Time will tell, but Envy on that right-hand side coming off with a musty assist. Dunking on the goalkeeper as well. And P doesn't miss those from there. 4-1, and this time, importantly for the RAF Storm Shadows, it was a convincing display this game. It was a convincing win. That might lower the tones across the other side of the stage. Not for very long though, they would hope. I'm sure the moment they score, that volume will be right back up. And from a BOB perspective, I think that has to be the case. They need to show that they're not immune to going behind, but coming back from it. They've got to show that their mentality, their energy, their passion is not affected by losing a game.
And sometimes throughout Rocket League history, we see teams which simply cannot be fooled. We look at the likes of Team Vitality from a bygone era in the Rocket League World Championships, and we think, well, they've not really been tested because they haven't really lost. Boost over Ball have had a taste of bitter defeat in this match. It's the first time they've had to do so. And if you want to become a champion, you have to overcome a bit of adversity.
And here is that adversity right in front of their very eyes, right in front of some very important people in the crowd for them, with their family watching on as you see the highlights of that game just gone by. Storm Shadows taking the lead before Josh's equaliser, and then that goal there squeezed in at the near post. Cedric was credited with that particular goal, and then some fine work between Cedric and VMP, back goals number 3 and 4, and all of a sudden what looked like BOB running away with this one, they've been slowly reeled back in. The lead in the series halved, and the action, thankfully, just getting underway. Still at least 3 or 4 more games in the series left. And I am so excited to get this next game underway. I'm not going to lie. I'm jumping at it.
I think you can feel the energy in the room as well. And I know that Boost over Ball, this is the first time you might not be seeing them smile quite as brightly, because they've got some thinking to do. They've got to reset, regain that confidence, but in the camp of the RAF Storm Shadows, they want to continue that momentum. You stressed how important it was in the studio and on this booth itself, Stelios. Do they have it in them?
They definitely have it in them, but can they execute that? Can they execute on that ability? There's the start that BOB would have wanted. Straight in, 10 seconds gone. And more good work by Zatic down the right-hand side. Forced Envy to commit at the backboard, and Cedric couldn't recover in time. Josh, bottom left, the perfect start.
Unfortunately for Envy on that backboard, no boost in the tank to thwart that early pressure. And that third man just had to sit and watch and hope that ball wasn't threaded across to a Boost over Ball player. As Zatic now, for a first touch, cleanly so gathers that reset, has another one in the tank as well. We saw a nice little double reset infield pass. We know they're capable as that shot just goes wide.
P will chase this and just challenge Zatic. It's a good challenge at that as well. Gets somehow a double with 0 boost. A shooting opportunity for Cedric! Oh! And there is the equaliser. And just as quickly as the first goal went in for BOB, the RAF Storm Shadows respond in kind. And they are going blow for blow right now. The gloves are off.
Absolutely, and Cedric is the catalyst. The player with all the experience in the world has joined you on many an occasion on the pitch, Stelios. You know just how deadly he can be. He's got plenty of accolades to back his name. The inter-service champion, of course, of years gone by. Moving forward to today, I reckon he's fueled up.
He is, and he's a player who's always been at the forefront of the RAF, which is a great flick by Cedric, and what a goal to put the RAF Storm Shadows in the lead. And I had no choice but to tense my whole body as that ball crossed the line, and only when it crossed the line did I rest. And what a goal it was. And again, only one of a few times that BOB have been put to the test like this. They've shown character to come back already in this game and start well, but they're behind once again, and there is a chance. And it is Josh's shot onto the crossbar, but you can see good rotation by the RAF Storm Shadows, albeit a whiff from Envy. Cedric bumped away, and this is dangerous. Cosmo tries to fake. There's a good first touch by Zatic, a double commit, but thankfully the clearance by the RAF Storm Shadows was a depthy one, and then allows them to advance up the pitch.
I'd always prefer 2 commits than 0, especially at the back. As often can be the case, if you sleep, close your eyes for a second, blink and you'll miss it. At the moment, RF Storm Shadows keeping the pieces held together as P launches that attack at the halfway point. Cedric with 100 boost to gather some momentum out of defence, but Cosmo with a crucial block.
The next goal in this game is vital. One for the Storm Shadows will be an extra insurance policy that they didn't need last time. As that double is really nicely done. Envy all the way back, plays it with some nice bit of composure, which I don't have right now in the commentary box. Away to his left, and it's a shooting opportunity for Cosmo. Oh. And it's a really fortuitous bounce for the Storm Shadows there. Some may call it luck, some may call it skill. Whatever it was, it didn't meet the back of the net. BOB may be getting slightly frustrated. There's the shot by Envy. What a save by Josh. At a vital time, 3-1 there, and the game changes. And there is the following counter-attack, and Envy able to clear.
And he's pushed it to the corner. It's safety on the rebound, and they're breaking out of defence. Here comes Envy for a little poke. Another double commit isn't really going to be what they necessarily wanted. But they're ticking time off of that clock, and Boost over Ball lack possession.
Will it be as we were at game 1? Will it be a 2-2 series? There goes Josh. So close. So close. One micro touch there would have done the job. Zatic, P, can't get there. Crossbar and down. And the Storm Shadows surviving by the skin of their teeth. There is still a follow-up shot, and there is the goal. Cosmo bags it for BOB, and they do fight back. They are still alive in this game, and they do not know when they are beaten.
Passion on the faces of the Boost over Ball team. You can see how much that meant to Cosmo, and that's going to be a confidence reinstallation almost for this roster. They thrive so much on momentum, and it's playing to their end now.
That's a good bounce. Will it be a goal from Cedric off the post onto the goal mouth? And what a save! Drama theatre here in this semi-final. Up goes Envy, looks to dunk on Josh, but Josh with an intelligent save out to his right-hand side. He drops it into Cedric again, and it is Storm Shadows pressure, wave after wave. BOB surviving, and again Cosmo with the save that time. Can they get a counter-attack? They can! Envy can't get there! And it's more theatre, it's 3-2, and what a game! Arguably game of the day.
Cedric, I feel sorry for him. It was a difficult read, and he tried to keep that attack going, and who could blame him? 2-2 all to play for, and a game behind in the series at large. They needed something, but they still have time. They don't have to rush it. Just a couple more attacks, and who knows where this scoreline could go.
Cedric will receive this one, looks infield to P. Oh, it's a good effort there at the near post, but saved once again by Zatic, whose shot was weak because he had no boost, and Envy took a soft touch. Looks for a second and a third. Fantastic from Envy, but a vital bump from Zatic. That would have been a goal. There was a Storm Shadows player lurking, if not for the superb awareness with the bump by BOB as we tick in to the final minute. Will it be 3 match points, or will it be all square?
Cedric for a 50-50. Keeps that ball narrow towards the corner, but Zatic is there to push it all the way in field. And Cosmo delivering a bit of threat himself. Josh, back into the central he goes. Pierce is there to clear. He's got some breathing space. He's got work to do, and has got past 2.
Oh, Josh, more good defending. We'll try and pinch here. Cedric has to turn, leaves it for Envy, who will chase and harry Cosmo, who deals with it. The bump, the awkward deflection, still inside the BOB penalty area. Needs to be a Storm Shadows name on that board. It's dangerously just wide of the mark. P keeping the pressure alive. It's a good cut, but there is a lengthy punt downfield off the crossbar, not quite away, and it will hit the floor. It will be BOB with 3 match points, and it's not quite a reverse sweep that's needed, but still arguably a ridiculously tough task for the Storm Shadows.
Absolutely, and Stelios, based off of the results we've had today, we've had sweep after sweep after sweep. And usually I'd look at a situation like this and think, you know what? It might just be Boost over Balls to take, but we saw the Resurgence Omnia semi-finals. We saw how the underdog is capable of surmounting that comeback. Cedric has often been that catalyst. We see those tight redirects, we see the optimism downfield, and we know they have it in them.
I mean, if you go back to the example earlier, I mean, it's quite rightly their name, I guess. But we saw the resurgence of Resurgence, and the Storm Shadows will be looking to sort of mimic that and try and recover. I think they've done quite well to get back into it from 2-0 down. They got that all-important game on the board, and they've been a lot better than game 1. But BOB managing it well. And I said it before, I think they're showing maturity well beyond their years and experience, I think, in the LAN game as well. So for them, more of the same required. They are 1 game away from a historic grand final appearance from them. And for the RA Storm Shadows, the military's last hope, they're still alive. They still have the chance to bring this one back. They are more than capable of doing so, but it's going to be very, very tough. They need to be nothing short of perfect.
They're alive and kicking, and they're going to kick hard. We know they are RAF Storm Shadows too well at this point, Stelios. They do not go down without a fight, and Envy is going to try and lift it up over that defense nice and quickly. P to push it into the corner. Nice little drop down favourably to get this possession flowing.
Cedric, lovely first touch, and they will just have to take this back nice and composed. We'll pick up the boost. Nice clearance as well. Josh flies for it. Envy will have to turn. Good communication between the two of them. Cedric letting that one for Envy. That's a double opportunity for Cosmo. Can he back the double? It's a fine effort. And the resultant shot, really well saved actually. And at the other end, it's Cedric. Can he get a double? He can! Off the post! Almost catches the rebound as well. But it wasn't to be. And that could have been the ultimate start. It may still be. There's the bump. But there's Cosmo, who keeps BOB on level terms.
You said they needed nothing short of perfect. Those are the difference makers. Those small moments. It's a game of inches. And Envy's going to wallop that ball downfield. Pierce to the backboard, off the ceiling, but no contact found on the follow.
Cedric will press Cosmo. Zatic taking it back, collecting the boost. Maybe slightly starving his own teammate there. P takes the possession of the ball, nice and calm. Looks for a center. Cedric slightly too close. We'll have to cut here, I think, for Envy. Chooses not to. Going for the bump. Dangerous play. And they are punished once again. It's 1-0. And arguably against the run of play in this particular game. But they are clinical. They know what they're doing in offense. And they are now within touching distance. There's the first step they've taken. Can they maintain? Can they extend this lead? That is the important question.
And there is no more of a difficult blow to receive than an air dribble bump. You can't go around it. You can't go over it. You just have to try and go through it and hope for the best. And boost over ball really had the RF Storm Shadows number as Pierce downfield to the backboard. Cosmo, certainly with plenty of boost in the tank to control this one out, as he's done so well to get it downfield, and another bump looming on the opposite end.
The hyper-aggressive playstyle of BOB. You see them always going for boost! Sorry, for bump, sorry, but there's P. What a finish! The all-British designed Octane there. The recipient of a fantastic pass by Envy. And you can see P squeezing it through two BOB players. Finally done. And just as quickly as they went behind, they once again respond. It's been the story of the series. One team scores, the other responds well and quickly as well. Who will draw the next blow? That is the important question, Psycho.
And at the moment, it looks like Storm Shadows might just be that team. The boost over ball, they have lots of space to work with. We've seen this situation before! We saw it earlier! Cosmo with the air dribble bump, same side of the field, same situation. See you later to Envy.
Clinical, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, it's such a well-crafted play. It's hard to defend. And the Storm Shadows, you know, just as soon as they've equalized, one goal down again. They are so good at what they do, boost over ball, and it must be so frustrating playing against them. There's a chance for a third, and they are now in full control with insurance. And as long as things continue to go like this for boost over ball, they will be taking on Omnia in the first ever BFBS Pro League Season 1 Grand Final. And what an achievement it would be. There is still, of course, time on the clock.
2 minutes 30 left, just half the game done. And it feels like we're drawing towards the final stages, but the reality is we are so far from it as Cosmo filters that ball to the right-hand side. Zatic with a solo play venture of his own, and Envy, so often as he left to deal with those sorts of threats, and very rarely does it go wrong for him. It doesn't matter about the defense. Flip the head, get it on the other end.
And they stay within touching distance, the RF Storm Shadows. Envy with limited boost. Commits Josh, forces him to dive early, and he finds the top left-hand side of the boost over ball net. That will apply at least a little bit of tension. The insurance policy gone now for boost over ball. Envy looks infield. P will cut the play. Josh with a good first touch, and he's bumped though, and it will free up Envy for a first touch. Cedric's bumped away. This will be P's ball, and he knocks it to the left-hand side. Maybe not what he wanted to do, because it gives Cosmo a chance to break the tension, break the pressure that the RAF Storm Shadows had. Up goes Cosmo, beats Envy. The net temporarily looked open, but P with limited boost, how on earth has he saved that? And again, you can see nothing on the cards of the Storm Shadows players. They must escape this press somehow, and that clearance from Cedric will do just that.
But they need a crucial follow-up, and it's Cedric again in that position. As Zatic has found a downfield bump, it's going to open a little bit of space after Cedric's touch. Here comes that play from Cosmo. A difference maker individually this game. Those 2 air dribble bumps could throw Boost over Ball into the finals, but still over a minute of play left as that ball pops in field.
Envy will take possession here. Bumped away by Zatic. P will play to his left. Dramatic final moments of this game number 5 now. 3-2, the score remains. Boost over Ball can smell it, can touch it almost. They are so close. Wonder what their heart rates are like right now. Envy's. Here's one will be a little bit more than whatever BOBs are at this point in time. Time to make a difference still. Here is where you need your big players to step up. There's an unfortunate deflection, but Cosmo recovers the car, and with 44 seconds to play, the insurance policy restored. And the Storm Shadows with it all to do now. And what a ridiculous touch, by the way.
Cosmo got bumped. He's ricocheted off of the backboard back into the play and found that touch.
Incredible.
I've no idea how he's managed to recover from that situation.
Incredible stuff it was, and it came at the right time. What rebuttal do the RAF Storm Shadows have? Whatever they do have might be too little too late. They've fought hard. It's been an excellent series from both of our 2 sets of players. Maybe one last twist in the tail. Cedric will have to turn on this. Plays it in to his right. A nice punt downfield. Envy will try and get the double. Does just that. Cedric leaves it for P and down to the final 15, and you must say, I think that's going to be game as we enter the final 10 seconds. Here we go. It's Cosmo. Misjudges that one. Cedric, there's a chance for something for the Storm Shadows, but it will be too little, too late. BOB in the grand finals after an excellent best of 7. Credit both sets of players. The RAF Storm Shadows fought tooth and nail for the series. BOB come out on top, and what a moment for them.
It has to be an incredible feeling for these young players, 16 and 17 years of age, spread across the field. And for some of them, I know Josh, his first LAN experience, what an event to make your first grand final in. Does it get any higher stakes?
No, I don't think there is a higher stakes environment to perform in other than the BFBS Pro League LAN. There just isn't. I mean, especially for, when you look at how this tournament extends to the wider military community, this is the top level that they're going to get, and they've shown in only the first season that they can make the grand final. So it bodes well not only for their chances in the final, but also if there is any future Rocket League Season 2s, they're going to be straight back in it, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and whether or not there is a Season 2 to come, I think we'll leave a bit of suspense on that, but Boost over Ball, fantastic performance from themselves. Commiserations to the RF Storm Shadows, of course, who put up a brave fight, but the analyst desk, of course, is going to know a lot of what to say about that series. Let's see what they have to say.
You can see what it means to them. You can see the passion on their faces, and what a mighty series to speak of indeed. So much to talk about there. So let's start breaking it down slowly here. There seemed to be a lot of peaks and troughs in the energy there in that series a little bit. How did that kind of manifest in the game, both within the actual game itself and with the players?
Well, I feel like a lot of that was very much dictated by how Storm Shadows wanted to play. They had their moments where they were able to bring themselves back in the series. Of course, they took that game. They probably should have taken a second as well. But when those peaks and troughs came, Boost over Ball really knew when it was their time to step up. There were some just impeccable chances in those later stages that I don't think many other teams would be able to pull off here.
Yeah, once again, they were really relying on vibes in the early stages. Every single goal getting the EZAC celebration, as if their life depended on it. They were going to celebrate these goals. This is an experienced, the most experienced, as if on cue. This is the most experienced roster when it comes to LAN dates in the Storm Shadows, right? And so Boost Over Ball knows that, at least on the experience side, they are lacking. And so they've got to try and match that experience with ambition. And I liked a lot of their plays. They were super creative. They weren't afraid to go into the skies. They weren't afraid to ask questions of the Storm Shadows. They forced Storm Shadows to change formation to try and push Cedric up further. And honestly, that just made the Storm Shadows defense a little more wibbly wobbly, which then, of course, invites the vibes back. Yo, we've got way more opportunities to score. Let's have them, lads.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I want to ask you guys a little bit. Boost Over Ball, how have we seen an evolution within them, and how has your opinion of them changed? Because they've been playing in some of the qualifiers, you've been watching them for a while. What is different from when you first saw them to the team that we see heading into the grand finals then?
Listen, they've got a culture, they've got a way they play. That has not changed since the first qualifier. They're high pressing, they want to be quick on the ball, they're really creative, they've got that young flair, they haven't been regimented for years down the line by coaches of the likes. They've still got a little bit of soul in their gameplay. However, in those early qualifiers, they had a bit of a reputation for taking down the lower seeded teams in a much more dramatic fashion than any other team could. They could just make sure they never touched the ball, frankly, for the entirety of the series. But once you face a team that's a little bit better positioned, we're talking Falcons, we're talking Resurgence, we're talking even the old form of Omnia, of Resurgence, all the likes, they would struggle immediately. That third man press being so high to a team that can read the game that little bit better, are able to piece themselves around them. But now Boost Over Ball, late in the season, they've learnt when to control themselves, when to have that third man back. And if anything, not only is their defense stronger, their offense is as well. I mean, the space you have as a third man when you've got 3 mechanical players on the pitch, that made the difference, especially when it's Zatig setting up a double flip reset.
Well, I mean, we saw very much that maturity of knowing when to just hold back for a moment in play in this series. When you have Cedric pushing up a lot more, yes, okay, you're opening yourselves up to more shots against you, but naturally, because there are more players transitioning into offense, you've got more ability to create as well. And Cedric was on fire, I think, scoring 3 goals in like the space of 3 minutes across 2 games, which is his highest goal output of the series so far, of the tournament so far. So yeah, to then go on to basically say, okay, we understand what you're doing, we're going to respond. We're not going to be as punchy out of defense, we're going to maybe play it a bit shorter, maybe look for those passing plays a lot more before we go for that final incisive touch. It's beautiful to watch, their development is beautiful to watch. Now there's one final boss to try and defeat.
There is indeed. Now, I've got one sort of final question for you guys about this. Is that it seemed that Envy wasn't necessarily playing at the maximum capacity during, not even necessarily just this series, but over today is something that we've commented on a little bit. Can you maybe talk to me a little bit about how that affected the game? What was going on there? Do you want to start us off, Relic?
Yeah, so Envy for the longest time, for I mean a good year now at this point, has been their flair player. He has been the key to the door. And so you've got Cedric, you've got P, who are almost like support columns. They want to try and feed the machine that is going to score them goals. But that's a very easy tactic to read. It is something that we would have seen in competitive Rocket League, oh, I don't know, 8-9 years ago, and maybe even a year ago in the BFBS, in the military community, it would have paid off more dividends. But every team is evolving at such a rapid rate, not just Boost Over Ball, that we saw the mid-series realize, oh no, we need to involve Cedric a lot more here. We need to try and get further up the pitch, but they're so set in their ways. I'm not saying that they won't be able to adapt later on down the road and that this team can't come back in a future season or wherever and find a new way of playing that unlocks that sort of like grand final ability. On the day, though, it simply wasn't enough. They're great players, though, so I'm sure they're going to find a way to bounce back.
Yeah, you got anything you want to add to that one, or just pretty all-encompassing there from Relic?
I still stand that I think Envy is the best first-touch shooter in the league.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I don't think it's close. When he is supplied by his teammates and they do get those drop-down passes on him, it is danger. He couldn't get that in the first series because they positioned too far back. couldn't get it in this second series, but a part of that credit has to go to, I guess you could say, the disciplined force of boosts over balls. Still got a bit of heart there, but they're regimented now. This is the difference. This is why they've earned that spot into the grand finals, and I do feel like they have a realistic chance to go the full way.
I mean, high praise all round it. You could see the trophy. You could see what they are fighting for here. Now, you know what? I think it's about time that we have a little interview. We've seen him a couple of times today, but I have got an interview ready for you guys with Jonah, the one and only. So let's have a little bit of a look at that.
And esports community manager.
That's me.
What does that entail?
The main reason I was brought into this job, right, is to connect the military community and the esports community together. Now, I spent 6 years in the regular army as a combat medic, and throughout my career I spent a lot of time with Army Esports, growing their platform, mainly through the production of their streams and things like that, and helping out events. Now, after I left the military, I was a bit of a loose end. I'd spent a lot of time in esports, both before the military as a professional player, and after I left, I still had my old company, and we were looking at feasibility of that in the future, and the opportunity at BFBS came along. And I've worked with BFBS before previously. I casted the first ever, I guess, LAN that BFBS ran back at Armed Forces Day in Scarborough. I think we worked out 2021, which was a crazy experience, working with some of the guys that are now called colleagues, which is a bit weird. But yeah, bringing those two ties together, my esports experience and my military experience together, and really bridging that gap between what BFBS esports wants to achieve and what is military esports. So yeah, it's what an honour it is now to be able to sort of do that job.
And what's the reaction been from the esports community to the BFBS Pro League?
So from the wider military esports community, it's been all songs and praise, right? Because what the military esports community have needed for the longest time is people in full-time positions to be able to support what they want to do. We have all these guys and girls in the military esports scene that perhaps go on deployments or get midway through a project they're running, and then they have to drop it all behind or pass it on to someone else, and that project just doesn't get over the line. At BFBS Esports, what we're able to do is take people's aspirations and projects and turn them into reality, right? Like we've got here this weekend, and it's really exciting to be able to offer that to our military family. So, yeah.
And day to day, how do you engage with the esports community?
So as community manager, I'm all over the Discord, running community events. We've got a pub quiz, 18+ pub quiz happening with a lot of military humour on the 3rd. We're running a £500 giveaway on our Discord at the moment, where people can win up to £500 in Amazon vouchers or a console up to the value of £500 of their choice. So we're offering not just the opportunity to participate in esports, but also kit for people to start participating in esports in the first place, right? If you're someone who's brand new, never touched a controller in your life, get on the Discord, sign up to that giveaway, and we might be your ticket in to your first console.
Fantastic. And first day here.
Yes.
What was your first reaction to seeing the venue? Because obviously there's a lot of hustle and bustle, a lot of setting up still going on, but what's your first reaction?
It's a bit of a TARDIS, isn't it, really? I mean, I was shocked. From the outside, you go, oh, we're in Stoke-on-Trent. This is a bit weird, plonked in the middle of nowhere. And then you walk inside and you suddenly burst through the double doors, and it is esports paradise, right? There is everything you could possibly need, and this is a perfect learning space for those people that never attended an esports LAN in their careers to come in and sort of get their first taste. But those for people returning, it's a very high spec, very, very well put together facility for them to participate in esports, and grow that experience, and be able to teach people in the future. It's great.
And for you, what does the future hold at BFBS as the community manager?
For me, looking at this event, it's very much a proof of concept, right? And it's almost the seed being planted of something that's going to grow exponentially. We've got so much opportunity to both scale it upwards, but also broaden our horizons to different titles and things like that. I mean, predominantly I'm from a Valorant and Rainbow Six Siege background, so being able to extend to titles like that, up to our sim racing and things like that, we're really excited to see what the future holds, right? I mean, Rocket League, as we say, is the easiest esport to understand or title to understand for your average Joe. But at the end of the day, that's not what esports is limited to. We've got there's thousands of titles and there's hundreds of thousands of people playing regularly, so it's great.
What are some of the hardest challenges you've had to face?
Ooh. Everyone wants to bring their families, man. It's great. Like, we've had one player who wants to bring their cat, their dog, their sister, their auntie. It's great. I mean, we're all for inviting whoever, and we've been able to facilitate a lot of those players bringing, whoever they want. Obviously, a venue this size, there's not much spectator space, but, looking at the appetite that's got and where we can scale that up to next year is crazy, right? So, yeah, that's one of the challenges. And transport and things like that. We've got people flying from Gibraltar, people flying from the Netherlands. So, sorting transport for those people, making sure they get here on time and they have a good experience with that, it pays dividends.
And just for clarity for the future, currently as it stands, maybe subject to change, we don't know.
Yeah.
If you want to get involved in the BFBS Pro League, what's the eligibility?
So eligibility right now is service family, so whether that be your grandparent was served during the war, we just need some evidence of that, right? And the main thing is proof, that we need to be able to see that you have a correlation to our military community. It's our serving personnel, of course, it's our veterans. We're working very closely with UK Veterans Gaming in order to facilitate that. It's our bereaved community as well, and our cadets as the next generation, and they're the people that are going to be growing our armed forces. I mean, we see it so keen to sort of get involved, but where does that take us in sort of in the coming years? I mean, as I've said, I've worked in civilian esports for many years now, and I think if we can open our doors to everybody, then the sky's the limit.
And finally,
yes,
you don't have to answer this one.
Okay.
But I'm not asking you to pick your favourite. But what team is looking strong?
I don't know. The Boost Over Ball guys have had the energy downstairs. I mean, I kid you not, I've been sat there and everyone's been like, where do these guys get their energy from? Bearing in mind these guys are taking a flight, right, over from Norway. They have so much energy. I'm like, right, these guys, if they keep that on the main stage, then, the sky's the limit for them boys. And they're at a very early stage in their sort of esports professional careers. And, if they continue on the path they're going, I reckon we could see the next, Tier 1 Rocket League players.
So Jonah, veteran and esports community.
Out and now to remain. I am here with my wonderful analyst Des. Do you want to, one last time, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Well, still here, University of Staffordshire. Shout out, of course, for their amazing resources. Epic Land Studios as well for all the help. It's still Sir Pegasus. Still such a pleasure to be here, and the day's gone really fast as well.
Yeah, myself, Psycho, you might have seen me in the commentary booth just a second ago. I've been basically left, right and everywhere today, but I'm absolutely loving it. The energy is through the roof, and sort of the support that we saw from the crowd and the sort of energy in the room in that last semi-final was something to behold. And knowing what we've got in store for this grand finals, it's only going to go upwards from there.
Well, let's actually have a look at what we have in store. Or should I say, let's have a look at where we have been so we can look at where we are going next. Let's take a look at our brackets so we can see which matchups our finalists have had to compete in to book their slot here, because it's not exactly been an easy road for either of these teams. We said this is a stacked bracket, single elimination. It's do or die, all or nothing, every step of the way. But Omnia, Boost Over Ball. I'm going to ask you a little bit of a difficult question. Who would you argue has maybe had the more turbulent ride? Who's had a more difficult road here?
In terms of difficult, I think it's really hard to call because you have that first game against the Tempest on the side of Omnia, obviously having to use those two substitutions. You could see that was quite tough for them here in the quarterfinals, but when you go to the semis, looks like they could get reverse swept. So I guess you could say that Resurgence have been the toughest single side they've had to place comparative to themselves. But then Storm Shadows having to play Falcons and then the RAF Storm Shadows. I mean, those are two teams that you wouldn't want to meet in a grand final in a typical qualifier for the BFBS Pro League, but it didn't feel like those same performances were quite matched here on the main day. So It was more elongated, I would say, from Storm Shadows, but Omnia, my goodness, that was an all-or-nothing semis.
Yeah, I really think so. And for Omnia, they overcame some adversity. Resurgence really gave them a handful. It was 3 games on the trot for Resurgence. It was looking like a reverse sweep on the cards, something that we didn't think we were going to say today after those quarterfinals. We saw sweep after sweep after sweep, and then we saw an absolute nail-biter that went to 7 from Omnia. Moving forwards to this grand finals, I think they have overcome the hardest team in the competition, bar themselves, in Resurgence. So moving forward to against Boost over Ball, even though they've put in an electric performance of their own, I think Omnia just have it covered.
So we talked about who they've played. They've had, you know, a lot of opportunity to watch the other games as well. But what would you maybe be saying to each team? I'll pick a team for both of you, right? Psycho, if you are Omnia's coach, what are you sitting down and talking about? What have you seen today that you're like, right, guys, it's the grand final now. This is the thing that we have to keep in mind going in.
Well, one thing for sure is that Boost over Ball is capable of beating not just 1, but 2 players individually every single time. If they get a full tank of boost, they are sure to get the numbers advantage almost instantly off the back of an air dribble. And we've seen it with the likes of the resets from Zatic, Cosmo and Josh. They're all capable of pulling out the mechanical locker, all of the skills under the sun. And also their disruptive nature as well. They're so bump heavy, they're so demo heavy, and they really make the defense spread thin.
Now, if you're coaching Boost over Ball, what would you be saying to the young guns? First time on LAN. I know the nerves were quite high earlier today, maybe settled down, but grand finals may have flared back up. What are you saying to them going into this? Are you talking tactics? They've just had a killer series. Are you saying stick with that? Are you trying to, what are you doing as their coach? Are you going in for the personal approach? Because we've seen them really play into that. Or are you going, okay, technically, there's a couple of things I'd like to approach here.
I'll tell you what I'm not going to do.
Tell me what you're not going to do.
Ball. I'm not telling them to calm down.
Oh, yeah.
I want them to keep that energy in the grand finals because it's carrying them along in the pitch as well. They went for some audacious balls and got away with it. They went for these fakes as well, though, in a calm position. So I feel like I don't need to calm them down because in their defense, they played so many of these fake plays with an obscenely high success rate as well. And I feel like Omnia are going to be another one of those teams that can fall into those traps. I feel like the only thing I would say to them is this like every other series you played today, every other series you played in the qualifiers as well, you are made for this moment. There's a real chance you've already beaten the toughest team in a tournament in terms of Storm Shadows, who we must forget that 4-1 result. I feel like that makes it look like it was one-sided, but you were there in the stadium. That wasn't quite the tale of a series.
It was super, super tight stuff, even with the 4-1 scoreline. We thought the RF Storm Shadows had something left in the tank to provide a bit of punch in the series, maybe make it 4-2, 4-3. But to be honest, the tempo was controlled absolutely by Boost over Ball. And sort of moving forward to this setup against Omnia, I do think they're going to have the confidence. I don't think they're going to be backing down. You're absolutely right, Pegasus.
More of these?
We don't need to slow it down. Let's just get some more of that from Josh going. He seems to be thriving off of it.
Send them home. They're saying they are ready for this, but I worry a little bit. They've had so much energy. They've had some really lengthy series. Talk to me a little bit about how that might weigh on the teams, because it's been quite a long day. They've been up quite early. How do we think that's going to sort of show itself in the game? You know, Psycho, start us off here.
Yeah, I think, honestly, one of the biggest things you have to do in one of these longer format events, best of 7 and 7 series to get through in a day, is pace yourself. You can't throw everything into the play and get rid of all of your energy at once. You have to maintain it long term. It's not just good enough to be strong in 1 series, not just good enough to be strong in 2. You have to be consistent throughout. And moving forward to this finals, I still believe they have the energy to push themselves across the finish line.
I'd be saying to Omnia, thank goodness. I feel like that was a strength of schedule for them. If that was the second semi-final that had to be played, that 20 minutes for them simply would not be enough. That was a nail-biter. That would have been a very emotional time as well. It took a lot of personality there in the 7th game to come back, as much as it took a lot of personality for Resurgence to get there in the first place. That was a real battle of wits, so they know that they can have that control. They didn't snap in that instance. So I feel like the stress test for Omnia has already been passed, with recovery time as well, with boost over ball now. My slight worry here is I haven't seen them fall back in a series. Sure, they had a few game losses, but they've not been behind and come back from that. And to be fair, same can be said with Omnia as well, but 3 on the trot might as well be.
3 on the trot is a statement. Omnia have delivered it. They are here to play. And you can see every time it pans over to that sort of person POV, it's not as if they're throwing up the hand signals in the air and going crazy, cheering up the crowd. They're here for business. Omnia really want to keep that sort of level-headed nature about them. They like to approach a bit more stoically, as you were mentioning, Pig, and that is something that favours them.
Now, I've got one more question for you guys right now, and that's going to be predictions. Because we talked a lot of hype about both of these teams now, but we're going to put our money where our mouth is. Who are you saying is taking the entire tournament? Because this is the finals now. Who is winning the whole lot? Well, that's all he has to do.
Come on. They took that plane journey. They took that plane journey, ladies and gentlemen. The furthest travelled team to get to this tournament. They're not going to let that go to waste. They haven't let that go to waste. Confidence through those youngsters. This is going to be the start of something special. This is going to be bookmarked in their career. In the future, people are going to learn.
And Psycho, do you agree?
Affinity, I have to say, before today began, I had one name on my mind in terms of a potential victor. That was Resurgence. They knocked out the competition. I think Omnia is the next in line to take the throne based off of that assumption. But Boost over Ball have given me reason to believe. They've shown me their qualities, and they've shown me that they're capable of elevating their play on the highest stage possible. I'm with Pegasus on this one. I actually think Boost over Ball are going to take this finals. If I had to make a prediction, surely it has to go the distance. Game 7 for me.
Game 7. Are you gonna? Oh, are we?
Game 7.
Come on.
Game 7.
We're gonna see it a lot. Now, we are just putting the final cherry on top of this series. But in the meantime, we have a little video from the UK Veterans Gaming for you.
I'm Dan Penter.
My name is Mark Langton.
I'm Peter. My name is Staff Sergeant Richie Rees. My gamer tag is Chief Lid.
Gamer tag is Pete P Gaming. My gamer tag I play under is SG_Reaper.
My gamer tag is Max Chat. I think the thing I'm looking forward to most as part of the UVG is actually meeting new people. There's a lot of veterans out there who haven't been connected to gaming.
Meeting fellow veterans and playing with fellow veterans, that's what I'm looking forward to do.
So just staying part of a community. So when I was in the RAF, I was part of the RAF esports, so we did a few meetups during that. I'm looking forward to keeping that going with the veterans and expanding it, talking to the other services, which I didn't really do too much of.
We've started with a core of about 60 people that some of us knew, and as it grows every week new people turn up, and I love meeting new people and getting to know them and gaming with them.
The thing with veterans is we understand each other.
I'm looking forward to being part of the UVG because for me, as a still serving in the British Army at the moment, is that setting that stepping stone for individuals who do eventually leave the services, and looking forward to what UVG can offer them as a gamer, if they are a gamer, or even if they're not a gamer. It's just the community that is offered to them from UVG, where, you know, as a serving soldier who, you know, taking that transition into civilian street is quite hard. So for them, having that community where you got ex-servicemen, ex-servicewomen, for them, they can then look at those communities, and it'll be hopefully make that transition easier for them. I think the biggest thing that UVG will do for the veterans gaming community is to connect veterans through gaming.
Speaking with other veterans, that's the main thing veterans need to speak. We have a very thing that I am the big man and I can handle it, but we speak to each other. That's going to help our mental health.
See, I think UVG can offer a lot for veteran gamers.
But it's going to bring a lot of people who haven't really got that online social aspect. Through a lot of mental health stuff I've been through and done, and I think that's going to be a massive thing for a lot of people who don't have no one to talk to.
it's not just all about bringing gamers together. It's the events that can go on. They can bring a lot of the veteran community together, which gives them opportunity not just to sit in their homes. They can come out, meet each other, you know, put a face to a name.
Finding this group of people who can understand what they've gone through, understand how they talk, is going to be a massive thing.
For anyone wanting to get involved in UVG, you can find us on Discord, UK Veterans GG, and if you look on any other social media, we're there on UK Veterans GG, be that TikTok or Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, we're there, and our links to Discord are in all those channels as well.
An absolutely incredible community and group of people, the UK Veterans game. We saw them a little bit fielding some teams during the BFBS qualifiers. But yes, absolutely huge props to them. And I recommend anyone go and check them out and get involved with them. But that is enough from me. Without further ado, it is finally time, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to hand you to the one and only Simon over on the stage.
Thank you, Lena. Well, here we are. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. We've seen it all today. Pace, passion, power, nail-biting moments. And we haven't even had the final yet. But it's upon us in just a few seconds' time. Right-hand side of the audience, are you ready? Big cheer if you're ready. No, we need that. Come on. You make more noise than these guys. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Left-hand side, how much have you got? You ready? There we go. Absolutely, yes. Just moments away, of course, from these players coming in. This is what they've been training for months. More than 1,000 sign-ups and a couple of months of qualifiers. It's been incredible, really, the performance, the effort that has gone in. Just going to get a quick chat here with Fezzi, who's a man of commitment as well. He's brought his crutches along as well. How have you made of things today?
Do you know what? It's been an incredible event. Massive achievement for BFBS. And it's great to see not only the services, veterans and service families being here.
It's pretty cool moving forward as well, thinking what this could grow into as well.
Yeah, it's only going to get bigger now. This is a stepping stone, so we'll see what next year brings.
Absolutely. Well, before that, let's see what the grand final brings. Are you ready to welcome the first set of players? Yeah! Let's welcome them on. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the first of our finalists, Omnia! Yeah, great reception for Omnia, who beat Tempest, of course, in the first of today's matches, that first quarter-final. Then seeing off Resurgence in quite a remarkable semi-final, seeing off and denying that reverse sweep. So an incredible performance from them in the last four. They've had a little break ahead of playing their opponents in this one. This is going to be absolutely spectacular. And what an arena we've had today as well. A hand for the University of Staffordshire, the esports campus, which has been absolutely fantastic, state of the art, and as an arena as well, getting that volume coming in as the players get ready to meet their opponents. The second of today's finalists taking on Omnia and making their way through after having seen off the Falcons in the first of their matches today in the quarterfinals, and then the RAF Storm Shadows. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the second of today's finalists, Boost Overball! Well, a fantastic ovation for both teams, and brilliant for them to make this stage the very first BF Pro League Grand Final. And a brave person would be predicting this one very quickly. Got Harrison beside me. I mean, are you going to try and be that brave person?
I think Boost Overball, I reckon's got it today. Everyone's played so well and done well.
It's going to be a tight one, I think. No matter what happens here, and we're very excited to see what happens. So without further ado, we go over to the casters to lead us into this one.
Thank you very much, Simon.
we are here after months and months of trial, error, tribulation, success. It's the grand finals of the grand finals. I'm Relic. I'm joined by Stelios. Feels like a bit of a full circle moment for us. We've known each other for a few years across various international armed forces events, and here we are at something homegrown, something truly special. 2 civilian teams made it through to the grand finals. Omnia, Boost over Ball. I know there's crowd favorites. I think if I'm going with my head though, Omnia is the toughest giant for this plucky underdog to take down in the biggest of occasions.
I mean, if we rewind all the way back to the start of today, of course, we had the RAF Tempest featuring me taking on Omnia, and we felt the pain. I mean, it was obliteration, and it's still painful right now sat here. So part of me wants Boost over Ball to win, part of me wants Omnia to win so I can say I lost to the champions, but this is not about me. This is all about these players. They've earned the right to be here, Relic, and I mean, each of them are a credit to themselves, credit to their families as well, who've all shown up here to support them, and ultimately as well, a massive shout out to BFBS who've pulled this out the bag. It has been sensational.
It's been an awesome event from start to finish. It feels like such a privilege to be here at the very end of it all, or the climax of these 2 journeys. But before we get stuck into the actual meat and potatoes of what we are going to be calling this grand final, we need to hear some words from the captains of these 2 mighty outfits. Simon, I'm going to throw it back to you.
For Omnia and Josh, Boost over Ball. How are you feeling right now? How do you sum up what you're going through at the moment?
I don't know, to be honest, I don't think words can sum up what everyone's feeling at the moment. There's a bunch of different things going on. Everyone's excited, everyone's nervous. There's a lot of tension going on. But I think most of all, we're just excited to get into the games because we know it's going to be a good, very, very good series, especially for the final.
Now, talking about a good series, obviously we know what happened in the semi. I mean, what you had to go through as well. It's almost like you've been through it already.
Yeah, I think we've got that tiny bit of edge because we've had the pressure and we've been down in that kind of emotional bottom, but we're kind of getting back up now and we're excited and we're pumped up for this final.
Brilliant. And Josh, I mean, you've had a quirky route of your own as well today, but it's been fantastic. Very, very impressive performances from you guys.
Yeah, we had Sparrowhawks, Sparrowhawks, and we had no, sorry, who did we play? Falcons. Yeah, they were great side. Obviously tough games, and we had Storm Shadows. Always a good game against them. So, and now it's on there. So it should be a good series. 2 good teams, good series.
Absolutely, it's what we're hoping for, of course, and not a massive break that you had before the final. But what was said in that time? I mean, is it just a case of chilling out and trying to relax the nerves?
Yeah, just chill down the nerves. Say, listen, we're on the same boat here, and where it happens, we're still proud of what we've done today, and we all just think that pressure-wise, we're not feeling it. We're feeling composed, calm, collected.
That's what I like to hear. Brilliant. Well, good luck to you both. I'll invite you to shake hands for this grand final. And I'll pass back over to the casters once again.
A very cheeky chappy, that one, Josh. Forget Alexander, it's all about the Josh on this side of BFBS. This is going to be a very tough challenge, though. I think the one thing that they're going to be happy by is that aforementioned just speed bump for Omnia. That Resurgence series will live long in the memory.
Oh, yes.
Emotional roller coaster, and I know that what they're saying, oh, we're back on the up, we won the series, and sure, that is a time for celebration. I would have thought it's more relief. And now going into a grand final pressure cooker, I mean, if you want to be Boost over Ball and you want to take this series by the reins, you win that first game and you stamp your authority down.
Absolutely. The early stages of this series, which is again a best of 7, it's a marathon, not a sprint, are going to be so important. You start off on the front foot, the whole series opens up to you, the whole series can change, and I wonder who, Relic, has the bottle? Who of these 2 sets of players has the character to make magic happen? Here is where you need your big players to shine for that trophy that you see on your screens. Delightfully designed, by the way. Superb stuff. And it's going to be Omnia or Boost over Ball. But we are, Relic, set to get underway.
Game 1 maybe of 4, maybe of 7. That is to be decided, that is to be written. Stoke, get loud, get proud. It's game day, grand finals. Omnia on your blue side, Boost over Ball in your orange, and an early look already for the Dutch/English side, forcing out a save here from E04. We've got Minty at the back line as well. Josh moving in, a nice pop-up, but dealt well with so far from the Omnia as we play a bit of pinball wizard. Possession loose.
One more series, one more potentially set of magical matches to decide the champions of the first ever BFBS Pro League LAN. And again, for those of you tuning in for the first time wondering what is Rocket League, this is the perfect introduction. It's cars, it's football, it's magical drama and theatre live into your homes, PCs, tablets, on the BFBS platform. We hope you've enjoyed today's action, and what a better way to bring it all to a close then Hammer Saints is opening goal for Omnia. 1 goal now to the good, and a lot of people have Omnia as the favourite for this game. I'm not quite sure. I think it's going to be pretty close. So far, so good though for Omnia.
Yeah, a little bit of a scuffle there, and I think Josh realised a little bit too late in the day, uh-oh, I'm a bit too far up here. A simple chip over and into the goal sees Omnia take first blood in this particular series. It's only minute 1 though, plenty to go, and Minty with the redirect of the day!
Wow, magic. And that is what this series promises to the viewer. Sensational redirect, and you can see ice-cold reaction. Minty has been a picture of that calmness throughout this weekend, from the first time I met him in the hotel to now. He doesn't know what pressure feels like. He is the one that I think Omnia will continue to look to. And as they double their lead, they're looking for a third, camped inside BOB's half. And they do get an important bump. It allows them to potentially advance, but no, straight back it came. Minty triples the lead for Omnia.
It's as close to a worst-case scenario as you could find in terms of opening up a series, but Boost over Ball. You can see the lads there, Josh trying to calm down his troops, because right now what they need is stability. It is all Omnia, the wave ever flowing. Minute 30 left on the, or just evaporated on the clock, and we're actually looking closer to a 4th for Omnia, Stelios, than we are a 1st for Boost over Ball.
Yeah, and the shocking thing for me is BOB look a little bit stunned, look a little bit shell-shocked, not used to the speed that Omnia possess, not used to the mechanical skill they possess, and importantly, the clinicality they possess that they've been punishing teams all day with. BOB know they have that in their locker as well, but of the two sides, it's who can deliver it right now in the moment when it matters. And so far, the first 3 goals going to Omnia is a huge, huge statement. And if there's no response, mentally, that could be a big drain on the remainder of the series as well.
Big alarm bells for Boost over Ball this Omnia side. No signs of stress, no signs of emotional baggage. They have thrown those out to the wind to be scattered as they lock in on the most important series of the day. Finally, a chance to counterattack. Attack in the first place! Youngest player in the building scores the first for BOB.
Zatic, he's done it. He's brought BOB a lifeline into game number 1 here. It came at the right time, just when things were beginning to run away for Boost over Ball. They've clawed it back. They have, well, they've cut in thirds the insurance policy that Omnia possess, but they're going straight back for more Omnia. They're not taking that one lightly, but for now at least, Cosmo and BOB are able to clear the ball away. It's an awkward touch though. Zatic has to rise and deplete his boost, gets 2 important touches, but it comes straight back, and thankfully for BOB, Cosmo's able to clear.
Get ready to feel old, everyone. That boost goal explosion that Zatic is running, by the way, released when he was 6 years old in 2015. Yikes, I'm wilting away out here. But certainly not wilting away is Boost over Ball. They've got a goal. They've got an anchor in this series now to work from. 2 minutes, Stelios, plenty of time to find a second, they a third.
Indeed, and they have to capitalize on the momentum they've got now. They've got that first goal, and it can be a real nerve settler when you've gone 3 goals down and you feel almost hopeless and defenseless, but you find a goal out of nowhere. It can really spell a response, a really good response, and there is a chance here for Omnia. 4 plays it slow, just challenges Josh instantly. There's no shorts of aggression here from both of these two sides. It's going to be that kind of series. There's the shot by Hammerstein. What a save by Cosmo, but the rebound put into the empty net. 4 goals to 1 as we approach the final minutes of game 1. That, Relic, is the response that Omnia needed.
You say what a save, and I definitely want to look at that replay again at some point, because there's a very strong possibility that that ball might have ricocheted out into the D rather than being slowed down, of course, which was the perfect setup. Maybe it would have gone in either way. The point being, it was an excellent initial shot which sets up that follow-up opportunity. And now with just over a minute left, that 3-goal advantage re-established, not able to weave their way through this defense and boost over ball. Yes, okay, they've got that goal, but they have struggled to find any sort of dominance. Nothing close to what Omnia has, closer to a 5th in fact.
And that, Relic, is a statement in itself, because it's easy, once you concede that all-important first goal, to make a few more mistakes trying to overextend and get back that insurance policy. But they stayed composed. They waited for the perfect opportunity to strike, and they did just that, forcing the mistake off what could have been a really nice save, and made it 4 as we approach now the final 30 of game 1. It has kind of been almost a chess-like affair, albeit a very, very quick-paced chess-like affair, as Minty drops that one down, repping the land buff in his Epic Games name, or Steam, whatever he uses. There goes Cosmo, shooting opportunity, and Hammerstein stood up to the task. As this one comes to a close, it is going to be, barring a miracle, and that now miracle opportunity has now gone. It is Omnia's series, Omnia's game, I should say. That's 1, 3 more to go.
Bit of a reality check, Stelios, bit of a reality check. The real Omnia has stood up to be counted, and I don't think that the real boost over ballers necessarily shied away per se, but they now understand the level of the task ahead of them, and it is a tall task. Stelios, scoring a goal, good. Now don't concede 4, which is way easier said than done.
Absolutely, and it's not just that as well, it's the manner of which the goals goes in. I mean, you can see it now on your screens. That's a frustrating goal to concede. And even when you fire back, I mean, this from Minty, by the way, that's world class.
Yes. Absolutely
superb. One of the most difficult skills is a redirect like that. And there as well, fake plays, demos going in, they're in complete control of their destiny right now. They've got to remain in control of their destiny, Relic. That is the hard part. BOB, at the moment, struggling a little bit. It's the first time they've been tested like this, I think, anyway, all day long. And this will probably be this, I mean, even for the past couple of weeks, probably in their preparation for this. How do you respond? That is the question.
Well, I'm looking at those first 2 goals, which came in pretty quick succession. And I think there was quite similar patterns in that it was a bit of a suffocating moment for boost over ball. They couldn't get out of their own third, let alone their own half. They were struggling for boost because Omnia was controlling those 100 pads so successfully. You got to get in their face. If you need to demo someone in your own half and expend some boost to just give yourself a bit of breathing room, do so.
I mean, I remember a great Roy Keane statement: if you are following football, I might just crunch somebody just to make me feel better. Maybe that's what they need right now. As
just do your job.
Just do your. I love it. Which is kind of maybe what they need, and that's exactly what Omnia are doing. They are applying the aggression, applying the pressure on BOB, who right now are still maintaining they're not out the blocks yet fully. They still seem a bit stunned. Once they find their rhythm, I believe this series opens up. But right now, as you can quite clearly see, rotationally, Omnia are a bit faster, a bit more assured in their rotations, in their basic fundamental Rocket League gameplay as well. And they're getting rewarded with goals. And there is another chance, cleared away though, at the near post.
Should make it undoubtedly clear that I am joking when I say just do their job, when all of these players' jobs is literally do everything. Score, save. We saw someone score, we saw someone not save, boost over ball lead. lead.
And there is an all-important opening goal now in this game 2 for Boost over Ball. Now, Relic, I'm sure you'll tell me as well, this next 30 or so seconds is almightily important. Stay resolute in defense, stay composed, nothing silly, and this could be their route back in. There's a shooting opportunity again. Josh has to scramble slightly backwards to get there, to get hold of that ball. Zatic. Hammer Saints playing it back to EO4. Up he goes now, looks central for Minty, who does battle with Zatic mid-air. Those two clashing. That's an almighty battle, by the way. Two excellent players, and arguably the heart and soul of their respective teams. It's a very important individual battle, as well, this one now continues to heat up.
Stelios, the next 30 seconds were critically important, and they were able to actually show a lot of good face. It's not just about defending your own net, it's about continuing that positivity as you head over into the opposition half. We've seen so many times today those 1-goal leads evaporate in a click of the fingers. Maybe on this occasion too, they weren't quite able to drop it underneath the bar, but neither was Boost over Ball able to get the clearance. Minty, the deftest touch, but no third player. Hammer Saints comes in a day late and $1 short. Another shot back in, and Hammer decides to go wide rather than turn over possession. That's a little bit less likely to go on target with 3 players in the way. In fact, it's turning into a counter-attack, of which Hammer Saints is everywhere right now, manages to save away.
And that's been there's a shot for Minty! Oh! And there is the equalizer, seemingly out of nowhere. I mean, take a look here. Zatic's loose ball fell to EO4, plays it to the left, and look, you can see on his name tag, he had no boost in the tank, maybe 10 when he left the ground. Nothing to work with. Positioned his car perfectly with enough power to put the ball home, and we're back all level again here in game 2. Omnia with the required response as BOB searching for another route in front. It's been so hard for them to make clear goal scoring opportunities, and that's all credit to Omnia. That one is a mistake, a rare mistake, and Josh will get there. And you hear the noise, Relic, you hear the passion, you hear the energy, and it's been few and far in between those moments in this series so far because of the manner in which Omnia are playing, but when it comes out, it comes out.
Head down, get on the bus, he says. 2-1, Boost over Ball, still confident, still a little bit of swagger about them, even in this most dangerous, precarious of positions that they find themselves in. Okay, you've taken the lead, lads. It's still only a 1-goal game with over 2 minutes left. We know how good this Omnia roster is. They're able to move their way downfield with such finesse. All 3 players happy to play the selfless team game in order to set up a certain opportunity. Happy to recycle the play as well, going backwards for more space to be brought upfield. Infield pass, no, it's a shot met by an even more extraordinary save.
Wow, what's saving up the other end of the chance for Josh at the near post. And just like that, Rocket League shows how cruel of a game it can be. What could have been a goal at one end ends up in a goal at the other end. BOP go wild. And a quick swig of water as well. Why not?
Why you keep hydrated, folks? It's important, especially when we're sweating buckets out here. I apologize for dropping the thread. I am expecting an Omnia player to be there to make the save, and there wasn't one. In fact, there wasn't one again. Cosmo makes it 4.
Wow. Out of nowhere, look how the tables can turn in a game, in a series of Rocket League. Threatening all game long, Omnia, they were nullified. And they were made to pay for overextending on more than one occasion now. Have they been found out? Are BOB their kryptonite? So many questions that will be answered in the remainder of this series, and it is proving to be at the right time, I must add, right at the end of the land as a whole, potentially series of the tournament.
Save your best till last.
Exactly.
That's what my mother always taught me. 1 minute and change left. That's a gorgeous little Salt Bay pinch from Minty. 2 goals to find in 70 seconds or so.
I'm going to steal that one, Relic. I like that. The Salt Bay pinch.
Salt Bay pinch.
I like that. A little.
I realised the camera didn't capture any, but I'm sure the images will you ahead of it.
Absolutely superb. And again, 2 goals now, all the difference between these 2 sides. It will be Cosmo just to cut the play. EO4, he lost that all. It was a good boost grab actually from Cosmo. Cosmo. Cleared away by Josh now. Every second that this ball spends inside the Omnia half is one more second closer for BOB to be level in the series. An attempted fake, but it didn't pay off. Here comes Minty, the man with all the magical cards for Omnia, in my opinion, of course. Cosmo beaten to it by Hammer Saints, who couldn't recover his car in time to get a follow-up touch. Up goes Josh, puts it goalwards. Minty's there, and of course, there's always a good flick across the face of goal. Dangerous, but Hammer Saints away.
And it's a big clearance too. Omnia with plenty of free real estate. They go sideways, but they're not able to find that follow-up challenge. Goes straight to boost over ball, goes straight into the back of the net. Wham, bam, thank you very much, ma'am. 5-2, boost over ball.
This is a huge moment in the series. Still, of course, early, but the fact BOB were able to recover so well after what was a pretty disastrous first game for them, it speaks volumes about their character, right? And I've said it in the previous series, well, I think they're playing well beyond their years and their experience. It's 6-2. This game could have easily been, you know, a 3-3, a 2-2, or even Omnia in front. But here we are, 6-2.
This game's done, Stelios. I don't like to call it early, but this game's done. Boost over ball with that final dagger on a kickoff routine, no less. No opportunity to respond for Omnia. They could not get back into their net in time unless they had specifically left someone back, which they didn't. That's blatantly obvious. What else is obvious is this. Any fears of a sweep are put swiftly to bed. 1-1 in the series. Boost over ball back in town.
And indeed, we spoke about it just before we went on air. We said we didn't want to see the grand final be a sweep. It'd be the worst sort of possible end to what's been a phenomenal series of gameplay over this weekend as a whole. And thankfully, we've been rewarded with that. You've all been rewarded with a non-sweep for a grand final. And it couldn't be between two better teams. Again, they've earned the right to be here through 8 weeks of long-hour qualifiers, by the way. Those qualifiers are no joke. You know, 4-hour sessions, if you're making top 8, that's 8 hours across 2 days, across 8 weeks. You've got to be consistent. You've got to have a lot of mental fortitude as well to execute that, and then play good enough to stay in the top 8. They've all earned the right to be here, and they're showing us why.
Today's been no joke. Best of 7 all day.
Yeah.
It's not just necessarily about playing in those series either. It's about potentially the long delays that you're going to have to suffer through. Sure, you can fill it up with some ranked games or some scrims or some, you know, training packs or something, but trying to stay warm and fresh before another series and being hot dropped into what is one of the biggest series of your career to date, that's no joke. And so to both of these teams, the fact that they are both looking strong in their own regards, obviously a bit of a push and pull right now, Omnia on the back foot, boost over ball starting to, you know, rediscover themselves. It just goes to show that this series has plenty more turns on the horizon. I guess the big question now is, can Boost Over Ball continue the momentum that they have sought out in game number 2, they've claimed in game number 2, and carry it forward to game number 3?
Time, of course, will tell all. EO4 leaving that one for Hammer Saints, searching for Minty, but Static with a fine interception. Thought about starving, thought about the boost grab, didn't go through with it in the end. Hammer Saints will press, delayed pre-flip, because he had no boost. Clever way to keep momentum going with limited boost. EO4 finds Hammer Saints, looking for a flick. No, it wasn't to be. Josh's clearance only as far as Minty. Cosmo plays it down to Josh. Nice composed play between that pairing. How many times have we said that this weekend? There goes Static, crossbar and down. Is there a follow-up? No. And how about the other end? There is a flip reset. No follow. The follow-up shot is a good one, but it's over the bar.
You know what? That was a really smart play from Cosmo and Josh as well. Josh was waiting for that cut back in midair, which would completely catch the Omnia defense off guard. Right down the other end. Difficult moment for Boost Over Ball to deal with as they're in transition back. They are low on boost. They deal with it as well as they can do. Omnia without really the conviction to go for the throat necessarily. It means we're still at 0-0 after the 1 minute mark. It is anybody's game though, that's for sure.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say the winners of this game are going to take the series and the championship.
This early?
I think
Really?
so.
Wow, what a call.
2-1 in a best of 7. Especially when the games are this tight. Oh, that's a double commit. That's a really bad double commit, and it's a rare one as well. We haven't said that a lot about these two sides, especially Omnia. Josh will drop this one down. Zatic is there, gets the double! And what a time to produce magic like that! The fine pass by Cosmo, and look at this from Josh, finding Zatic. What a double!
1, 2, 3. It's delicious because it's a French fancy, Stelios. Wonderful goal again from the youngest player in the competition, who continues to excel on the biggest stage of all. Here he is again, playing with his food. Minty left with his legs broken. It still trickles towards the net. And finally, it's EO4 who throws it away, desperately so.
Unbelievable scenes. What started off as an Omnia decimation of BOB in Game 1 has quickly turned around. And now, for the first time in this series as a whole, BOB are in the lead with this one, albeit a slender lead, of course. But it is there, the all-important goal at the top of your screens, courtesy of Magic Man Zatic, is the difference so far. Up he goes again, connects with the shot, but EO4 connects with the save.
Josh from square one gives up possession, but there's Cosmo lying in wait on the backboard, all the boost in the world. A nice flip, and down into two blue players who are stumbling over each other. Josh, that high press yet again, catching the prey. But I tell you what, Hammer's done well to collect. It's done even better to get the pass in. Not everybody on the same wavelength though. Boost over ball now with the counter. Josh ready to cancel that, but EO4, fancy feet, fancy wheels, over to Minty on target, saved.
Josh will look to pick up possession here. No, instead it's a Hammer Saints pinch into midfield. Cosmo will search for Josh on that left-hand side. Didn't quite connect with the pass though. Minty flicks it goalwards. Hammer Saints will try to pinch us along the left-hand side wall and create problems. Goes for the demo, goes for the bump. Didn't connect, and BOB in a little bit of trouble here. Dangerously across the face of goal, but well dealt with. Hammer Saints going for a redirect off the sidewall. A very difficult skill to accomplish. Didn't connect enough. Didn't have enough impetus on the shot. EO4 keeps the press alive. Josh goes to the ceiling. Hammer Saints meets it, and Zatic will be able to clear here into the empty net, seemingly out of nowhere. Another sucker punch to Omnia, who seem to be taking a few. I would say this is dangerous territory for them.
You can see there, Minty was trying to, cake analogies again, he was trying to have his cake and eat it, going for the 100 boost on the midfield line, which would have had the double up effect of boost over ball not having 100 boost to go for either. Unfortunately, because boost over ball are so cognizant of that open net, of which there was almost another one there going the other way, they're like, okay, let's just shoot at the net and see what happens. They get that second goal converted. Omnia, well,
wow.
I was going to say that they had righted some of the balance there with the first goal. They didn't because of an extraordinary save. Never mind. Shut up, Mr. Commentator. Minty knows what he's doing.
And there it is, the lead half. Hammer Saints from the right-hand side, causing all kinds of havoc, forcing a 50-50 with Josh, who could do nothing but stare at the ball, flash dangerously across the face of his own goal. And you know, football guys, it's the same ruling here. The number one rule in defense is don't play the ball across your own penalty area. It's exactly what happened there, and it was punished as we enter the final minute of play here in game number 3. What do Omnia have left in the tank? EO4 fakes. Zatic with a flick up high to his right-hand side, where Cosmo was waiting. Josh, limited resources, but gets the flick nonetheless. Cosmo, nice and speedy, will keep the press inside the BOB half here. They're pressing, they're asking the right questions. EO4 will turn on this. A chance now, but Josh gets there. Takes the ball onto his bonnet. Excellent play from him, but it peters out, and we are now into the final 30. Very important times, Relic.
Indeed. Omnia to start with all three players and are cut down immediately. No chance, no opportunity to breathe as the boost over ball press does its job once again, but one breakout moment. Hammers, that's towards the net, needed saving from Cosmo. A slight moment of hesitancy, a slight moment of unnerving here for the boost over ball squad. Find themselves in far happier territory. That ball will not be lifted again. Boost over ball do go back to back. They take the lead of the series.
Now, Relic, I must hold my hands up here. If you said to me 15 or so minutes ago that we'd be in this position right now with Omnia trailing 2-1 in the series, I would have said no. You know, they're the favourites, right? They can't be. They cannot be, right? especially not to the energetic youngsters we see on the other side of the stage who have done so well. But here we are. They're just 2 games away, 2 wins away, 2 very important spells of 5 minutes away from glory.
Yeah, I mean, what was it that I predicted? 4-2 or something? I might have expected, I was expecting that first win for boost over ball, I should say, in the first game. It's been quite the opposite. Omnia looking at their best in that first game, and it's not to say that they're looking bad in game 2 or game 3. It's that boost over ball has really upped their levels in terms of, I guess, not having fear of the counter attack. They're having faith in their ability as a squad to recognize when the counter threat is there and to roll back as soon as possible. Don't expend too much boost in the name of scoring goals.
And they are managing to catch out Omnia at certain points in the game, and we saw a couple of those goals were just almost punts straight down the middle of the pitch.
Yeah.
And that is a characteristic of a team in Omnia that are at times trying to overplay and overcommit. And a sign of a good team at this level is punishing those mistakes when they do happen. As we get game number 4 underway, we are one step closer to finding out who will be the first ever BFBS Pro League Champions.
Now, according to your logic, Boost Over Ball are winning the series because they won game 3. For me, game number 4, even more so critical now, since if Omnia are able to tie this up, I think we've got game 7.
True.
Personally. That said, Omnia know full well what it's like to go even 3-0 up at this level of the competition. All cards are off the table. Any team can pull something extraordinary out of the hat.
Well, and EO4 said it in the pre-match interview. They've been in the gutter, in the weeds in Game 7, and they've come out on top. They have the experience. BOB don't. But they've shown at this point in time anyway that they don't care about experience. They've blown all that out of the window. They're just going full guns blazing for whoever they find in front of them, whether it's Storm Shadows, whether it's Omnia, whether it's Sparrowhawks. They don't care. They don't care. That's one of the main reasons why they find themselves here with a chance at the ultimate glory, and up goes EO4. Man, we're just talking about shot at the near post, and Minty has to come across to keep the press alive. Limited boost, so he's bumped away. But you see, a key part of Omnia's play is even with limited boost, they find ways to stay in the play. Short rotations, cuts into the play, and it means they get chances like this, which thankfully for BOB, that time went over the bar.
I'm really impressed with Boost Over Ball and their aggressive defending sense. They're not afraid to chase back to their own backboard and hit it hard, because ultimately, as long as it goes anywhere but the blue players, that's got to be better than just leaving it and allowing a free shot off. To be fair, Omnia working this ball so well that they're getting free shots by virtue of their hard effort. And finally, it opens up for Minty, who gets game number 4's first goal.
Again, an important time to score. The match was just settling into some kind of normality in terms of a rhythm, and it's just been ripped apart again. And again, the play is reset into a kickoff. Again, they must do battle in the center. It was EO4 and Cosmo that time, and that's freed up for Josh. And BOB will come straight back. What a crunching challenge that was from Hammer Saints. Had no momentum, but managed to favor 54's team. That's a miss/fake. There's a chance for Josh now. Up he goes. Will it reach? It does. It's into the top left, and BOB respond again.
I don't have any more Isaac puns, unfortunately. I'll waste it all in the analyst room. What I will say is that that's so difficult to be chasing the ball and then generate another touch. We saw that Hammers was there. If that ball didn't have just even a couple of kilometers extra behind it, Hammers is getting it and saving it off the post.
Absolutely, and that is the fine margins of Rocket League at this level, at the professional level, at even the casual level. It can be a brutal game when it comes to fine margins like that. But again, we are level 236, just over the halfway point now in this game. EO4 will take possession of the ball here. Static will just drop it down, searching for Josh. Minty now will chase and hurry the boost over ball. Defends EO4 again. Also, almighty clearance that will cause issues. The attempted flick from Hammer Saints. Up goes Minty. And a good save by Zatic.
The rearrangement of the car is contorting all sorts of axles that I didn't quite know you could do in this game. Looking for the fake there, Hammers. Minty was ultimately the intended shooter of the ball. You got EO4 now trying to stop this ball as much as he can, trying to slow it down. Josh dispossessed. We've got Cosmo
Cosmo heading into the corner. Hammer's going to throw it up for someone he hopes to try and shoot. It's Minty a little too late there to really get a good connection, but it's looking much better for Boost over Ball. Zatic loses out in the race to EO4. The velocity of this game going tenfold. EO4 infield sees Minty get absolutely obliterated in the midfield. Hammers goes wide, straight to Zatic, and clears it to the blue half.
Zatic picks up possession again. Minty will just flick it onto the wall and chase his own pass. Clever play by Minty. Been doing it all day long, all weekend long. EO4 with a light first touch, and it will set him up for a second. Chooses to go underneath. Zatic again reading it. Again alive to the danger. That's always an important skill, being able to smell the danger, almost like a central defensive midfielder. If you're a football fan, Hammer Saints with a good 50 that time, and now Omnia will come up the pitch. No, it's straight back at them. Hammer Saints searching for EO4, who will leave it for Minty now, who will continue to chase down the left-hand side. A demo for good measure, and they're taking their time. Look at the communication there. It's clear, it's obvious, it's concise, but instead it's a good shot by Josh, causes problems. We're into the final minute. And are we destined for our first overtime this series?
Are they too scared to lose, either of these teams? No lead as of yet. And really no way of telling which way it's going to go until it's a little too late to know. Midfield challenge. Josh left chasing. Zatic technically in a better position, but Josh taking command of this. Up high, the challenge from Omnia, followed up by Hammers. That's into the center. Zatic, Cosmo was the intended target. That's going to fall to Minty. Lifts up high, round the world. Is there anyone ready to receive infield? Yes, there was, but it was intercepted in the nick of time.
Josh lines up the shot, goes for the fake play, and he went low, but it was so well read from EO4, and instead now Omnia come forward, a pinch opportunity, takes it into the pre-flip, into a second and third touch. Zatic saves. Minty will attempt to keep the ball inside the BOB half, but they let it drop. And now, for those of you who are new to this, we are in overtime, which means it's a reset, and next goal wins.
Golden goal, the football fans hate it, but we absolutely love it here. It means that there's no such thing as a draw. Ew, shared points, not in our esport. 1-1 Omnia is going to be 2-1 someone, and that someone should have been Boost over Ball. Blazed high off the woodwork, and away it goes. Now dangerous for Omnia, who are lurking and lying in wait. Josh with a really strong clearance though. EO4 having to expend the entire boost tank to chase. That shot's going to go wide, harmless for the Boost over Ball squad. Or is it the setup? No, look how far back EO4 was. He wasn't going to reach that ball any day soon.
Fine margins here in overtime. That could have been BOB on a triple championship point. Instead, we are now 45 deep into this first overtime in the series, and more drama awaits. Here goes Josh, dangerous opportunity, high first touch, drops it down, and Minty meets it, able to keep Omnia alive.
Right place, right time, didn't need the boost, just needed the car. EO4 turns around straight into the headlights of Josh. Probably didn't know anything about it himself. Two very strong opportunities in the space of 30 seconds. Boost over Ball, though, still possibly going to be ruining that opportunity. That was almost a certainty, but for the power of the shot.
Hammer Saints picks up possession. Oh, almost got her. An awesome, and it would have been a telling first touch. Instead, at the other end, Minty with an impossible ball to read, and Zatic gets there. And Relic, the magic of this competition. Who would have thought it? The youngsters, BOB, Zatic, Cosmo, and Josh, two Dutchmen and a Scouser, one game away from history.
Championship. I don't think that Cosmo can believe it, quite frankly. A puff of the cheeks. And a time out for Omnia. I guess they kind of have to. There's no more lives after this one. You lose your next game, you're losing the championship. That shot at $4,000 and that rather beautiful trophy that sits pretty and central on our stage.
I'll take you back a few months into my experience in professional Rocket League, having to call a timeout at a very high level, and you know, it wasn't going our way, and it's an important 2-minute period. The captain, the IGL, whoever it is, they've got to say the right thing. There's no coach here. It's down to the players to figure this out. They'll be talking about what's gone wrong, and they need to formulate a clear and concise plan that isn't too intensive, isn't too impossible to try and implement in this next game. It's got to be achievable. Should they be able to do that, they've got a chance of coming back here, and it's all on what they are saying right now. I would give anything to be a fly on the wall in their comms.
You know, there's one thing about this Boost Overball roster. You can't destroy their morale.
No.
It's pure vibes. They're happy to be here. They know that they've done extremely well to get here. And so quite frankly, even this result, if it wasn't their way, they'd be sad and disappointed, yes, but I think once they've been given a bit of time, they're like, wait, we did really, really good. And so the onus is on Omnia to try and disrupt something on the field rather than trying to get inside their heads.
Absolutely.
And if there is one certainty that you can do in terms of switching up how a team plays in any phase of the game, it's by removing people from the field. I want to see a lot more demolitions from Omnia, whether it's, you know, sending someone forward purely on demo duty, or whether it's looking for those quality demos to open up the right shooting angles. Something different to stop this team from running riot with counters.
I mean, am I right in saying that in the first couple of games, Omnia I think they were pretty aggressive, they were trying to cover them, then all of a sudden, it kind of dropped off, and I think you're right, I totally agree. I think they need to bring that back or re-implement it in a slightly different way. Maybe BOB adapted to it, and maybe they nullified it. What do? You must adapt and overcome. If they are going to try to implement an aggressive playstyle again, it must be done in a way that BOB don't expect.
Into the subs, under the waves we go to Aquadome. Omnia Last Chance Saloon. They've got no lives left. For Boost Overball, arguably the most difficult task in a best of 7 when you got 3 points, when your opponents only have 1 point to work with. Can you get your administration done in 5 minutes? Do you have that steel and resolve when the beast that you are fighting is as wounded as they will ever be? They're going to lash out. They're going to look for every single trick in the book to pull out and try and bamboozle you. But Stelios, it's been Boost Overball that's been doing the bamboozling so far.
I mean, and it's a weird almost environment in this room. Half the spectators are almost on the side of Omnia, half for Boost Overball. It's almost a direct split down the center as both players, set players sit on either side of the stage. It makes for an interesting LAN environment, I must say.
It really does, yeah.
It's very unique in that sense, and both sets of fans cheering on either their loved one, their family member, their friend, and it's great to see. And the magic of this tournament has been just that everyone's involved. Service members, veterans, the extended service family as well. That's been, the whole goal of this BFBS Pro League. So to see it in front of our very eyes right now, it's a fantastic thing. And as the players produce the magic on the pitch, I'm sure there was a lot of work to get them here and support them by their loved ones. I think a very notable mention.
I'll stick my flag in the sand now. More, please. Whoever I need to talk to, more of this, please. Give me a season 2, 3, and 4. I need more of this in my life. But there is still a little bit more of this season left to go, whether that's 3 minutes and whatever change in overtime, or whether it's potentially a game 6 or 7 even, but we have yet to find out, as it's donuts on the board as we head to 3 minutes. It's definitely Omnia who has come the closest to breaking the deadlock, though.
I'll tell you what, Relic, a goal here for BOB. I'm dreading the sound that they're going to make on that side of the stage, but it's of almighty importance. It's their noses in front. Remember, this is triple championship point. There's the shooting opportunity! And Josh makes it count.
There's that noise you were asking for, Stelios. We're under the waves as the Leviathans roar as he finds the perfect placement in between 2 diving players who couldn't make the touch stick. We head to halftime in 15 seconds or so. Boost Overball, half the time of a game of Rocket League away from championship glory.
The ball hangs in the air. Josh is awkward, but somehow with no booth deals with it. Such a difficult skill to do underneath your own crossbar. There's the shot, and the attempted challenge was a good one for the block, and it still remains Omnia's pressure. It's all them right now, but they can't find a significant shot at goal. They are struggling to break what's been an incredible Boost Overball defense since game 1, since that defeat, which seems so long ago now. And will my theory come true? Will the game 2 winners Game 3 winners run out series winners. I thought it would happen. It may well happen. We're just 2 minutes away from crowning our champions.
Time to rebrand yourself to Prophet, if true. Another shot on target. They keep on coming for Omnia, but they still can't find a way through this stubborn defense. There's always someone there. Minty misses the ball. EO4 and Cosmo come to a clash. That ball's loose. Hammer Saints has got the boost, but Zatic has got the position. Minty with a feels bad side flip. That's going to head over back into Hammer's territory, but Zatic gets there first. A miss from both. Cosmo takes control of the carnage. Back into the midfield. It's a beautiful passing field, but for EO4, who was in the way. Josh now lurking, but it's in deep blue territory. Not the Josh minds, not the he minds. He sets up Zatic 2-0.
The magic, the drama, the theatre of the BFBS Pro League continues. BOB double their lead, and you can see the disbelief on the faces of the BOB players. They can't believe the situation they're in, and they just need to hold their nerve for 120 more seconds of play. Minty now needs an answer. Omnia needs something in the way of magic to bring this back. There's a centre. EO4 can't commit. There's a rare mistake from Zatic, but it's not capitalized on inside the final minutes. The insurance policy is there. They just need to hold.
What a bizarre environment this must be for these young kids. The cameras are all on them. Newspapers almost waiting for that front page shot. But are they going to be able to savor glory with 40 seconds left? All Omnia need is one goal. Any goal, Stelios.
Anything indeed it will do. There's a rare side flip, a chance for Omnia. EO4 rises, drops it down, and just like that, the lead half, the tension doubled. And are we in for an almighty sting in the tail for these BOB players? It's there for them. They just need to throw everything at them and see what happens.
They deserved one goal, Stelios. Can they earn a second? 31 seconds. That's what they've got to work with. Neutral off the kickoff. Here's Zatic then, full boost tank. Leaves it, tries to drop in it, trying to pull a blind curtain over anybody in front of them. But that's a brilliant combo play! And boost over ball, their leaders evaporated in seconds.
And we spoke about it, we called it. How quickly Rocket League can change. We were almost ready to celebrate the BFBS Pro League Champions. Glasses curse maybe. Suddenly we're 3-3. What a magical, oh, sorry, we're 2-2. What a magical comeback out of seemingly nowhere for Omnia. They're within touching distance now. Is there a last second winner, or are we destined for our second overtime in the series? Zatic turns, shot on net. Oh, it's a bit of miscommunication, a bit of a double commit. The nerves are rising, the tension is doubling every second. There's a shot for Cosmo, saved on the goal line, and we're into overtime.
Minty's so locked in, his face is basically merging with the screen. We got people biting their fingernails in the audience, and that was a really good opportunity for Omnia to try and make this series go just a little bit longer. It would be a huge 5-minute sport if they're able to get this third goal across the line, but yet again they're having to start from square one with little boost. It's really just EO4 with anything into orange territory, handled super well by Zatic. 47 to work with, infield on his own, it's the kid, no! Hammer saves it!
And the pressure comes straight back at the Omnia net. EO4 must play this low. He's got no boost to work with. Has to try and get some kind of pads or a connection on the ball. Zatic commits too. He's going for the kill on the third man. Instead, it's the BOB attacker that's dead for his troubles. And Hammer Saints can't quite clear. It's still stuck inside their own half. That's been the picture of this game. And yet Omnia have found a way back into it. Into our second minute now of overtime. As we speak, both players tied in tension, glued to the screens. The amount of focus they have right now must be crazy. I'd love to know their heart rates as Hammer Saints faces an awkward ball with no boost, but he deals with it.
I'd like to know my heart rate, Stelios. I can't believe I'm doing much better than the players right now. Hammer towards the backboard. That's a great drop down opportunity! Minty takes us to game 6.
Absolutely superb. Don't go anywhere, folks. This one isn't over yet. It is 3-2. There are still 2 more championship points for BOB to try and take. They came so close within a matter of seconds. but maybe the pressure is starting to tell on these young players.
What do you think? You think it was? It's such a shame that it was 2 goals in such quick succession. I think if it had been the 1 goal, I genuinely believe Boost Over Ball would have seen that out, no problem whatsoever. But it was the fact that Omnia were able to, again, we talk about pouncing on these moments of weakness, of vulnerability. That is what the experience is buying them right now. Mental time to process through what you're going to do to execute it with aplomb. And now Boost Over Ball, it's not all over for them yet either. This is their 2nd life out of 3 to get this series across the line. But the more time that ticks by where they're not in the lead of a game, you know yourself, the more that's going to be playing over in our minds. Surely we can't lose this. Surely we can't lose this. Surely we can't lose this.
And that is the mental warfare that this game plays on you, and that's the kind of work that a mental coach would do right now. It'd be making them forget about the last game. They've got to let it go. They cannot dwell on it because it will only serve to damage them. And you saw before, the photographers were lined up to
They were ready
crown
to
the
go,
champions.
man. They were ready to go.
I noticed a distinctly empty row now in front of the stage. It's no longer occupied by photographers. They predicted it. It didn't come off. And who knows what can happen now. I mean, it's so delicately poised. And you see the players on your screens there locked in as we head into game number 6.
I love this esport, man. It's so good. If you're watching this for the first time, please reach out and tell me that you're a fan now, especially when Omnia are looking to turn the tides yet again. Remember that semi-final series, or let me tell you about that semi-final series if you weren't here. They were 3-0 up. They lost 3 games on the bounce to Resurgence and were still able to tough it out into a Game 7 win. Now they're the ones on the back foot. Now they're the ones needing to find 3-game wins in a row. It starts here on Neo Tokyo in game number 6. 30 seconds goes by, Stelios. So far.
I mean, my favourite map, by the way. Great map.
We're all cultured. I'm so pleased that we're all cultured on this talent.
It's a great map, and it's a fitting example, of course. For those of you who don't know, Game 7, if we get there, is the dramatic, the theatrical Champions Field, which I kind of hope you'll get to see. But if you don't, I hope this game is a fine way to end. But let's see. There's the shot from Omnia. EO4, a lightning start, and they're 1-0 up, and it started off this series. Omnia in control. BOB came back with 3-1 to the good. And we could be staring down the barrel of a game 7 here.
I don't know whether Hammer Saints meant to touch that, if he did touch it, or if it was just a mirage of something. What I do know is that EO4 was alert enough to pick up on whatever was happening, and that is a huge goal in the context of this series. Admittedly, Stelios, a bit too early for my liking. I don't like the fact that they've now got to look at the next 4 minutes and say, we've got to try and score again. If they do score again, different scenario. What a pass! And Hammer Saints had the net at his mercy.
And how the tables can turn, how cruel this game could be. And what a series. Are we destined for a Game 7? I mean, it's written in the stars as far as I'm concerned. You know, what better way to end than go into the final game, go into the final few seconds of the entire 8-month or so project that this has been to get us to this point. There's a flying shot! And the response, the exact response required, is the exact response they have achieved. 2-1, the lead halved. And who else but Cosmo? Who else?
That was a little more calculated. Josh a bit too far upfield. He already knows that he's not going to be in contention for this ball. If he does touch it, it's going nowhere. Cosmo's got a way better angle. He shoots true, he shoots fine. And a big win tries to buy Boost Over Ball a little more experience and a little bit more space. They've taken out someone in the midfield here. That's a great challenge to stop Zatic from going any further.
Cosmo, 50-50. There is, I think that's Josh there, just to put the ball down the line. Zatic now takes a length, very heavy first touch, unlike him. A bit more control required there. Josh will have to turn on this. Faced up by a Minty. Hammer Saints playing the ball out to the left-hand side, right-hand side. Cosmo, I think he's got a bump there on Minty. A very important one at that. Up goes Hammer Saints. That was a vital block. That would have been, I think, a goal anyway. Minty shoots Josh wide and will attempt to rotate out and let EO4 onto the ball. Exactly that happens. EO4 finding Hammer Saints! And there is the lead again, doubled, 2 between them. The insurance policy is there, Relic, and as long as they don't concede straight away, I think, you know what, no, I'm not going to say it.
I'll tell you what that was. Rolls Royce, a luxury pass.
Yeah.
Couldn't have asked for that any better. Hammer Saints makes it 3-1 for Omnia. We edge closer and closer to a game number 7. And the voices in the backs of the heads of those boost over balls players get louder and louder, over-committing now, really opening up these channels for Omnia to try and drive downfield, capitalize on the open net. It's been left gaping, boost over ball, desperate to find the second goal.
They are, and they need it, and it needs to be as soon as possible. Instead, they are faced with shot after shot. EO4 loops it high. Josh with no boost. Hammer Saints places it into the top left. It's 4. And it's a very threatening looking game 7 now. Champions Field is beginning to loom large. I don't know if we're quite there just yet, but we are certainly approaching the gates of Champions Field.
Hat-trick hero, Hammer Saints. It's got a good ring to it, doesn't it? 2:07 left on the clock, though. 3 goals for boost over ball. All they need 1 is, that becomes a 2-goal game. All they need is 2. That's a 1-goal game. And so the threat from this boost over ball squad is exactly why Omnia are surely going to stay aggressive, punchy. Look for that 5th to really put boost over ball into the ground.
Up goes Minty. Fantastic block. EO4 rises and 5-1. And for me, that's game and set. Not quite a match, of course. There's still a game 7 to play. But no matter how good BOB are, do I see them scoring 4 goals in 1 minute and 47? I think even at the pro level, that's unheard of.
The perspective has changed, hasn't it? It's
yes.
Not so much try and equalise, it's try and score as many goals as you can without conceding so that you have some semblance of momentum to take into game number 7, because right now it is all about this red panda. It's all about Omnia. Cosmo, though, has still looked pretty strong, and individually excellent effort from this player, the lone scorer for boost over ball in this game. But look at the demos coming out. It's exactly what Coach Relic was asking for. And Stelios, what do you know? It's working! It's working!
It's almost as if you are an experienced man in this. which you are.
I'm more wrong than I would like to admit.
In any case, we're down to the last minute now. Champions Field is looming, and as you quite rightly stated, this next minute for BOB is very important. Yes, the game is gone, but if they can get a goal, maybe a brace of goals, maybe even 3 goals, right? They still wouldn't win, but it would give them an element of momentum and breaking Omnia's momentum going into what will be game 7. There is the shots from EO4, well saved, and a fantastic double to take them down the line. 45 seconds to play on the clock. Hammer Saints puts it to his left. A bit of an awkward touch, and Cosmo will chase. Approaching the final 30, there's a chance for Zatic. It was such a tight angle. Hits the post. And I don't know if we're going to get any kind of a momentum break for BOB. Here we go. Maybe that's the case, and we do. We do. That could be the goal that springs BOB back into life.
1 demo, 1 shot, that's all they needed. They now want to be the last team to score in this game. Omnia, to be fair, was playing a very frustrating ball game for that last minute. Keep away, keep away. They're actually keeping possession over trying to shoot at the net, which, I'm sorry, that's just bad manners. You know what it also is? It's getting into the heads of a team that we previously thought you couldn't get into the heads of. With 14 seconds left, we kind of knew that this one was over. Let's be real, a good minute or so back. Omnia is back, though. Boost over ball. They were 3-1 up in the series. It's now 3-3 in this series. Champions Field, Game 7 to decide Season 1.
Wow, wow, wow. Who would have thought it? It has come down to the final game. You are all going to get to witness the magic, the drama and theatre of Champions Field in what has been an absolutely insane weekend of Rocket League. BOB have called a timeout. I think it's the right call for them. It definitely is the right call. They need to steady the ship a little bit. But importantly, Relic, they fired back at Omnia. Yes, it was 5-2, but they did fire back something in the way of a momentum break.
Allow me to pick your brain. There's part of me that says maybe you should have called the timeout a game earlier rather than letting it get this late. Your thoughts?
Well, it all depends on the exact mindset of the players. They may, I mean, we can speculate, but they may have felt that they're still in control after losing the last game. Maybe they felt that they weren't in control. It all depends on how they are feeling. I personally agree with their call right now. I think to steady the ship right before you're about to go into a Game 7 is always wise. I would also agree with you, but I'd need to know their exact mindset. I'd need to be in their comms to understand exactly what they're going through. It could also be the play. It could also be the case. But yeah, it is destined to come down to this game. For BOB, you got to feel for them, having been so close.
Yeah. I would go as far as to say they need the opening goal.
Yes,
7.
100%.
They desperately need the opening goal. Still sending out love to the crowd. Love to see that from Zatic. Still some positive vibes. But it is a different atmosphere to that Omnia Resurgence series, because we're not talking about 3 games in a row to get back into it. Omnia won the first game of this series. They were straight out the blocks, looking really strong. They already had that purchase in the series, and so it's 2 games back-to-back as opposed to the 3. So maybe now was the optimal time, but the flags are flying. The various eggs are in the stadium. We don't know what species they are truly. What we do know is that they're very pretty colors. Our wonderful pitch emerges below us. Our wonderful audience is here supporting these fantastic players, of which all of them who have fallen, who are with us here right now, have given us an incredible weekend of play. Omnia boost over ball for the Season 1 championship begins in Game 7.
It has all come down to this. One final set of a 5-minute game. It's all that separates one of these 2 teams. And if you are a neutral, enjoy. But if you are one of the 2 sets of players or fans, friends, family of these players, I really, really feel for you. As a dangerous shot, Josh gives BOB the lead. And as you said, Relic, the first goal needed to come from BOB if they wanted to stand any chance of keeping up their momentum from the end of Game 6. It's gone their way.
People are out of their seats. And there was no Isaac celebration. We saw this against the Storm Shadows. When it's time to lock in, we're not going to be flamboyant no more. We need to get the job done, lads. You've left the assignment till the last hour. It's time to submit.
Here we go. Down the left-hand side for Omnia. Cosmo cuts across. Zatic clears the ball away. Need to settle a little bit now. They don't want any frantic plays, and he overcommits. That's a fine shot by Josh, but what a save by Hammer Saints again. Seems to be an absolute brick wall for Omnia, right when it matters most. Zatic will look for his teammate Cosmo, who lets it run across. Minty centers. Good by Hammer Saints. A chance for EO4. Beautiful save. Crucial save by Cosmo.
An astronomical save from Cosmo. The adjustment of the car and the timing of the drop down, both critical components to why it remains 1-0. Big throw downfield. That's going to be handled off the backboard by EO4. Back into the center by Zatic. Cosmo to take it over to the far corner now. Minty readjusts, full boost. Cosmo gets a piece of it. Race for the ball. Both miss. Hammer pulls out of it. Zatic didn't fancy it. Cosmo across his own goal mouth just gives it a bit of mustard. Straight into the hands now of Hammer Saints, who's lurking. Josh tries to pop it up. Does so successfully. Keeps it close to his chest. Gets past a second. Josh on his own. Demo! Unbelievable! Oh my goodness!
Oh my god. What an insane play by BOB. They made the pressure count. They saw the opportunity for aggression, just like you'd stated in the timeout in the previous games. They made it count. It's 2-0. And Omnia staring down the barrel of defeat here right at the last stage. They worked hard to save 2 championship points, and there's another chance for 3. And they grabbed the goal. This story just gets better and better for BOB.
Forget spending on a gym membership. Just give me the BFBS Grand Finals every single weekend. I'll be losing weight at a canter. 3-0 boost over ball. Omnia left absolutely reeling. It was looking okay, and then it really wasn't, Stelios. They have to find the next goal, or you fear that this might be a blowout.
The series has changed on a dime before. It can change again. It can change again. Let me say that again for you. It can change again. And Omnia are doing everything in their power to not let this one go without a fight. Yes, they've got to the prize pool anyway, even if they finish second, but they don't want that. They don't even care about that right now. They are in the midst of what would be one of the best comebacks if they can rescue it in this final 3 minutes. And for BOB, they've had a taste of not holding their nerve when it mattered most. Will they repeat their mistakes? That is the vital question they must answer.
They have to be calm, that much is for sure, but they can't rest on their laurels and their defense. They've got to go aggressive still. They've got to keep Omnia off balance, whilst also trying to balance their own books. Off the woodwork it goes. A ricochet that favours Omnia, who get the pinch downfield, but no one's there to receive it. In fact, hello Elvis, is send it right back to where it came from. Moving into the demo field, we've got Zatic there, who's a little bit too far upfield now to help out here. Cosmos trying to hold this up as good as they can. Josh, again, trying to be a nuisance. That's going to be closed down, no shot, over to the other side of the field. 2 minutes and change left.
Up goes Josh, looking, oh, if he faked that, Zatic was lying in wait. Minty, fantastic first touch, looks to beat Cosmo. Cosmo has been a brick wall alongside Zatic and Josh. Gets the flip reset. A very complex mechanic to master. There is the shot. Up goes Cosmo. Shot on net again, and Hammer States comes across. And ladies and gentlemen, no matter the result, I think we can all agree this has been thoroughly entertaining and a fitting way to end the grand final of this 8-9 month long project. Wow, wow, wow. It went to Champions Field, and we're still not done just yet. Omnia searching for one last twist of the tail. Can they do it?
It just needs one goal, honestly. We know kickoff shenanigans, even the last 5 seconds, can change the dynamic of a game. Minty with the layoff, but there's 2 players in the way. And now Zatic, wow, actually stood up and was hoping for a bit more time there to deal with it. Didn't quite get it. Boost over ball, though, Omnia give up possession to boost the ball, and Cosmo at the near post is stopped by Hammers.
Josh knocks it away to his left. It's a bit of a fake play. Zatic will challenge Hammer Saints. The ball ricochets away inside the boost over ball half. Now they knock it straight back where it came from, and straight back again. Volleyball almost, like from these two teams now. The nerves really kicking in. We've seen the momentum change more than one time in the series. It just needs that swing again to keep this dream alive for Omnia. Instead, it's 40 seconds now. All that separates BOB and championship point. Can they hold their nerve, Relic? Take us through.
It's all hands to the pump, at least on defense. Boost over ball still desperately trying to remain positive, to move upfield, to put Omnia under pressure. And under pressure they most certainly are. Here's another shot off the woodwork again. They couldn't find the final blow. But has the final blow perhaps already been struck? Was that third goal enough? Was that second goal enough? Great backboard defense from Cosmo. 10 seconds on target, saves. No follow-up. Wait, hold on. EO4's there. No, Cosmo deals with it. Into the midfield. It's out of time. It's out of time, folks. Boost over ball. BFBS champions.
Wow, what a way to do it. They've clinched the championship. They've clinched the trophy and their share of the insane prize pool. They're embracing each other, as you can clearly see on your screens. They are a great bunch of guys. The young, the inexperience of them, I don't know how they've pulled it off, but they have. And across the stage from them, you can see Omnia dejected, but they shouldn't be. They should be proud of their efforts as well. But right now, BOB elated.
Josh in tears. I mean, that was an emotion. I mean, we thought that the Omnia series with Resurgence was an emotional roller coaster. Somebody get Omnia on the therapy phone, please. Because to go through 2 of them, this time to be on the losing end. But as you say, it should be commiserations, but congratulations on contributing to such an amazing finale. I mean, nobody expected that Boost Over Ball was going to come into this LAN and show up in the way that they did. Omnia very much lived up to the billing, just coming a little too short at the worst time.
I mean, a lot of opinions around the camp was that the inexperience would be their downfall, but really and truly, it was almost like the blessing for them. They just used it to propel them and almost not care about pressure. They dealt with it the best I've seen any team deal with pressure in a long, long time. And you know, I've been doing this for 4 years now. Maybe not as long as you, but you know, I've seen a bit, and that is just textbook from them. And again, I mean, Omnia, they can only go away and look forward to coming back. They've been excellent as well, and hard done by in many ways to lose like that, but it's Omnia, it's Boost Over Ball's day.
The mental resolve was truly incredible from both of these teams.
Yes.
I don't think we could have asked for better. I hope that the desk shares our feelings. It's back to you guys. Break this down for us.
all 7 games. It was always going to end like this. It always had to end like this. The emotions palpable, not only in the arena, but in here too in the studio. We've been having some conversations. It's been intense for us. And, you know what, Psycho, how are you thinking? How are you feeling off of that victory? What does that mean to them? What does this mean to see this team come from those qualifiers and storm away with this?
I mean, you can see it by the reaction of those players. You can see the emotion on their faces. They were in shock. They were in disbelief of what they've achieved. It's a monumental achievement for them. Of course, 2 of the players, Cosmo and Zatic, coming all the way from the Netherlands to compete, 16 and 17 years of age, respectfully. And honestly, we didn't believe that they would come into this competition with this level of confidence about them, and just seeing them erupt into that ball of emotions we saw at the end. It's heart-wrenching in the best possible way.
But also, Cosmo has taken a year out. He's taken a gap year so he can pursue his dream. Here he is, BFBS Pro League Finals. And very, very soon, we're going to be able to switch scene away from us and watch him lift that trophy. That's one step closer to his dream. I think Josh as well, looking for those CRL contracts a little bit later in time, and just... This feels like the start of something special. I mean, of course, it's the first scene in BFBS Pro League, but I'm talking about for these players, not BFBS. This is going to be a moment of their career they'll remember for the rest of their lives.
Absolutely, they're so young, and if we look at the sort of professional talents in the Rocket League World Championship space, we see some of the best players in the world be, 17, 18 years of age in their prime. These players still have so much time to grow on the pitch, and as people, this is a monumental achievement. They're going to remember this for the rest of their lives.
They are indeed. They have cemented themselves in the history books, the inaugural champions. And I think it's about time we let the champions lift their trophy.
Thanks, Lena. I don't know how you put that into words, really. We thought we'd seen it all today. Incredible drama through the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and a match befitting the grand final itself. Taking it to the 7th game, boost over ball, winning it in the end. How are you feeling right now, Josh?
Really, really emotional, I'm going to be honest. This means so much for us in the team, and I can't thank you everyone enough for being here and supporting, because, wow, it means... Thankful for you, everyone, genuinely. I'm so emotional, wow.
In the way that you were celebrating, as you say, the emotion that we saw at the end, just how much has gone into this journey. Put it into words, the trials you've gone through and the challenges as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had a tough core 7 and 8, we didn't think we had what it takes, but we worked hard. We said, you know what, lock it down, lock in, scrim more. As we did, I put in the work, and there was countless nights on core where me and Cosmo and Ryan were talking, imagine we actually do it. Being here now and standing there now, it's so insane that we actually did do it. It still doesn't feel real to me, the entire thing. It's crazy.
And a word on your opponents, an incredible match with Omnia. Just a word on how well they played and the tournament that they had too.
Oh, we were so nervous playing against them. I'm going to be honest, we knew Surgeons, because we knew Omnia, the team that they have, the quality they have on the team, they are such a good team, and we knew it was going to go 7 or something like that. So the fact that it did, I'm not surprised at all. They're class people, lads, class players, and yeah, it was a good series to play.
Absolutely. Well, just before we let you guys celebrate, so thanks to everyone who's been involved in this entire process. An amazing tournament. The players, the organisers, everyone who's dealt with the logistics today. It's been absolutely fantastic. And without further ado, I think I'll let our CEO, BFBS CEO, Mr. Ben Chapman, present the trophy to the champions. And let's hear it one more time for Boost Over Ball.
BFBS.